Chapter 112, Such a Thing. The sun was rising, its rays fighting their way through the gloom of the night clouds filtering through the shutters of the window like panes of bright silver moonlight. And with every passing second, the sun rose higher, and the light grew brighter, allowing him to more easily look on her sleeping face. He'd long since abandoned his previous place beside her on the bed, choosing instead to sit and simply look at her. Her lips were parted, her breathing steady. He could see the mark he'd left on her neck, along with a small bruise on her upper arm, standing out on her tanned skin. He'd held her too tightly. Although, he hadn't heard her complaining overmuch during the night. And she gave as good as she got. He realized he was smiling. He forced himself not to. The longer he sat here, looking at her, simply watching her face, the more he knew that this should not have happened. Not because she was a prisoner, no. Because this was getting? His previous trysts were simple things, experiments and deviances that were over and done with after one night, the women little more than a passing dalliance. This was not like those times. And that was why this was getting complicated. She had influence over him, something only two other women had ever held. He needed this finished. He needed it over and done with. He needed to wind back the clock hours ago to never step in this room, perhaps further back if necessary, weeks, nearly a year to when he first brought her here, leave her in the burning ruins of Kyuubi as the city exploded and collapsed around them. He needed her gone. He could not let this go further. But, for the first time in years, his mind was in direct conflict with something people oft accused him of not having. His heart. He wanted this to continue, he wanted it to go further, to see the mystery that waited at the end of this path. Hell, that would wait along every step of it. What he needed and what he wanted were two very different things. The sheets rustled as she turned on the bed. For half a second, he almost feared she'd woken up, but as her breathing settled, he was not ashamed to admit that he was somewhat relieved. He stood up, quietly, and left the room, leaving her to rest and himself to mull over his own thoughts. Baki is usually an early riser. Really. After nearly 2 decades of waking at the crack of dawn, even when he had the chance to sleep in, he didn't. He'd just wake up as normal and maybe do some light reading before his morning workout if he had the time. But 3 a.m. was just pushing it. Even for his habits. He opened the door with a creak of hinges, closing his eyes against the slight sting of the village lights and feeling the caress of the freezing cold desert night wind slapping him across the face. It didn't really take him long to focus on the mop of bloody red hair his visitor had or to identify who this was by circumstance. Kaze - just Gaara. The village leader interrupted before gesturing inside with his hand. Sorry for the early hour. But can I come in? I'd rather discuss this in private. Baki blinked once, twice before quickly stepping aside. He knew his student well enough to know he would not come here unless it was truly important. Gaara stepped in, and Baki noticed for the first time the fact that his Kazekage was dressed in common umbu clothing, choosing to go as incognito as he dared with the hood of his heavy cloak up. Baki closed the door. Can I get you anything, Gaara? He asked, deciding to adhere to the youth's earlier request. No. Thanks really, The Kazekage paused, fidgeting from foot to foot like some nervous schoolboy. It was more than just a little awkward for Baki seeing him as such. Finally, he spread his arms wide in a magnanimous gesture of surrender, Baki would say, if he had to choose a word for it. I need some help. Baki blinked, craning his neck a little forward, his hands circling a bit in front of him in a gesture of a go on. After a second of Gaara holding his silence, the Kazekage's former sensei decided to pry verbally. Are we talking sanitarium? He ventured slowly. Me moving a sofa? Planning a party, he gestured with his hands again. A little elaboration would be dash. I need your help developing a technique. Gaara clarified, and Baki could swear he seemed almost ashamed by that statement. He decided to ask. Why all the melodrama? The Kazekage pursed his lips. Do you think the Hokage goes to train with his old childhood sensei? You think he had a childhood to begin with? The question was rhetorical and Baki shook his head before gesturing towards his living room. There's no reason for you to be ashamed. The Sunanin said as they stepped through the threshold. It's not about you. Gaara quickly said, and Baki could tell by the youth's tone of voice he thought he may have offended his teacher. This time, Baki cut him off, holding up his hands. Gaara. He held his palms out signaling for calm. Don't worry. I understand, the people need to believe you strong in all things. Calm down. Now just tell me what this is about and how I can help. The redhead took a deep breath through his nostrils before he sat down, with Baki doing the same directly across from him. He reached into his clothes and pulled out a green scroll, handing it to his old teacher, explaining as Baki unrolled it. You're the foremost wind expert in Suna at the moment. There are better You're the one I trust the most. Baki stopped his argument, touched, though he would not say it right now. His eyes went back down to the scroll, feeling, dimly in his mind, that his eyebrow was raising marginally with every sentence. I need an edge. Something he's not going to expect, something he's never seen before. And this is what you came up with? He waved the scroll between them. Gaara nodded. It'll certainly raise an eyebrow. Raise an eyebrow? Kid, the mechanics involved in this is dash. Brilliant? The Kazekage mock questioned with a sad little smile. Well, I was gonna go more with fucking crazy, but sure, whatever works for you. 1 second, one moment that you lose focus and you'll save the Devil King the trouble of killing you himself. Gaara stayed quiet, bowing his head for several seconds before he found the strength to lift it up again. I need something to win, Baki. The Suna ninja looked to his one-time student. His crazy plan to attack Konoha had worked before, but still. Baki sighed, throwing the scroll on the table between them before leaning forward, hands on his knees. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you can master this, lunacy, your head's cooked up, you'll never lose another fight again. He rarely walked through the streets. Normally he took to the rooftops. The way things were going so far, Kakashi decided he may stick to the habit. Everyone stared. He blamed the black robe. Hell, he didn't need to blame it, the damn thing may as well have peeled itself off of him, crossed its hollowed sleeves and confessed to the crime. People didn't stare this much even when he walked around with an adult novel in his hand. Strolling through a child playground. Everyone was staring, and Kakashi realized that he never quite knew just how strange it was to be standing in a crowd and yet be so utterly alone. Store clerks eyed him warily, mothers ushered their children further than necessary, idle passerbys followed him with their eyes while old men openly pointed and spoke to each other in muttered whispers and sentences. Standing in a crowd. He may as well have been on the moon. He wondered, really, if this just a glimmer of how Naruto might feel every day. What he might have to endure. Put up with. A hand slaps him on the shoulder. Fairly hard, mind you, but the voice that greets his ears couldn't be more jovial. My eternal rival. Kakashi smiles. A rare thing. Especially these days. Especially because of Madogai of all people, but he smiles. He turns his head, seeing the glimmering, pearl-white teeth and the ridiculous bowl-cut hair and of course, the green jumpsuit. Guy. He nods. Good to see you. He means it as he shakes his fellow Jounin's hand. Oh ho ho. Konoha's green beast chuckles with his hands on his waist as he steps back. What's this? My eternal rival as an overseer now. The copycat waves off the statement. It's a temporary post, Guy, we all know that. The last thing he wants to emphasize is this robe. What about you? I hear you've been in IWA with Shino this whole time. Guy nods. Yes, my former students, Lee and Tenten, have been with me there too. Our training is most fortuitous. I'm sure. He says before turning his eyes away from Guy and jerking his head, gesturing for them to continue walking down the road. Guy follows without a word. As the crowds thin, and the activity of the village dissolves away into background noise, Kakashi breaches the subject as they walk. So, how is the situation in IWA exactly? Ah? Guy sighs with a shake of his head. My rival, things are grim. It is a tenuous hold we have over the rebellious IWA ninja, without their Tsuchikage. They follow him. Not us. His word is what keeps them on bended knee. Yoshihiro must return to IWA soon to restore order there. And should he fall in the campaign against Suna? He let the sentence trail off. But Guy finished it for him with a nod. We may fully expect IWA to rebel against us in full force before the Tsuchikage's blood is cold. And what news do you have of this campaign against Suna? When do we march? In a month. A month? Guy gasped, clearly shocked. But dash. Yes, I know. Hataki interrupted. The winter will be on us. Naruto says it doesn't matter. Do you believe so? Guy asks as they round a corner. I have to. Kakashi replies. If no one can say any one thing about Naruto, they can say this: when it comes to battle, his plans have worked out in our favor. Almost the entire continent is under his control in less than a decade. If nothing else, that alone should give us some faith in him. I hope you are right, my rival. The sleeping dragon has proven most bothersome so far. Kakashi sighed then, Zhuge Liang, that man was proving vexing. The last thing Kakashi wanted to think about was the surprises that might be in store for them when they marched on Suna, with a man who was willing to blow up his own village just to drive them off making the battle plans. Losses were going to be heavy. Looking to Guy's troubled face, he decided to change the subject to something a bit more lighthearted. How have your students been, Lee and Tenten? I haven't seen them in a while. Guy's smile was blinding. Literally. It was rare, at this stage of things, for Jiraiya to be summoned to the Hokage Tower. At first, it was a regular thing. Naruto's fledgling empire holding together the lands of Konoha, Kiri, Kusa, Aime and Taki had all forces spread paper thin. He demanded, regular, reliable updates on information, along with regular, reliable people to hand his orders to. Jiraiya had been at the top of the list for both those criteria a decade ago. As the years went on and Naruto developed his own network of spies, and his rule became more and more consolidated in the conquered territories, he called on Jiraiya less and less. Which had been, and was still, fine in the Sanin's opinion. He was already getting well onto his years and he neither had the energy nor any real desire to be involved in the tedium of being the head of a spy network and was more than content to fall back into an advisory role for the administrative times. And recently, this new schism he found between Naruto and himself was not really endearing him to the prospect of being summoned either, nor did he think it would increase the chances of making it happen. So it was a surprise earlier when he was not only summoned to the tower, but doubly surprising because it wasn't really Naruto who summoned him. It was Suzume. So here he was, leaning on his cane with one eyebrow raised as he stood across her desk. And she was just sitting there, looking at him with those wide brown eyes, fidgeting like a schoolgirl that just got caught doing something she shouldn't have. "You called me here?" He asked for what he was sure must have been the third time. He still couldn't get around that part. She nodded. He blinked. "Okay, this is the part that you tell me why." He prodded. She looked down, turned her eyes this way and that way, avoiding looking at him like he was some diseased leper with weeping sores and bloody boils. Her eyes finally went to the door of the Hokage's office before she turned her eyes back to him. It's Naruto-sama. He's acting really strange." Jiraiya raised one eyebrow real high this time. "It's Naruto," he thought. "Just where the hell have you been this whole time?" Then he thought about it a bit more. "Just how weird is this for Suzume to call me?" After a moment he came to the conclusion that maybe, just maybe, he should actually be worried. He looked back at her. "So you decided to call me?" She shrugged, mere body language conveying how desperate she was becoming. "My only other option was Hatake-sama. But he'd be late even for his own funeral." Only other option. Jiraiya had to admit that was true, at least, with Hinata gone. He looked to the door. "What exactly can I expect in there? Fire and brimstone or something?" She shook her head. "No, he's just been sitting there staring at this weird butterfly pendant or something." That made Jiraiya pause, turning to look at the brunette as though she'd grown a second head. "I told you it was weird," she defended desperately. The white-haired toad Sannin stared at her for another 10 seconds before he decided to bite the bullet and quit stalling. He marched forward and opened the door. When he walked into the office, the first thing that hit him was the stillness. Now, Naruto's office was never a hotbed of activity with 110 people moving around filing, making calls and such. It was not organized chaos like Suzume's desk that was covered in a million pieces of paper and orders and requisition forms and so on and so forth scattered everywhere so that only she could find it. On the contrary, Naruto's office was always organized, with not even a paperclip out of place. The young Hokage was efficient and practical to the extreme as most things in his life. But this was just downright off. He didn't even move when Jiraiya walked in. The light that streamed in through the windows made the small particles of dust floating along the air visible. The room smelled thick with the scent of paper and ink, which only happened when someone left the place closed for a long time. In short, the man at the desk may as well have been a corpse, or a ghost, for all the life he was adding to this place. Suzume was right. This was weird. He stepped forward, his head tilting a bit, as though trying to see the younger man from a different angle to find the problem. "Naruto?" The blonde looked up slowly, and then blinked. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" The Sannin had to wonder if his Hokage was just asking that as normal, or if he'd only now just taken notice of his arrival. "Suzume called me." He winced, realizing that he may have just thrown the woman onto the proverbial fire. She was worried. "Thinks that there may be something wrong." Was the extent of his reaction. Slowly, as if he was scared of startling him, Jiraiya inched his way forward, sitting down on a chair opposite the desk as he clasped his fingers over the cane. "Naruto, is there something you want to talk about?" The blonde Hokage didn't speak, he just kept staring at his hand. Looking down, Jiraiya saw that it really was a butterfly-shaped pendant clutched in his hand. "She was important, you know." Jiraiya looked back up, startled. Who? Suzume? No." He placed the pendant on the desk, pulling his hand back, leaving it in plain view between them. "She was." He continued before reaching to the side and grasping a link of prayer beads and placing them beside the pendant. "So was he." Jiraiya stayed quiet, letting Naruto continue with, "Whatever this may be." The Hokage took a breath through his nostrils. "But do you want to know something, even I find, wrong, Jiraiya?" His shoulders slumped and Jiraiya saw a sadness shine through his blue eyes. The old Sannin saw it and felt as though he'd been punched in the gut. It was a struggle to remain stoic. Naruto opened and closed his mouth, searching for his next words. He hesitated. I don't even remember their faces anymore. He finally met Jiraiya's quiet, studying gaze. Do you know what that feels like, Jiraiya? Two people, so important once, and now, all that remains is a fading image, like the lingering picture of a forgotten dream. Jiraiya chewed on the inside of his cheek, listening to these words, wondering just what he could say. He had a suspicion as to who he might be referring to. But the last thing he wanted to do was stick his foot in his mouth, or stop him from talking. Naruto sighed, rubbing at his forehead and sucked in a half-broken breath that nearly made Jiraiya's eyes widen for half a second. Was he? He composed himself, his hand moving from his forehead to the bridge of his nose. Jiraiya finally seemed to find his voice, his mind rushing with a whirling dervish of questions and imaginings. It's been years, Naruto, this kind of thing happens. I don't remember some PO-. I remember the face of the first man I killed. The Hokage interrupted, some nameless, worthless imbecile from Iwa. Chunin, dark hair, green eyes, a scar was on the left side of his upper lip. He paused, taking another breath. Another scar was just beneath his right ear, trailing down just to his collarbone. His lip was curling into a sneer. How can I remember every single detail of that, and not remember them? These two people who were so important. How much longer before Hinata's face fades from my memory as well? Jiraiya lowered his eyes down to the two items on the desk, sucking his lips into his mouth. This time he was the one searching for words. But he had nothing, he didn't know what he could say to this young man. He would have laughed at the irony if only to keep from crying himself. Waiting for something like this for years, and now he has nothing to say. All he could ask was, Naruto, what's brought this on? The Hokage trailed his eyes up to the ceiling and felt his pride literally fist the words in his throat, choking them down as he shook his head. What brought this on? A woman. A prisoner, with blonde hair and gray eyes. An enigma who was as infuriating due to her constant, belligerent defiance, as she was enthralling because of the exact same thing. A woman whose face he'd tried to replace in the night to another's. One with darker hair and blue eyes, a woman who refused to be replaced by anyone, who was becoming something she should never be. Someone important. Someone that mattered. It shouldn't be this way, this should never have happened. The demon king of Konoha, brought low by the flower of Suna. He leaned forward on the desk, elbows resting on the wood as he ducked his head down, running his fingers through his hair. Jiraiya had never seen the young man like this. Naruto felt as though everything was coming undone, as if after all the strain, all the pressure was finally crushing him beneath its weight. Just, for a little while longer. He cleared his throat. Leave, Jiraiya. The Sannin took a breath to speak when Naruto cut him off. That was not a request. Jiraiya recognized that tone, he bit his cheek to stop himself from speaking. Trying to force the issue wouldn't go well. He'd opened up some, Jiraiya would take what he could get, infinitely relieved that, for the moment, it at least seemed that his decision, to keep faith in Naruto, was one that he would not regret. He'd also leave and see what he could dig up. If this happened again, he was going to be prepared. He would be able to actually speak and do something. He stood up, knees protesting at the movement as his eyes kept themselves on the top of Naruto's head. He walked out of the office without another word. Closing the door, he walked to Suzume, leaning down to whisper in the brunette's ear. Keep an eye on him, call me again if you think something may be happening. Is he all right? She asked, worried. The Toad Sannin took a second. I think he will be. But just keep your eyes on him for a while, eh? She nodded. All right. He gave a quick nod, rapping his knuckles on the desk as he walked away. Shafts of light speared through the room, moth-eaten, tattered drapes hanging from the roof of the tent to form makeshift walls. The holes near the overhanging cloth provided just enough light for her to continue her work uninterrupted. Her most loyal guards keeping watch over the perimeter helped as well. That being said, the widow of Zhuge Liang found herself mildly surprised when, after only 20 or so minutes after her arrival, the main tent flap was pushed open behind her. So this is where you've been sneaking off to? Ing breathed through her nostrils, closing her eyes with exasperation. Tsunade. She half greeted, half sighed as she turned to face the woman. The medic raised a slender eyebrow, eyes scanning the massive tent, before finding its only other occupant and then drifting down to the floor. What's that? The guard should have warned you off. She answered instead. They did. And we had a disagreement. Now I'm here. Ing rubbed the bridge of her nose. Perhaps I should have known. You should have. Now, what's this? She tapped the toe of her boot to emphasize her point. Ing looked to the floor, then turned her back on the slug princess. That is my husband's last creation. She could feel Tsunade raising her eyebrow behind her, arching the thin line of hair up to her forehead. Zhuge Liang designed this thing? He started to. He was unable to finish. What's it do? Genjutsu. Ing answered simply before deciding to elaborate a bit. Genjutsu on a massive scale. Tsunade looked over the design that she could see from where she stood. Jiraiya had always been their expert. Hell, he'd helped design hers. She couldn't identify everything here, but she could make a lot of different points out. What she could see here was impressive enough. She decided to point out the obvious: you're not as good a Genjutsu user as he was. No, I'm not. Neither am I a seal master. I will complete it as best I can. I'm sure he could have done better, but I simply do not have the skill or time. What exactly was it that he wasn't able to finish? Tsunade saw Ing pause for half a second, a movement that sent a little red flag up on her thoughts before the woman picked up where she left off. What would power the construct? Mind explaining? I do. The brunette said crisply, more abrupt than Tsunade had ever heard before. Now if you do not mind. I have work to do here. Again Tsunade raised her eyebrow but quickly shrugged, turning around and leaving. They were all most likely going to die anyway. All that was left was for each person to dig their own graves. She'd let Liang's widow dig hers next to her husband's if she so wanted to. The leaves crinkled and crackled as he brushed them aside, hands ghosting over the ivory stone. Aburame Shino straightened as he finished brushing the leaves away, eyes ghosting over the words carved there in a delicate, flowing script, so thin they could barely be called etchings at all. Hyuga Hinata. Slowly, carefully, he knelt, the wetness of the moist grass seeping through his clothes, the black cloak pooling around his legs. He spared a glance behind him, the fading sun making everything look red in the twilight. Do not let me keep you from your duties, please. I shall pray for a while. Hanabi shook her head. It's no trouble really. He nodded, and said no more as he returned his attention to his prayers. When he was finished, the sun had fallen further, and the orange, fiery red was shifting to purple-blue. He stood and turned to face his current company. Thank you for allowing me to see her on such short notice. Hanabi nodded. As I said, it is no trouble. In truth, it's a little refreshing to see someone else grieving for her. The Aburame nodded. She was a good woman, strong, intelligent. I regret now that I never told her just how much I admired her tenacity. She did not deserve to die that way. No, she didn't, but too few of us go the way we deserve. Shino nodded. Unfortunate, but true. Forgive me, Lady Hanabi, but there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Oh? She raised an eyebrow. The Aburame nodded. Yes. I have heard it said that you're now training under Naruto-sama. She nodded. Yes, that is true. Are you well? The question was a bit strange, even for an Aburame, who were notoriously blunt. I suppose so? She wasn't even sure how to answer this. Naruto-sama has never taken on a student before. I will admit, when I heard, I was disquieted by the notion. I am merely wondering if he does not go too far. She would have winced, remembering that one moment when he seemed to want to go too far. Her stomach and ribs still ached with the memory. Duty and circumstance had kept her from going back for more training, but he'd already sent word that sometime during the next 3 or 4 weeks he would begin training again. Harder this time with the impending campaign. She wondered now, as she said, his training is hard. But nothing I can't handle. If Temari hadn't been there, just how that day would have ended. 3 days Abed in the Hyuga medical ward with 2 broken ribs, bruised organs, or if it would have been much worse. Shino eyed her for a while, trying to determine if she was lying, most likely, before he nodded slowly. Very well. I will take my leave then. I still have much to prepare for in the weeks to come. Before I go though, your sister was a friend. Know that the Aburame will always welcome you just as we did her. Thank you, she said, meaning it. Shino gave one more nod before he walked past her towards the estate and exit. Hanabi lingered for a time at her sister's grave. Her lips pursed and her brow creased in thought for a moment before she turned and left, picking up her coat on her way out. When Hanabi arrived at the estate, night was overcoming daylight, making the place look even more haunted than normal. It was the kind of place people would tell stories about. Only the scarcest of torchlighting lined the outer porches and walkways, with nary a candle flicker from the rooms inside. She activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes bulging with blood as she gazed through solid matter, finding Temari quickly and easily. She was somewhat surprised at not finding Naruto there really, though she supposed he was dealing with something in his office. Marching through the hallways, taking note of the eyes of the guards quietly following her, she marched to where she'd seen the Suna princess. She found her in the gardens, sitting beneath a red chestnut tree, a book in her hands. The tree's petals falling with the approaching winter. Not exactly a rare specimen in Konoha, but not exactly common either. She took a step closer and Temari glanced up from her book, blinking with some surprise at finding her there. "Hey," she said by way of greeting. No venom, but no real enthusiasm either. Hanabi remained standing, feeling the wind's cold caress against her cheek as she tilted her chin up. "Is it interesting?" Temari smiled sardonically. "It was, at least until I realized I'd been reading the same line for the past 3 hours and it couldn't do much to distract me from my thoughts." She closed the book and stood, dusting herself off and wiping at her clothes. "Anyway, you want something?" Hanabi shrugged, the movement of her shoulders made all the more apparent by the coat she'd donned. "To be perfectly honest, not hearing hide nor hair about you for a couple of days got me somewhat curious. If you'd have escaped, we'd have known it, and if you'd have died, we'd have known that too." Temari raised an eyebrow. "So, what, this is actually a social call? From you?" She was incredulous. Hanabi couldn't really blame her. She shrugged again. Temari blinked. "So how's the ribs?" the blonde finally asked, stepping past her towards the house. "Still tender, but 2 more days of healing chakra and medication will take care of that." "Who did more damage, me or Naruto?" Hanabi quirked a brow at the familiarity of calling the Hokage by his first name, but shrugged it off as the Sabaku's famed insolence. "I'd say he did, though you didn't help. Even tossing out jokes now," the Suna woman said. "This is a big change. Maybe I should hit you more often." "Don't try it." Temari walked into the house's library, depositing the book safely on a shelf. Then, with as much grace as sack, she collapsed onto one of the chairs of the room, sighing in what Hanabi could determine was troubled exhaustion. "Look, I appreciate the courtesy of you showing up here, Sunshine." Hanabi felt her brow twitch in irritation at the name. "But I've got a lot on my mind. So, just say what you came to say, if you came to say something. And if you didn't, then just leave, come back tomorrow, or next week, or next year." A frustrated, sob-like sound came from the woman as she put her face in her hands and Hanabi felt her curiosity peak. "Just bring alcohol, lots of it." After a moment of silence, Hanabi decided to speak. "Very well, though I did come here to see you, a large part was to ask you 2 things. I'd like, firstly, to know why you chose to stay dash." Temari's reaction was explosive. Standing up from the chair, she brandished her finger. "No, I am not going through this again." Hanabi was startled. She almost took a step back. Then she stopped herself and fixed her eyes onto Temari's face. The rapidly crumbling look of rage was revealing an epiphany of emotions to her trained eyes and educated mind. The Suna princess was disquiet, uncertain, guilt-ridden, frustrated. Her choice, and Hanabi had little doubt that it had been a choice. She had seen her brothers all but hand her the means of escape, and Naruto had been underneath that mountain for an hour. For her to remain here could account for these emotions, but not to this extent. Temari was trained well, and the fact that her emotions were playing across her face, each as brightly as a midday sun, showed that these emotions were strong. Tilting her head, and her torso just a little bit, Hanabi decided to pry. "Sabaku, is there something you would like to talk about?" She fell back into the chair, shielding her face with her hands, letting out a miserable groan. "Just go away?" Hanabi analyzed aloud, taking another chair. "Something is disturbing you, something you want to discuss, but, at the same time don't, or can't dash." Temari's stormy gray eyes peered at her seriously. "Stop, Hanabi." Her tone wasn't threatening, but it was warning. "Whatever this is threatening then." The Hyuga plowed on, not taking heed of the sign placed before her. "Meaning this is dangerous, meaning it most likely has to do directly with Naruto dash. You really don't want to go there dash." Again, Hanabi ignored the statement. "Something happened between the 2 of you that dash." She paused, her mind practically making a beeline for a distinct possibility that she quickly abandoned with a shake of her head. Temari stared at her, quiet and serious, and Hanabi's white eyes practically focused, and narrowed their perspective to the small, almost imperceptible mark just barely peeking out from the collar of the Suna princess shirt. This time Hanabi was the one that stood up from the chair, disbelief across her face as she shouted, so loud Temari wouldn't be surprised if they'd heard it in the Konoha proper. "You slept with him." Temari lowered her head and Hanabi found it in her to pace clear across the whole width of the room. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." She repeated the chant, like a mantra in her head, trying to make heads or tails of a world that had just seemed to spin around until she couldn't tell skyward from earthward. She didn't notice that she was actually speaking her little mental mantra aloud until Temari interrupted her. "Told you didn't want to go there. How in the why would you sleep with him?" "I've been asking myself that since I woke up," she said, and Hanabi was somewhat startled to find that, when she looked back up, the woman was smiling, though there was a strange bitterness to it. "You want to know what I've been asking myself even more?" She remained silent and Temari took it to mean yes. Why, I don't really regret it as much as I should. Hanabi stayed standing for another moment before she fell back, nearly collapsing on the chair she'd previously abandoned. The younger woman took a moment to remember the exercise of breathing. Shikamaru sighed, content and at peace for the first time in what must have been forever. Gaara was off doing God knows what, and had left him in charge for the day. Unexpected, but in a very, very good way. It was much easier to smuggle Kiba out with full control of the village's ninja patrols. It also allowed him to fully catch up and re-evaluate the village's resources. The paperwork was troublesome, but it was done with now. Which means he had full unrestricted access to the Kazekage's balcony. Which had the best damn view of the clouds in all of Suna if he did say so himself. So here he was, laying back on a long chair he'd moved from the office to the balcony, enjoying the afternoon sky with the sun just beginning to descend. He was contemplating possible ways to convince Gaara to give him this office, or at least, this balcony on a more permanent basis when the door opened. Shikamaru's heart lurched into his throat. No, no. He damn near shouted, rounding on his chair to stand up. I finished with the paperwork for today already. He never thought he'd feel actual relief hearing Ino's voice. It's just me, idiot. He sighed. I thought it was more of those idiots shoveling more papers in here by the cartload. Yeah, I gathered that. She walked up to him, prodding his waist bone with her foot. Scoot over. Why in the hell would I, hey? He cursed and grumbled as she shoved him, none too kindly, forcing him to capitulate her a spot on the long chair for her to plop herself down beside him. She sighed languidly. A contented sound that was thoroughly over-exaggerated as she raised her arms and crossed them behind her head. Shikamaru glared through half-narrowed eyes. What are you doing? Annoying you. What's it look like? Why? Why not? She chuckled. It's entertaining to me. Besides, you're too boring. If it were up to you, you'd probably sink into this chair and never get up again. How did you even find me? She rolled her eyes and planted them to meet his gaze. Shikamaru, please, it's me we're talking about here. I know you better than you know yourself. If you're not in the administrative desks down below doing some paperwork, you're at that shogi bar 20 meters from the bazaar, or at Chuji's favorite barbecue food stand, with Chuji most likely, and the last offshot would be training ground 3. And you go there just to do what you're doing now. So how'd you even know I was her dash? One of the girls down at the administrative desk said you were called up here earlier when I came to check on you. Shikamaru shrugged with his eyebrows. Then kept his silence as he turned his eyes back up to the sky. After a second or so he spoke up. I do go to other places. Your house doesn't count. The shadow wielder scrunched his lips up in thought. You're right, I really am boring. Ino laughed before reaching down and clasping his hand in hers. And this is why I'm around. I make things interesting again. If that's what you call it. She shoved him completely off the long chair this time. Konoha's nights were cold. It was almost as though winter was already here for the Leaf Village. You'd think Kiri would be colder being surrounded by water, but Toshiro found that where Kiri had cool mist to kiss your face when the breezes came, Konoha seemed to have shards of ice in its place. Every droplet of dew from the surrounding trees was like a knife of cold whenever it touched skin and a clammy wetness whenever it fell over clothing. Still, maybe he shouldn't be blaming the foreign village. After all, he was the one that decided to train at night. He wasn't even doing real night training such as stealth or confusion tactics. He was practicing his weapon katas. He wasn't really sure how long he'd been at it either. Maybe an hour or two. But he got to do this so little these days with all his new responsibilities he wanted to catch up. He didn't want to get rusty in his weapon skills. Couldn't afford to at this stage really. He finished the 20-second routine with an uppercut strike with his left axe followed by a spin and low, midsection blow with the right. Straightening with a breath, his ears twitched before he turned, seeing Kurenai walking towards him. The dark-haired beauty raised a slender delicate eyebrow, smirking. I had placed a genjutsu over myself. I didn't expect you to notice just yet. Spying on me? He asks with a small smile. She shrugged. Not really. I was visiting some old friends back at the Umbu precinct when I heard about some foreign ninja with axes by training ground 4. You're the only foreign ninja that I know of using axes, so I told them I'd come and check things out. Never seen you using those axes though. She was right, he'd never worn these before today, though he'd had them for quite a long time now. His older ones were gold-plated, double heads with redwood handles bound with a copper pommel and custom leather grips. These by comparison were much simpler, single-sided, with black leather and shining, almost brilliant metals that glimmered like polished silver. Toshiro looked over to the civilian homes not more than 250 feet away. I guess I'm scaring them. He commented, both to himself and to her. She stuffed her hands into the sleeves of her battle kimono. After what happened, can you really blame them for being jumpy around non-leaf ninja? No. He admitted, though from what I gathered civilian casualties were virtually non-existent, the Kazekage wasn't targeting them. You heard right, she admitted. That won't stop them from being a little jumpy for a while though. He nodded, placing his axes on their custom holsters at his waist. I guess this means I should be going back to my hotel then. She nodded with a smile. That would be the smart thing to do. But before you do, mind telling me when you got so good at genjutsu detection? It was his turn to smile. Didn't you tell me back when I was under your command not to reveal my every secret? She raised her hands in surrender. Fair enough then. Still, I'm going home to get some sleep. Don't make the umbu come by here, they'll be a lot less fun than I am. He nodded, watching her turn and begin making her way back to the village. He looked down to the axe holstered on his right hip, smiling just a little wider before deciding to head back to his hotel room. When he returned, the sun had long since fallen below the horizon, and would return again in just a few more scant hours. The house was as he left it, torches still illuminating the outer yards, every room as dark as the last save for the one with the flickering candlelight shining through from behind its thin sliding door. He walked in, his blue, sharp eyes instantly finding her there in the darkness. She was hunched over a desk, one arm folded around her head that lay flat on the desk, the other stretched out, the back of her skull resting on her forearm. Her blonde hair is tousled from sleep, her lips parted and her skin pale in the poor lighting. She is beautiful, and the sight alone is enough to bleed away the troubles of the day. The memory of her touch easing away the worries pounding through his mind. He reaches towards her, carefully lifting her from the table, deciding to carry her back to her room. She doesn't rouse until he's halfway to the door. You're back. She rasps out. Did you wait for me? He finds himself asking, stepping through the door. Would it be a bad thing if I said yes? He's not sure, so he keeps his silence. I can walk, you know? She says after a moment. You can. Is his answer, though he doesn't relinquish his hold. They stay quiet until he finally reaches her room. He opens the door, a push of chakra strong enough to inch it wider until he could slide his foot in and push it open himself. He sets her down on the bed, she's lethargic, still half asleep. He stands straight when she rolls over and looks at him. Hanabi came over. That makes him pause, raising an eyebrow. Did she? She nods, staring at him carefully. Yeah, she kind of figured out what happened. He looks to her neck, the small little purple bruise there so small he can barely make it out in the darkness. He's surprised, but he doesn't care about the secret as much as he probably should. I see. I'll speak to her tomorrow. Don't do anything to her. The Suna woman demanded. I'll only speak. He answered, acquiescing. There is silence between them again, him standing, her still laying. She averts her eyes, and he speaks, knowing what he has to say, knowing what she has to hear. What happened last night, it cannot dash. I know. She cuts him off. One-time thing. He nods. He goes to leave when she blurts out, do you regret it? Do you? I asked first. She says. He smiles, a little smirk tugging at his lips, all but lost in the gloom of the late hour. So you did. Finally, after an extended silence, she huffs. Though when she speaks, her voice quivers just the slightest bit with trepidation rather than annoyance. No. I don't. A tangle of emotions worms its way across his chest, coiling and wrapping themselves around him in a cacophony that's becoming more frequent in these last weeks than it ever had been throughout the previous decade. He goes to leave when she grasps at his hand. You didn't answer me. This time, there is no smile. No, I didn't. He goes to pull away, her grip holds him fast. He could force her to let him go, but he doesn't. He doesn't really want to if truth be told. He looks to her eyes, piercing the veil of low lights and wispy shadows, and as the words spill from his lips, no. I don't. He knows that she will stay here. That he will not take her when they finally march in just 1 month's time. That he will not risk her presence, her safety, her involvement, when he finally marches on her homeland. She is something he will keep safe, away from the fighting. Even if she will hate him with all the fires of the 9 hells when he returns. Such an important thing she was. He slips free of her hold as she gasps, quietly through her nostrils. He does not give her a chance to continue, a chance to speak, for this to go further. He steps out of the room and leaves. Chapter 113, The Drums of War. He cupped the cool water in his hand, bringing it up and splashing it onto his face as best he could, then bringing it over and onto his back. Winter was here, but Suna's midday sun could still be brutal on anyone traveling the dunes. He dipped his hand down again, bringing it to his lips this time and drinking gratefully. Water that didn't taste like the plastic of their canteens was a craving he'd had for the last few hours. He scratched at his forehead, he knew that it didn't really itch. It was just in his head. The seal there was as smooth as his own skin, the ink having dried weeks ago. It didn't stop him from rubbing it every now and again. Kiba stood as he heard the last of the enemy scouting band have their throats slit behind him. The Inuzuka turned, watching as Yuraki kicked the drying man to the floor, his blood washing over the sands. Another useless bunch, his subordinate said, wiping his blade before throwing the cloth on the floor. Kiba looked down on the bleeding leaf ninja as he thought, taking note of Shuzen coming back from disposing of the last one they'd killed. You couldn't let your guard down with these men, not with any of them. Even after weeks of fighting together across the dunes, he had little doubt they'd each kill him if they had half a chance. 3 had tried during the first few days. Those had been the first and last attempts. 2 others had tried to escape. They had, perhaps, gotten an hour head start before he discovered their absence. He used the seal to subsequently to locate them and kill them. He made sure the others found the bodies. This is getting bad, he said, more to himself than anyone else. Yeah, it is. Kurai, the only woman left in his squad, spoke up to his right, sitting on a stone, her booted feet next to the water. Just 2 weeks ago we'd be lucky if we saw 2 scouting bands every couple of days. Now they're coming out of the woodwork like roaches. We can't even get a full night's sleep before we have to set up an ambush again. We would be able to sleep and rest if our fearless leader didn't insist that we camp in the only oasis for 20 miles. We're seeing so many of them because they're practically flocking here. Shuzen put in, damn near growling at him. Kiba glared right back. Our orders are to deny the enemy the water they need to move forward, to report back if we discover heavy troop movement, and to scout this area. Shuzen snorted. Sitting down. Right, because we're all still good little soldiers. He does have a point though. Yuraki chimed in his 2 cents. We may be fine now, but soon enough we're gonna get sloppy with no sleep. And I'm too handsome to die just yet. We may want to move camp. That, and I'm pretty sure that these missing guys are gonna get noticed sooner or later. If not by them, well, missing, then smell will lead the bigger, stronger ninja here soon enough. Kurai added. We're not moving, period. The Devil King himself is gonna have to haul his sorry carcass over here before we leave. Hey, don't jinx us with bad luck by mentioning that guy. Let's just wait till Gyuro gets back with the others from the patrol and we can discuss dash. The discussion dash, Kiba snarled, flexing the clawed fingers of his prosthetic arm. Is over. Gyuro was the only ninja here that was anywhere near his strength level. And Kiba made sure that the first thing he did was see to it that he was gone as much as possible. Normally he sent him off alone, hoping somewhere in his mind that the criminal would get killed off by some leaf jounin. But he always came back. He was covered in grit or blood, but he always came back. Today was an exception however, these attacks were growing too frequent to be anything other than an advance into Suna. The others disagreed, what with the winter's freezing cold nights already on them, but Kiba could feel it. Something big was going down and the Devil King wouldn't give 3 good shits if it got colder than the frozen wastes to the far north. The others became quiet and contrite, and Kiba was all the more glad for it. These people were not exactly ones he wanted to get overly close with. It was an hour or so later when Gyuro finally arrived, Zhang, Tsuka and Kazuki with him. Kiba was going to open his mouth when the man cut him off and Kiba could see real, genuine fear on his face. Come here, you need to see this. Gyuro was a stout man, broad-shouldered, his face was stern with a jaw like an anvil, with a thin, surprisingly well-groomed mustache on his upper lip. The top of his head was clean-shaven with the rest tied into a well-cared-for knot at the back of his skull. Kiba narrowed his eyes, listening as the others questioned and Gyuro just told them to come along before he turned and began running. The Inuzuka followed, warily, ready to use the seal if he had to. The Inuzuka soon found himself making his way over the edge of a dune, sand going down his shirt and his pants as he crawled on his stomach to reach the top without being seen. Gyuro and the others doing the same. As soon as he was able to see past the sheet of sand, Kiba's mouth fell wide open, his lungs hitching in his chest as though his air didn't know whether to go in or out of his chest. Holy shit. Gyuro's nod went unseen beside him. I know. There's thousands of them. He exclaimed to the other man. And not a single one is a sellsword. Unlike that disaster on the Jianling, every single one of those men is a ninja. Trained and ready to fight. Kiba felt himself shaking his head. This, Suna will never survive this. After a minute or so, Kiba found his voice again. We need to report back to the Kazekage. Agreed. Though it would be better to get a more precise count first. Kiba looked to the man, meeting his eyes and thinking for a moment, alright, we'll stick around for a while. See if we can narrow it down a bit more but no one do anything stupid. They find one of us this close their people are gonna go crazy and you're gonna put us all at risk. They all nodded, then, they each began quietly moving across the ocean of sand, their eyes following the massive army below. When the sun began to fall, and the winds began to carry more cold than sand, he ordered the camp to be set up. He stood on the crest of a dune, watching, his blue eyes traveling this way and that way. He looked down to the men pitching up their tents or getting ready to set up a patrol around the established perimeter. It wasn't very long before he saw Yoshihiro waddling up the dune to speak to him, his weight making it more difficult than it perhaps should have been. When he was finally within speaking distance, the Tsuchikage spoke up. "You know, every damn scout within a mile from this place must have reported back that we're coming." "No," he answered with a shake of his head. "I have taken steps." Yoshihiro shrugged as he finally reached the top to stand beside him. "They'll know soon enough, won't they? It'll be hard to miss when we're breaking down their gate and climbing their walls." He didn't really have much of an answer to that. So he kept quiet. Finally the Tsuchikage spoke up again. "I notice you didn't bring Miss Sabaku along." "No, I didn't." He was somewhat ashamed to notice the vaguest hint of defensiveness in his voice. Yoshihiro stared at him for a good while before he decided to talk again. "So, I guess that means negotiation is out of the consideration list, eh?" "You knew it would be," he said, knowing that it was true. "Man can still hope, can't he?" Naruto shrugged. "Hope all you like. It will not change anything." Yoshihiro's lips tightened before he reached into his clothing and pulled out some papers, holding them in his hand. "The reports of the enemy ambush teams we've been able to kill that are guarding the oases. 38 killed by my count, we lost perhaps at least twice that." Naruto nodded, not even bothering to take the papers. "It is fine. Go see to your other duties, and to your men." With the blatant dismissal, Yoshihiro stuffed the papers in his clothing pocket again before he turned and began walking away. Just before the Tsuchikage was out of earshot, the Godame shouted down to him. "Yoshihiro." He waited for him to turn before finishing. "Inform the Sound Four to come here along with Jiraiya." When Kiba had rejoined his team, he spoke to each one at a time. "What did you learn?" he asked Shuzen first. "The Leafs have a sizable force of Kiri ninja, other villages are there too, but Kiri is the biggest chunk, I think." Yuraki shook his head beside them. No, you got it all wrong. Rock guys are the biggest besides Leafs. They have to be taking up at least 1/4 of that damn camp." "Doesn't matter, Kiba quickly interrupted. "Whichever one's biggest, we know that Kiri and IWA are their best supporting troops now. Anyone else have anything to add?" "Judging by the amount of tents they're pitching down there alone, Kurai began. "I'd have to say that there's got to be at least 3.5, maybe even 4,000 ninja here." Kiba felt the breath get knocked out of him. He'd expected a vanguard force to secure a beachhead in the winter first. Never something like this. Never this soon. 4,000, Suna didn't even have a fourth of that number. Before he could get too much farther into his deliberation, Gyuro spoke up, his voice as scratchy and gritty as gravel. "The Devil King," he said, making everyone's hearts shudder with a jolt of fear. "He's here, eastern end of the camp." His heart hammered beneath his chest. Was it all fear? Or could he detect the faintest hint of anticipation in his thoughts? "You're sure?" The others began murmuring amongst themselves, as quiet as they dared. Gyuro nodded once, meeting Kiba's eyes unflinchingly. "Yes. He's here." Kiba licked his dry lips. He wanted to fight, to see that bastard with his own eyes. But he restrained himself, if only just. There was more at stake here now than just him. Suna would burn if word did not reach them of this attack force. Maybe other teams got away and already sent word. But he wasn't about to trust any other teams with this. They may be dead, or they may not have seen this yet, and he would get there before them. Every minute counted here. He nodded to himself. "All right, we have what we need. Let's head back to Suna, tell them what's coming." He moved to stand when Gyuro caught his wrist. "Wait," he said. Kiba looked at the older man, his serious eyes, the firm set of his jaw. He knew that look. "Don't you see what this is?" At his silence, the veteran ninja continued. "We can end this here?" When Zhang, the shortest member of their group, spoke up with, "Wait. Us fight the Devil King? Are you nuts?" it basically summed up the rest of the group's general thoughts. Gyuro shook his head, though he kept looking straight at Kiba. "Face it, boy. We were broken out of prison to do Black Ops raid missions against enemy scouts. Even if we survive this, Suna may be destroyed, and even if it isn't, it's highly unlikely that the Kazekage will pardon us since he doesn't even know we're out here. 8 men can't make much of a difference against 4,000, especially not in a protracted siege. But right here, right now, we cut off the head of the snake and the body dies. I may not have been a paragon of virtue in my life, but I do still love my home. And against this, against him. I think I'm willing to die if there's even the smallest chance that we might win. Even if half his army turned on him right now, and we all managed to fight him, we won't win." Someone said. Kiba didn't even bother to identify who. "He can't be killed." I'd like to test that for myself. Gyuro answered. He burned Kumo to the ground. If he makes it to Suna, he will do no less. The Kazekage will die, everyone we've ever known will die. We die. The others were about to continue arguing when Kiba stood, pulling himself free of the older man's grip. If he were honest with himself, he could admit that he truly had been looking for an excuse. Well, that makes things simple then. He finally said and saw Gyuro smile. None of them took any real note of the small snake that slithered nearby. I have a task for the 5 of you. He confessed looking at them. Something you must do in the battle. Shouldn't we discuss this in the War Council meeting then? Jiraiya asked, curious. The fewer know of this the better. Naruto explained, shaking his head. What I'm going to ask you to do is arguably the most important aspect of this attack. Alright, so out with it already. Naruto glared at Tayuya. Please. She decided to ask after a moment or two, sufficiently unnerved after his extended glaring. Seemingly satisfied, he extended his hand to the ground at their feet, with a muttered word, Wind Chakra carved a precise sketch of Sunagakure in the sand. You will be deployed here. He knelt, and pressed his finger at a spot that was very near the center of the village. Once I've personally breached the village's eastern gate, you 3 will move here and begin. Kiri will attack the northern gate, so you should find little resistance if you're careful. I expect you to be there by the time our IWA forces circle to the south. Once you've arrived there, you 4 will guard Jiraiya while he works. On what? The Toad Sannin asked skeptical. A seal, Naruto answered simply. One I designed myself. You must learn it, and be able to duplicate it in 7 days' time, that is when we will attack. Jiraiya nodded. Okay, and what does dash? They stopped, all but Naruto going tense for half a heartbeat before Jiraiya continued. That the seal do? I need specifics if I'm going to make it quickly. As he spoke, Naruto whispered to the others. Leave. They are after me and will not attack with you present. Tell no one in the camp, the assassins can't be alerted. In a normal volume he continued. I will inform you of the specifics at the War Council. Return to your duties for now. They all turned, acting as normal as they ever would, giving little to no hint of their awareness. Naruto remained at the dune, smiling to himself. Did you hear enough, little dog? When wooden puppets surged from the sand around, he had his answer. Yes. I think you did. Wasting no more time, he turned, too fast for the eyes of the men he was fighting against. 3 of the 6 puppets were cut into hundreds of pieces with a wide backhand movement. The Devil King continued with his momentum, spinning in place. He ducked fluidly beneath the blades of the other puppets, rising with an uppercut that shattered the main chassis of a 4th puppet. Finally, as the other 2 puppets that had passed him turned for a second pass, he swiveled around to face them, releasing twin streams of searingly hot flames that reduced them to so much ash and half-melted pieces of metal. Naruto craned his neck, turning his head sideways to avoid the shuriken that would otherwise have carved straight through the back of his skull. Turning on his heel, his foot shot out, and with a gut-churning crunch, one ninja's head was twisted until his neck was snapped off his spine. When he fell, his head landed, awkwardly. He blinked, the genjutsu dispelled just in time for him to hear the last part of his assailant's words. A stard. He raised his hand, blocking the savage swing that would have driven the ninja's kunai into his ear before he elbowed him in the chest and turned with a backhand that may have shattered his jaw. The man fell to the sands choking on blood. Taking a back step, the Hokage deftly avoided a kunoichi's downward sword swing. 3 more were closing in behind him. He caught her follow-up swing with his palm, the edge of her sword barely cutting into his skin before he snapped the thing in half. He grabbed the young woman by the face with his other hand. Futon Shoha, the concussive force sent her skidding across the dunes over what must have been 100 feet of sand. She was most likely dead, her brain hemorrhaging with the forces. If she wasn't, then he was fairly certain she was not going to get back into the fight anytime soon. Turning around, he drove the broken sword still held in his hand up through the bottom of his next opponent's mouth and straight through the skull, the tip of the sword just peeking up from the very top of the man's hair. Pushing him away, Naruto turned and drove his fist head on into the stone projectile of his enemy, shattering the rock and using the dust to obscure his disappearance. Gyuro felt the world go dark as something struck the back of his head, hard. He fell to the sand with a dull thud, and when Naruto turned, it was only to catch Kiba's claw-tipped prosthetic arm with one hand and grip his throat with another, cutting off whatever was about to leave his mouth. Ah! He remarked, smiling thinly. Inuzuka. I should have guessed by the smell. How is your sister faring these days? He tightened his grip on Kiba's throat when the dog tried to lash out at him. The leaf-turned Suna ninja fumbled in his holster, reaching for a blade. That's not going to work. Naruto remarked as he finally found one. He began to raise it, only for the weapon to become so hot it burned his flesh, forcing him to drop it. Despite his lack of air, Kiba managed to force out the words. Just die, damn you. Before that can happen. Wouldn't you have to, I don't know, actually hurt me. How's this? The prosthetic hand Naruto was holding suddenly lost all strength, going slack as he saw Kiba pull his arm free of the hand as though pulling out of a glove, revealing another, gleaming blade, hidden within the clawed hand itself, attached to the prosthetic's wrist. Kiba drove it forward, aiming for Naruto's chest. And with the same, limp claw-tipped hand still in his grip, Naruto caught the knife between two of its fingers, stopping the weapon inches from his flesh and snapping it like he'd done the sword earlier. He was not so effective at stopping the one that was driven straight through the back of his knee, however. Naruto roared, pushing Kiba so hard the Inuzuka found himself flying as Naruto turned to face whoever had hit him. It was Gyuro, his eyes glazed with a concussion. Run! He shouted. Run and tell them. You can't win now. That was all Naruto let him get out before he punched down on the top of the man's head, very likely killing him if the crunch of bone was any clue. The Hokage turned to face Kiba again, only to be forced to dodge a hail of shuriken being thrown from the last two ninja in Kiba's little band, the puppeteers, offering cover as Kiba ran to his escape. Naruto heard a groan behind him. He spared a glance, finding the ninja whose jaw he shattered getting back to his feet. Then the man got an arrow through the neck for his trouble, courtesy of Kimimaro, as the Sound Four rushed up the dune again with others, drawn by the commotion. He saw Hanabi there, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Yoshihiro. Run, little dog. Turning back to face his escaping enemy, Naruto caught a kunai between his fingers and tossed it aside as the three ran for their lives. Let's not make it too easy. Kiba panted, listening to Zhang and Yuraki running next to him. He could barely hear Yuraki's repeated mutters of holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, over the crunching of sand beneath his boots and the rapid staccato of his own heart. They were outright sprinting across the dunes. Kiba wasn't sure how fast the Devil King could be with his leg like that, but he wasn't going to take any chances. Finally, after crossing what must have been 100 yards, the last three Suna ninja stopped for a breath. Holy shit. Yuraki repeated again. Did we just escape the Devil King? He asked, looking back and finding no one. Kiba was about to nod when suddenly, erupting from the earth like some Wyrm from ancient legends, a massive snake shot out and slammed into Zhang. The Sunanin barely had time to scream before he was buried beneath the sand. Run! Kiba yelled and both took off again, their panicked eyes scanning the dark sands for movement. The snakes emerged with such force, with such unbelievable stealth. Kiba felt himself beginning to fall into the realm that spelled death for any ninja. Panic. They came out of shadows where none existed. The sands became an ocean that hid 100 million of them. With every step they were nipping at his heels, fangs dripping with venom, half again as large as any building in Suna. They would swallow him whole. He didn't even see when Yuraki was caught. He just heard the scream. A sound that was so quickly silenced he wondered if he'd heard it at all. He kept on running. When the Sound Four, Jiraiya, Hanabi and several other Konoha ninja finally crested the dune and joined him, Naruto had already pulled out the kunai from the back of his knee, and was standing tall, staring at the foolish dog as he ran back to his masters with his tail between his legs. Kidamaru already had an arrow notched into his bow. I got him, he said, already transforming so his sight could extend across the expanse of night. He watched unblinking, adjusting his aim. It was an insane shot, but Naruto had little doubt he'd be able to hit him, even from here. The Hokage's eyes flashed for the briefest of instants. Kidamaru released his arrow. The force that struck Kiba's prosthetic shoulder sent him tumbling forward. It was only muscle memory and instinct that allowed him to roll with the powerful blow, regain his legs and keep on sprinting. Son of a bitch. The spider ninja roared, ready to notch another arrow before Naruto raised his hand. Enough, the fool will die soon. The arachnid ninja looked displeased, his curse-seal form only adding to the severity of his expression. I don't miss. He growled, his breath fogging in the freezing night air. This time you did. Naruto said simply before looking to the others. The camp was beginning to stir, restless from the commotion. Go calm the men down, then I want all of you to gather everyone of import to meet. It's time for a war council. The Sound Four, Hanabi and the others bowed. As they turned to leave, Naruto gave Jiraiya a look which told him to stay. Now that that's over with. The Sannin drawled once the others were out of earshot. Where's that seal you mentioned? I need to get to a fire before I freeze to death out here. Naruto reached into his coat, pulling a scroll free and handed it to him. The Sannin's eyes scanned over the thing as he unrolled it, raising an eyebrow. A chakra channeling scroll? In essence. Naruto conceded. Though it is a bit more complicated than that. You will first use the seal. Once you have fulfilled your part, then I will do the rest. Jiraiya looked down at it and shrugged. Okay, so what exactly is my part? She was shivering so bad Kisame may have thought the woman was going through some kind of seizure if he didn't know any better. How the hell are you cold? He asked, throwing another stick in the fire. You're a damn container for the Kyuubi. It's chakra's hot as hell. She shivered more as she glared at him. How the hell are you not? She stuttered out, trying to wrap the cloak tighter around herself, her feet all but placed over the flames of the fire pit. The monster of Kiri shrugged. I can take cold just fine. Heat is what'll annoy the hell out of me. Akina groaned, falling onto her side and all but curling her body around the heat of the fire. How the hell can Naruto do this to his own men? This cold is brutal. Kisame smiled. And we're only carrying equipment for 2 people, and hunting for our food. Those guys in his army have to carry a surplus of food, equipment, weaponry. Anything and everything, even the kitchen sink. Things get damaged and lost in armies. So they need lots of spares. The most surplus we're carrying are your damn blankets. Akina opened her eyes looking at him from across the fire. Stop the dramatics already, make your point. Kisame barked out a quick laugh as he shook his head. I'm saying that just this march alone, let alone the fighting ahead, is going to exhaust his men. I wouldn't be surprised if half of them are practically keeling over before the first jutsu are exchanged. You're saying that Suna has a chance then? She was sure now that Kisame's constant, ever-present, annoying, I know something you don't, smiles, were the most absolutely infuriating thing about the man. A small one. He said. Damn near non-existent, but it's there. They could win, if that Kazekage of yours really tries, and the Demon King really doesn't. Akina sighed, tucking her head down to her chest, scooting just an inch or 2 closer to the fire. And you're enjoying every second of this, aren't you? She asked, her voice a mix of sadness and distaste. Kisame shrugged. I am what I am. They remained quiet for a few more moments before Kisame spoke up again. I don't want to kill you, girl. She raised her head to look at him. I kind of figured that, seeing as how we've been traveling together for a month or 2 now. Don't act stupid. He said. No smile adorned his face this time. You know what I'm talking about. She sat up, ignoring the cold with the severity their conversation had taken on. To Kisame's surprise, the young woman didn't become angry, her face only grew more somber as she looked at him. I don't want to lose any more friends, Kisame. I'm going there to fight. He shot back, more serious than she'd ever heard him before. I ain't fighting for Sand's dirt, and I'm not fighting for Leaf's peace. I'm going there to fight and die if they can kill me. If your friends get in my way, it makes little difference, I will kill them. You can try to fight me now, you might just win, then again, you might not. As important as those friends of yours in Suna might be to you, I know that stopping your brother is higher on your list of priorities. And if we fight and I do kill you, I sure as hell won't go out of my way to try to stop him the way you plan to. Akina stared into the fire for a moment, bowing her head, her hair shadowed her eyes, though he could faintly see the glimmer of tears trailing down her cheeks. You're a real bastard, you know that. When she shivered, Kisame wasn't completely sure it was from the cold this time. He shrugged. I am what I am. Good, good. Baki found himself repeating as he watched Gaara hold his meditative stance. Good, keep your focus, remember, it's not about force, it's all about control. You're channeling the attack, you're not just hurling it free. Gaara kept his eyes closed, listening to Baki's words as he concentrated on his task. The technique did work, that was the good news. The bad news was that he wasn't sure if it would truly work in the heat of combat. In this serene environment, with sand beneath his feet, the shade of the mountain over his head, the Kazekage was more than capable of keeping the level of focus necessary to maintain this. When the fight was joined though, and he was left with his adrenaline high, and he heard the screaming and the shouting, when Uzumaki's fire attacks were all but melting his skin off, could he keep his focus then? He wasn't sure. And to rely on a maybe when fighting the Devil King was nigh tantamount to a suicide. The worst news was that he couldn't really test it out. This wasn't a skill he would ever even dream of using on an ally. It was a kill technique, plain and simple. He could test its defensive properties, and how it would hold up against other types of attacks, but Baki's jutsu were nowhere near on the level of Konoha's Hokage. It would be like comparing his sand coffin technique to his fully transformed Shikaku state. All in all, this thing worked on theory, and Gaara's first real test run of it was going to be when he fought Naruto again. He began to move, striking with the practiced ease of his taijutsu style. It wasn't impressive by any real stretch imagination, he was no taijutsu master, but it gave him practice at keeping the flow of his chakra even and precise while moving. He picked up his speed with every strike, trying to move as fast as he would be moving in a real fight. All the while Baki stood by, nodding as he tried to detect some flaw, some hiccup that wouldn't make this thing work. Dodge. he shouted, launching a small fireball attack at the Geisuke's feet. Gaara, and felt the technique fluctuate for the briefest of instants with the sudden movement, but soon enough he was able to regain my focus. Nevertheless Baki felt it, and the redhead could tell his sensei was frowning by the tone of his voice as he shouted. Again. Barely giving Gaara enough time to land before he had to jump again. They both stopped, sensing Shikamaru's approach before they ever saw him. Gaara's mind was wandering to every worst-case scenario he'd ever thought of. And he'd managed to think of quite an impressive number these last few weeks. When the shadow user finally did reach their training grounds, Gaara wasted no time. What happened? Shikamaru's face was grim. Follow me. They walked in one by one less than 2 hours later. He could see their faces as they each took a seat. Normally they met in his office, or even, informally out of it. He never called them into the tower's war room before. He'd never had a reason to use it really. They were all thinking something different, some were still hopeful that this room, and the implications it brought, didn't necessarily go hand in hand, that it wouldn't come as a full package. Others were curious, wondering just how grave things could have gotten and how quickly, for him to just call a meeting like this. But either way, he could see that everyone who walked into this room had one thing in common. They were afraid. It wasn't an obvious thing really. But it was there, that little, black snake at the back of their minds. They were all afraid. They could all just see the storm gathering at the very edge of the horizon. It wasn't a question anymore of, will it reach us, but rather a question of when. These people probably thought they still had at least another month, maybe even 3, when spring would be here. And Gaara hated to say that he'd thought so too. He expected retribution, but not this quickly. Not in the dead of winter, and nothing this massive. The last of them arrived, took their seats, and he spoke. We have 7 days, at best. Then we're going to have an army of 4,000 shinobi tearing down our walls. Their reactions were as varied as their expressions had been. Some shouted, others demanded answers, others remained stoic, others more were simply shocked into silence, some murmured and others spoke with an aide, or a neighbor. My lord old Fuzu stood, his beard white and reaching down to his shirt. His position at the ripe old age of 94 was advisory at best, a platitude at worst, held there only because of so many long years of good service that it'd be in bad taste, almost a disgrace to remove him at this stage. This is unexpected, it was not meant to be this soon . But it is this soon . He interrupted a bit more harshly than he intended. Fuzu. He continued, gentler. And there's nothing that can change that now. More murmuring, voices that were quickly escalating in volume. Enough. He shouted after a moment or two, silencing the room now full of grim faces more than anything else. We all knew this was coming. There are plans in place, those of you who have your orders go and see that they get done. Quickly, there is too little time as it is. Ninja commanders, remain here. More than half of the people filed out, some going off to secure the village's holdings, its supplies, to make certain everything was ready when the enemy hit and the civilians were taken to the caves that honeycombed the mountains to the west of the village. It would be Suna's last, possible escape route. Its tight spaces and labyrinthine passageways formed bizarre dizzying network that no one could traverse without being lost for hours. Should the worst come to pass, the last of the village's ninja would hold off the enemy there with traps and ambushes, giving the genin, that had been trained thoroughly and repeatedly in the use of the passages, time enough to escort the civilians through. They would emerge miles westward far away from the village, their enemies, and damn near everything else. It wouldn't give them a guaranteed chance of survival. But it would be a chance nonetheless. The lives saved, not the enemies killed, would determine if they won or lost in his mind. Finally, when all the ones who initially stood, filed out, he was left with his commanders. He focused on the defenses, of the eastern wall first, that's where the enemy was coming from and it was most likely where the brunt of the enemy force would hit. The heaviest fighting is going to take place there. Shikamaru spoke up from where he sat. Kiba said that he overheard Konoha's Kage say he would break through the eastern wall, personally. Kiba, it was Ino who spoke up this time. I thought he was on leave for, you know. He was. Gaara bit out, glaring at Shikamaru. He'd had words with the shadow user after he'd learned just why Kiba was out there. He was scheduled for the removal of the cage bird seal tomorrow morning. Knowing well enough to drop a subject when a tone like that was brought up, Ino deftly continued. Well, either way, I don't recommend putting our heaviest hitters there. The Hokage is too strong, you don't want to waste your elites trying to bring him down and leave everything else defenseless. It wouldn't matter. Daisuke, one of Gaara's Umbu captains, one who'd personally supervised Akina while she'd been here, if he recalled. If that number is accurate, then Konoha, at the very least, outnumbers us 4-1. We are ninja, not infantry spearmen. When our chakra begins to run dry, we will die. And with each one of us needing to fight for, we will die quickly. Most of those men he has will be little more than chunin. Another captain argued back. Does it matter? How many shinobi ranked A or higher do we have? 2, perhaps, 300, if all goes well and those we call back from the field return in time, if they return at all. How many does Konoha have marching down on us? 800? 1,000? We cannot match them blow for blow. Daisuke turned his masked eyes to Gaara. I say we hit the Devil King with everything we've got. Every single shinobi be rank or higher at the eastern gate ready to throw a jutsu at him. It's the only chance we have. To cut off the head of the snake doesn't mean the body is gonna die. Tsunade, the head medical ninja of Suna, replied, her cheek resting on her fist. She seemed either bored or amused by Daisuke's words. Say you kill him, half of Suna's manpower dead, what makes you think Konoha is just going to retreat? Everyone knows that all Konoha is will fall to pieces the moment the Devil King stops breathing. He is literally the mortar between the stones. Without him Iwa goes back to being mountain dwellers, Kiri goes on fighting for the scrap on their islands, and Konoha will probably be attacked by anyone and everyone with half a grude or a mind for spoils. This war does last a day, after he is killed. You can't kill this one though, can you? The slug princess smiled. I'll at least try. Tsunade looked like she was about to say something else before Shikamaru decided to interrupt. Trying to spread our forces out evenly he began, standing up and pulling a piece of paper from the side of his chair. Or trying to beat Konoha's Devil King outright will have us dead in an hour and our people half slaughtered by the morning. If we're lucky. He walked over to Gaara, reaching out and placing the folded sheet of paper on his desk. I trust we all remember Zhuge. Gaara's eyes narrowed and his fist tightened on the cloth at his knee, hidden to all others by the desk as he leaned forward, nodding slowly. I'm taking a page from his book here. The Nara continued. We can't match them for numbers, even with our walls and fallback points, and we sure as hell can't just off the head of the snake as Lady Tsunade put it, so, traps. We booby trap everything. Every back alley, every rooftop, every shingle. I am not blowing up my village. Gaara deadpanned. We're not blowing it up, I just mean everything we can possibly bring, kunai traps, explosive note traps, razor wire, hell drop a caltrip under their shoes for all I care, just do everything and anything you can to slow down the fodder. See he turned around now addressing the whole room. The problem with your recommendation is he pointed to Ino. We're eventually just gonna be overwhelmed, even if we kill 2 people for every one of theirs we still don't have enough manpower to fight a war of attrition, and conversely, throwing your entire army at a guy that's known to level enemy forces single-handedly, is more a tactic of desperation. It fits, really, but I rather not condone active suicide. The shadow user saw that he had their attention, so he continued. With my plan, everything below Jounin will either be killed, or at the very least slowed down. Meaning that their elites fight our elites while our guys are still fresh, and when we need to fall back, since we will know our way around the traps we'll be able to get around them while the enemy has to pass through the gauntlet. This gives our men a chance to rest, disorganizes enemy ranks, and overall works better in our favor, especially if we put the heaviest traps along the north and south. Why there? Chuji asked. I don't think traps are gonna do much against the Devil King. Putting traps along the east is just going to be like spitting at a house and hoping to bring it down. He extended his shadow, contorting and conforming it until it resembled the general layout of the village. He threw 6 kunai, on both the northern and southern districts, our traps. They'll slow down north and south, the eastern front here a shadowy blob, in the shape of the leaf insignia made its way slowly forward. Overextends itself. Here more blobs appeared, taking the shape of the Suna insignia, 2 to the north, 2 to the south and 1 large one in the center. Each of these moved forward, with the north and southern ones abandoning their positions along the traps and advancing on the leaf. We surround them on 3 sides, right there we concentrate our forces as much as possible until the northern and southern enemies, here Kiri and Iwa symbols appeared on their respective sides, break through the traps, then we fall back to the main courtyard bazaar, also heavily trapped. And after the enemy suffers heavy losses we can engage in a war of attrition. Sakura piped up nodding to herself. And to go with the traps, the puppet users will be at a huge advantage. We could design entire traps that would go off when they say so, rather than just using tripwire or something else as fallible. They can make them go off when they want rather than when an enemy triggers them, making them twice as deadly. You're essentially combining both types of strategies. First stage we attack, second stage we purely defend. Shikamaru nodded. An arrow without a bow is useless, as is the bow without the arrow. Combine them both however. He trailed off. Gaara looked to the rest of the assembled Umbu and Jounin. Does anyone have any disagreements? At the ensuing silence he spoke again. If this is to be carried out, then the civilians will have to be evacuated. Today. Shikamaru interrupted. It'll take teams at least 2 days working round the clock to get these traps up and cataloging them. We have no more time to waste on holding the hands of the non-combatants. Gaara nodded and was about to continue when a voice spoke up from the upper rafters. Nara-san, Kazekage-sama. He looked up, bringing his eyes to Yuang. She looked at him dead in the eye as she spoke, as serious as he'd ever seen her. I request that you leave the northern front to me. You do not have command of my men. He dismissed her, ready to keep discussing things with Shikamaru when she spoke up again, a little louder to cut him off. I did not say to leave the defense to me and some men. I said, leave it to me. He paused, raising an eyebrow. He saw others do the same as they craned their heads to look up at her. To you? Alone? Yes. She answered, as though it was the simplest thing in the world. You will have the time that you need. One ninja can't just hold off an army by themselves. Someone said. I will succeed. You will have the time you need. Shikamaru snorted. You want us to entrust the entire northern side to one kunoichi? She shrugged. Can you afford not to? I will need only the assistance of 2 to 3 puppeteers, as many as can give me control of 10 puppets, after that they can leave to other fronts and fight there. Kiri is attacking from the north, Iwa from the south and the bulk of Konoha from the east. Who does Kiri have of note, since the death of Guan, his apprentice, and Jinchiyo Tachibana? No one. Lesser names to those who came before, barely worthy of being listed as a ranking ninja. Iwa however still has the devil Shimazu to say the least. Konoha itself has legends like the Mistress of Genjutsu, the Green Beast, Copy Ninja, the Devil King. You'll be hard-pressed to face any one of these people, let alone all of them. Withdraw your troops from the northern sector, devote more of your traps to the south, the bazaar's fallback point, and the center line. Those who you wish to attack the Konoha ninja from the north can be divided. One group will circle around from the north, another will continue fighting on the southern line, stalling Iwa's forces exponentially more if they work in conjunction with the traps. What guarantee do we have that you can accomplish what you say? Gaara asked. There are no guarantees in war. She answered. But I promise that I will, at the very least, cut Kiri's forces in half. It was a bold claim, and he didn't really believe it. Still, the truth was she was right. They didn't have the manpower. Even with Shikamaru's plan they would be stretched thin. Before I agree to any of this, you're going to tell me exactly what it is you're planning. She nodded. In private. Gaara then stood and walked over to Shikamaru, looking down at the shadow map. There's only one thing about this I don't like. Shika shrugged when he stayed quiet. I can use shadows, not red mines. He tapped his foot at the village center, where the leaf insignia still was. This. Kiba said he overheard Jiraiya planning to use some kind of seal in the village center. If we let them in, then they're going to charge right for the goal. That is the bait to make them overextend themselves. How do we stop them after they've taken the bait? Shikamaru took a deep breath, then let it out as a sigh. Well, here, we're just gonna have to rely on a bit of good luck to be on our side, to be honest. We haven't had a lot of good luck recently. The Nara shrugged, then pray that they have some very bad luck instead. She hated this room. She hated everything in it. The bed, the desk, the chakra-absorbing walls. It wasn't a room, it was a damn cell. Most of all she hated that door. She remembered when he said she would be staying here when he left. She struggled and cursed, doing everything she could to avoid it, save for attacking him physically. She didn't do that. In the end, he put her to sleep, some genjutsu or other. He'd carried her here, and when she woke up she was locked in some room that had its own bathroom and bedroom, her chakra levels barely above that of a genin. She was brought food every morning. Though she was always asleep for it, with her chakra levels as they were, she was susceptible to the Umbu's genjutsu. When she first woke up, she'd beaten her hands bloody against that damn door, cursing him, Konoha, all of his soldiers and damn near everything else. She'd called him a coward, a bloodthirsty monster even. She'd shouted that day until she damn near felt her throat bleeding. She'd cried too. She still couldn't say what brought that on. Frustration. Hurt maybe. All she knew was that she'd shouted and cried until she finally fell asleep naturally. I cannot have you with me, he said. But it wasn't what he said, it's what he didn't say. You can convince me to stop. You can convince your brother to stop. You can make it so that this never happens. All these things she heard as she remembered. Recalling it now, she thinks she can see just how sad he was, maybe. Or maybe it's just her imagination trying to soften the blow. No matter what though, that door remained firmly shut, and there was nothing she could do. So she slept as much as she could, hoping the days would go by quicker. She wasn't sure how long she'd been in here. She would read every now and again, the dozen or so books he'd left here. 2 were her favorites, the others were ones she'd bookmarked to read through. She had to wonder when he'd noticed. Or was it a servant who'd placed these here for her? Taking note of the prisoner's preferences as she cleaned. She moved to reach one of the books now when a resounding click rang through her room. Temari never would have believed the sound of an opening lock could ever be quite so beautiful, or that it would make her heart stop, but it was, and it did. The door opened, and a man tossed something. It landed at her feet. It was night outside, and the cold wind felt blissful as it kissed her cheek. "Come on," he said, hissing out a whisper. "We don't have much time." She reached down, grasping shuriken, kunai holsters, and a change of clothes. She looked back up at the man. "Who dash?" she began before looking more closely at his face. "Wait, I know yo dash. We don't have the time." Her rescuer hissed. "I promise I'll explain everything on the way, but we must get to Suna now. You're the only one that might be able to stop this." Chapter 114, The Final Battle. The men moved, so Mini Hanabi found herself momentarily lost as to what exactly she was doing. The enormity of this was only now starting to hit her as thousands of men and women marched this way and that way, preparing themselves. She found herself overwhelmed. This is really happening. When Naruto stood behind her, she didn't need to use her Byakugan to be aware of it, only he could stand there and just make you know that he was there. She turned, and was only caught off guard because he was finally wearing his armor. She'd never really seen him using it, she realized. Always from a distance at most, the flaming red of the cloak, or perhaps just the hint of that face mask. She'd never really been standing in front of him. Except maybe for that night when Hinata had escaped with her and half of the Hyuga house, and her cousin Niji died. That seemed like a lifetime ago. It was like the fading memory of a half-shaded dream. She bowed at the waist, blushing faintly when she realized she'd been staring at him. "Hokage-sama. Shouldn't you be preparing?" he asked, and she noted that his voice was deeper. It sounded like metal, or rock scraping against rock. "I already have," she said. She wasn't boasting or posturing, she was simply stating a fact. He nodded, took another moment to look around the camp, as though searching for something before he turned to look at her again. "You're staying here." It was spontaneous, and she could swear he'd just come to that decision. Why? If it was in her to shout, she would have. As it was, her expression and tone gave away her indignant surprise. "The camp needs a captain." That was a blatant lie and they both knew it. "The camp dash," she shot back, all but gritting her teeth, "is nearly 2 miles away from the village. They do not have the men to attack, and even if they did, a blind man can see them coming long before they get here." He was quiet for a moment before he damn near sighed out his words. "You're staying." Hanabi glared. "You're doing this for Hinata, aren't you? You're doing this because of Dash." "I'm doing this, Dash," he interrupted. "For your own well-being." His crossed arms fell to his sides as he stepped closer, towering almost a full head above her. "Believe me, Dash," he implored, staring at her pearl orbs through the shadow of his hood. "This is one battlefield that you do not want to be a part of. Stay away from it, be safe." She glared, her jaw clenching, her teeth grinding before she turned around and all but stalked away from him, furious. Naruto watched her leave, not saying anything more as he cut open his thumb with a mild use of wind chakra, the blood dripping from a slit in the gauntlet's thumb. Kuchios no Jutsu Dash. He woke in the middle of the night, seconds before the Chunin burst into his room shouting out for him. "Kazekage-sama." He was already up, getting dressed. The alarm on the man's face told him everything he needed to know. "Go," he ordered. "Wake my brother, then get to the Umbu and Jounin. Everyone is to get to their designated stations immediately." The man bowed as he turned and left the room. As he put on the last of his clothing, Gaara looked out the window. Only the very beginnings of dawn were peeking through the clouds, painting the sky with purples and oranges. There, just slightly over the active hustle of the city's defenders, he could hear it, could hear them. "Let them come," he thought. He walked onto the village walls. Dozens of men and women were already there, more were joining them. His personal Umbu guard were at his back as they all felt their eyes drawn to the seething mass of bodies that was gathering just at the next rise. He heard the thudding footsteps long before the words left his brother's mouth. "Funny." "What is?" he asked, and vaguely, the teal-eyed village leader noted that many were paying attention to their words. Save for Kankuro, more than 100 people were standing here and these walls were as silent as any crypt beneath the village. "I thought I'd be a lot more scared," his brother confessed before releasing some small laughs. Gaara felt his lips twitch, the smile tugging at his mouth before he let it free, feeling it spreading across his face. His brother's laughter was infectious and he soon found himself joining the puppet master. Not even when he saw Manda, great and terrible, rising over the sand dunes with a hissing screech, like some sea dragon of legend, did he stop. He and his brother laughed as though they were the only ones on that wall and no one else was standing around looking at them strangely. When their laughter died down, the Kazekage stared out at the expanse of desert between them. "Tell me what you see out there." He called in general, speaking to everyone, and yet no one. When he got no response he looked to his sides, to the men and women flanking him. Manda hissed beneath his feet, the great, ancient serpent rumbling as he shook the sand free of his scales, stretching almost languidly as the warmer air began to replace the cold, the sheer heat of the desert waking him from his lethargy. "Sasonagagakure," he hissed. "Perceptive of you," he answered, thousands of ninja gathering at the great serpent's flanks. "So, this is it then." The blonde was quiet for a moment atop his head before he responded. "Yes. This is the end of it. Come on, tell me, what do you see out there?" One man answered, hesitant, unsure, it was practically a question. "Konoha ninja?" Gaara looked out to the plains, beginning to laugh once more. "Are you all as insulted as I am? Do you all see that this is what they're sending against us?" He smiled, clear and bright as day for all to see as he stared at the massing enemy with humored contempt in his eyes as he shouted out to them. "They send an army of whipped dogs and cowards, men who fell on bended knee and gave up their dignity and pride ages ago. This is what they're sending against us? We stand on the greatest city of our entire nation, shoulder to shoulder, our families and homes at our back, and this is it? Does the slug still live?" "She does," Naruto answered, his weight shifting as the snake's massive head moved beneath him. "Should she summon Katsuyu, focus on fighting her. I trust you can handle it. I will be dealing with the Kazekage, and my sister. Shesh will die." "Words are meaningless," he shot back. "Make it a reality, then you can speak. My people, my fellow ninja." He was shouting now, chakra infusing itself into his voice box to carry his words as far as they would go, and climbed up onto the very battlements of the wall, standing a full head and chest above everyone. As he turned around to look at them, more had gathered, below the wall, on the streets, their eyes on him. "I have heard you all say his name, whispering in fear and curses since this war began. The Devil King of Konoha. But, I am going to ask you now, do you know who I am?" Some said yes. Just a few among the hundreds. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes." It was a chorus that answered this time. "Let me make it clear for you. I am Sabaku no Gaara, Yondaime Kazekage of Sunagakure." A subdued cheer. It was not enough. Not even close. "Never again will you serve as you serve now. Nothing in your life will matter as much, no duty you will ever have will be as real or hold such consequence as the actions you achieve today. Today we will carve a legend into the flesh of every invader that dares try to come into this city. Our blood is the blood of the heroes and legends that first built this. Our city." Now the cheers were coming, truthfully and without hesitation. Naruto's sharp ears could faintly hear the cries coming from the wall. The chants and yells as the Kazekage rallied his men. "The boy maketh them find their courage. It will do them little good." Manda swiveled his eyes up to look at his summoner. "Will you not speak?" "No," he answered, reaching down and gripping his blade. "Will you stand?" A roar was his answer. "Ninja of Suna, we are the blades of the wind, the all-consuming desert dunes, the fiery heat of the sun above. We are Suna." He spread his arms to his side, as wide as they would go, as though he were about to tip himself back and off the wall. "This is our city. Our home. Say it. Say it now so the bastards and dogs will hear you across the desert. Our city. Our home." A wall of sound slammed against his chest and the blow was invigorating. "Our city. Our home. Let them come, we will break them here with steel and fire. Steel and fire." Their cheers were louder now, so loud he was sure his own men could hear it as he drew his blade. "Our city, our home," they cried. His sword gleamed in the light of the rising sun, the scimitar's edge razor sharp. "No words from me. Not for them," he said to the snake. "They have their duty, and they know what it is. To fight." Manda finished simply. "Wrong," Naruto corrected, staring straight ahead. "To fight, and die. Now. For your comrades. For your families. For Suna. For Suna." Louder, he demanded, screaming up to the dark sky as he laughed again. "For Suna. They can't hear you, brothers. For Suna." He rounded, turning to face the expanse of desert between the city and its enemies. Come. Come and die against steel. Break yourselves against our resolve. Know me. For I am Sabaku no Gaara, Kazekage of Sunagakure, and I swear when the final hour is here I will throw your bodies from these walls. My sun will set and rise all the days after this, over an unconquered city. Gaara. 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 When they cheered his name, loud and thunderous, Manda finally moved. For all his size, the massive serpent seemed to glide across the expanse of desert, closing the distance with startling, dismaying speed, as he rushed headlong to the village gate. His yellow, serpent's eyes gleamed with the morning light. Gleeful with the promise of soon-to-be sated bloodlust and a battle unlike any he'd ever taken part of before. The snake could almost be said to have been smiling as he rushed forward. Jutsu, kunai, shuriken, they all bounced harmlessly off of his thickened, armored hide as he struck the gates full-on with his massive hammer of a head that was harder than any steel. The ancient, bronze gates, each nearly as tall as the Kazekage Tower, were flattened in an instant, the stonework crumbling as though they were children's building blocks rather than cut rock and mortar. Men screamed as they were crushed, as the walls crumbled beneath them with the thrashing of Manda's massive body, as he hissed, spitting acid and poisonous smog onto the village's entrance yard, entire houses tipping and collapsing with the movements of his body. With a cloud of smoke, Manda found himself smiling, glaring at Katsuyu and the slug's aging summoner standing atop her head. Gaara and the others on his part of the wall had little attention for that. The Kazekage's teal-green eyes watched as, just before the snake ripped through the village gate, its rider leaped off, red cloak making him a speck easy to follow through the air with his eyes as he rose high over all of them. He shot down so fast Gaara was certain he must have used some kind of wind manipulation, his body firing down to the earth as though he'd jumped down from some perch in the first place. The Kazekage heard the blade, the wind whipping through his cloak, and at the last possible moment his sand finally rose, stopping the weapon so close to his face he could actually see the edge of it peeking through the sand that gripped it. Naruto landed on the battlements, his feet right on the ledge where Gaara had stood just moments ago talking to his men. Teal-green glared into ice blue before Gaara felt the man's foot smash into his shield, carrying enough force to send him off the wall and onto the rooftop across the street. He parted the sand, just in time to see Naruto dodge 2 strikes from the ninja still on the wall before he kicked one, likely killing him if the crack of his neck was any indication, before he lunged after the Kazekage, moving so straight through the air Gaara could almost swear he could fly. He brought his sand up again, blocking as he backpedaled. "Hold the wall, Kankuro!" he shouted at his brother, seeing that the puppet master was moving to fight at his side. "I'll deal with him. Empty promises do not become you." The Hokage growled as he attacked again, now forcing Gaara's full attention onto him and him alone. Yoshihiro made his way over the dune, his entire army rushing past him to the southern walls. He couldn't wait for cobblestone streets and tiled rooftops. His sheer weight and sand did not mix well together in his opinion. He paused, looking over his shoulder towards his umbu guard. "You know you can take that off now." One of the umbu in question shifted from foot to foot, almost nervously before reaching up to the mask, and pulling it off, revealing the porcelain skin, dark hair and white eyes of Hyuga Hanabi. The Tsuchikage took a breath as she walked up to his side. None of the other umbu of his guard even batted an eyelash. "Thank you for this," she said, making him give out a sharp harumph. "You're taking a serious risk." "Only if you die," he shot back. "And the risk is worth it." "How so?" "You're what survives this war. Your generation needs to see what happens here, experience it. Otherwise we might just slide back. And all the people who die here today would have died for nothing." His explanation was a somber thing, and Hanabi got the distinct impression that he was talking, in some strange way, from experience. "I'll do my best to survive then." She didn't wait for him to speak before she rushed forward with the rest of the IWA ninja. Yoshihiro made a hand gesture, and his umbu followed after her at a quicker pace than himself as he hefted his hammer over his armored shoulder. He smiled. Every movement, no matter how minor from Katsuyu, made her stomach lurch with emotion. Every exchanged blow between her summon and Manda was like an earthquake. But for all the ferocity of this battle, Tsunade's attentions were not focused on the giant snake, nor the actions of her summon. No, she was waiting for something else. She hadn't just summoned Katsuyu. Hundreds of little slugs were scattered throughout the village, hiding in corners, under stones. They were her eyes and ears, watching and waiting. She didn't have to wait very long. "Katsuyu, make sure Manda doesn't get farther into the village," she said, barely even waiting for the slugs muttered, "Of course," before she leaped off of her summon's head, speeding away through the village as soon as Eastern forces began their fighting retreat from the walls. The moment she made her way over the walls, she activated her Byakugan. Her sight expanded, became whole again as she saw everything. Especially all of the traps. "Stop!" she shouted, her voice lost amidst the screaming of nearly 1,000 IWA ninja rushing past her to the fight that awaited them. The first of the traps were sprung. Men died left and right, some dodging one trap only to spring another. They weren't quick enough to escape. She tried to shout more, to bring them to their senses, to make them stop, but she was not Yoshihiro nor anyone that they knew or respected. They surged forward and her voice was lost. She knew that most, if not, all of the Hyuga were on the eastern force. They were most likely keeping their people safe, but how much would this side suffer? How much would Kiri's division circling up to the north of the village if the entire area was like this? She moved to rush forward. It wouldn't take the smarter IWA ninja long to discover that they were walking through a field of traps and take better caution. That did not mean that she couldn't help spring or disarm some of those traps safely, however. She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned. She expected Yoshihiro. She was infinitely surprised to find Shino instead. Aburame-san? He nodded. You were told to remain at the camp. She set her jaw, glaring at him with an active Byakugan. I am going to fight. Shino sighed through his nostrils. If I would have been able to, I would have stopped you. As it stands, I must settle for protecting you as best I can. I'm not a child. I don't rightly care. How did you even find me? My clan members and I have spread our insects throughout Suna and to nearly every ninja within the army. We are acting as the couriers and information managers so that the captains and the commanders are aware of changing battle conditions and updated orders should Naruto-sama give them. The process of syncing our thoughts to the hive mind as a whole, rather than controlling the individual hives within ourselves, clouded the messages the Kikeichu I placed on you was trying to send to me. By the time I became aware that you were within the army, it was already too late. She shrugged. Fine, if you want to help, then help. But don't pretend to stop me. Shino nodded, though a blind man could see it was a reluctant thing. Hanabi said nothing more before she turned and rushed through the city, seeing more traps going off, triggered by those too stupid or too inexperienced to see them, while others were disarmed or avoided when they were sprung. Her eyes could see it. She could see all of them. Some survived, but most were being killed. She could see it, but she could not stop it, so she put it out of her mind. It was dismayingly easy to do so. Kakashi landed behind his target, pivoting quickly. His kunai blade dug into the side of the Chunin's neck before he'd ever realized the copy ninja was at his back. Using that same momentum, he continued to turn, dragging the slacking body into the path of 3 shuriken thrown by another ninja down the road. Pushing the Chunin away, he formed his hand seals as his fist struck the ground and a spike of rock shot out right in front of his long-range adversary, impaling him through the gut and leaving him to hang in the middle of the street like some macabre display as Suna continued its retreat and Konoha's ninja rushed past him in pursuit. He looked up, Sharingan slowly spinning as he watched Manda and Katsuyu fighting behind them, their massive, titanic shadows casting themselves darkly over the village. He could never say what warned him. There was no distinctive sound, nothing seen along his peripheral, nothing wrong. All he could say was that even before the building next to him was crumbling, wood, stone and mortar flying outwards with so much force mere shrapnel was causing injury to those too slow to dodge it, he was already jumping away, and even then the fist almost caught him, regardless. His Sharingan spun rapidly now, and even it could barely identify the blur of motion that sped towards him through the cloud of dust. It allowed him only the ability to dodge by a hair's breadth, and when he jumped onto the second story of a nearby rooftop was he able to get a look at his adversary. Tsunade. Kakashi's Sharingan eye narrowed, his mouth forming a grim line beneath his mask while hers burned with fury and her lips were curled back in a snarl. Yoshihiro cursed as another explosion ripped through the streets about 3 blocks ahead of him. We're getting nowhere fast. He growled to himself as more experienced veterans tried to move forward and disarm the trap safely. Momentum was key to any victory, and every second they were bogged down here meant that more and more traps were being built, or that the enemy was preparing greater defenses, or getting into position for a counterattack. It was unlikely, with the numbers arrayed against them, but the last thing the devil Shimazu wanted was to loose more men. There were screams to his right and Yoshihiro felt his teeth grind together at the thought of some other fool getting caught because he was just too stupid to wait, until he realized that there was more than one, and unlike the quick scream of a sprung trap, this was the opening chorus of men moving to kill each other. He turned his head, finding that Suna Ninja had just entered the fray with his own men. He moved to join, when an explosion nearly tipped him forward from behind and he swiveled his attention there instead. Suna Ninja were crawling out of the woodwork, dozens of them pouncing on the surprised and flabbergasted IWA ninja. Yoshihiro noted that the majority of his men here were Chunin. The smarter, stronger ones having moved forward to help disarm or otherwise bypass the traps. He found himself laughing. Avoid the teeth and claws to aim for the softer underbelly. When he found himself unable to move, he smiled a bit more, looking down to his shadow which was extending unnaturally. The Tsuchikage stared at the shadow wielder. Been a long time, boy. Shikamaru's lip curled, likely in distaste. Troublesome. He muttered. Didn't want to fight you. His shadows multiplied, dark wisps slithering across the ground. Yoshihiro saw his brow bead with sweat, his chakra capacity as useless now as it was before. He froze more and more soldiers that were quickly and effectively killed by other Suna ninja in their paralysis before Shikamaru's shadow slithered off towards their next victims. The Tsuchikage saw a shuriken spinning his way ready to lodge itself in his skull until a kunai speared it through the ring in the center, knocking it away. Shikamaru cursed under his breath again. He hadn't seen where the thing came from. You should know better. The devil Shimazu smiled. Akage is never without his men. As though they were emerging from smoke, the Umbu Guard, a dozen of his most elite, dispelled their genjutsu, engaging the superior force of Suna ninja around them. Tsuga! A spinning dervish hurtled towards him from behind, and Yoshiro felt himself smile a little more. Predictably, at the last minute the Nara's shadow retracted, and gouges tore themselves across the armor on Yoshihiro's back as the Tsuchikage was thrown forward. Shikamaru's shadow warped again, moving to find the old man quickly, but found little more than crumbling dirt. The Nara tensed. Son of a bitch is fast. The ground gave out beneath his feet and Shikamaru reached out, grabbing onto Kiba's hand as the Inuzuka rushed by, catching him as he saw what was happening and leaping onto a nearby rooftop. The two men stood on the slanted tiles, staring down at the sinkhole about 6 feet in diameter before they were joined by a blonde. I take it you didn't kill him, she said. What was your first clue? The shadow wielder muttered, eyes scanning this way and that way, searching for the older warrior. It was Kiba who heard the thunk beneath their feet, his ears twitching as he looked down, seeing a kunai blade just peeking up from between the tiles. Tag! He yelled and all of them jumped apart, Shikamaru going in one direction while he and Ino went in another. They landed beside each other before Kiba's hearing again alerted them to the incoming attack. Move! He yelled at her. Kaiten! The swirling ball, nearly the size of an average room, smashed between them, all but destroying the section of roof they'd been standing on before it dissipated, and Kiba felt his teeth gnashing together with rage. He almost believed her to be Hinata before he took a closer look. The hair was longer, but not as full, her face thinner, sharper, almost to the point of looking unhealthy. She was shorter than Hinata, though her legs were proportionately longer. She glared at him with those damnable eyes as a swarm of insects converged behind her, materializing into that accursed aburame he remembered from Sakai. The bug user glared at Ino, who stood across from him. Don't remember inviting you two to the party, Yoshihiro said, standing down on street level as he smiled, his hammer slung over his shoulder. Deal with it. The Tsuchikage chuckled. She looked down onto the sands beneath her, knees bent, legs tucked under her body. She felt the warmth of the grains through her clothes, her war scythe resting upon the hot surface at her side. The wall before her was devoid of soldiers, as were the rooftops save for the 5 or so puppeteers. She reached down, running her hands through the fine grains. Suna's sands were so soft. Like a sheet of gold silk. It was strange. Not as coarse as she would have expected. Strange that she never noticed that before. Would she die upon them today? To join her husband? To join Yujido? Akina? Would she walk on silks of spun gold or be ensnared in drapes of dark red? The screams were beginning to rise through the buildings. The dust from the gate was still billowing upwards, now joined by whatever was being kicked up by Manda and Katsuyu. No doubt Tsunade would need to keep Manda away from the inner village. The traps would be useless if the snake all but demolished them before the ninja could get a taste of the surprises Suna's puppet masters had placed for them. She forced it away from her thoughts. Those that died today, here in this place. They were no longer her concern. None of it was. She had one duty here now. In either victory, or death, she would find her end, and she wished it had come on swift wings. But she grasped at her weapon, rising languidly to her feet. To dance the dance of battle one more time. To bring blood and fire. To war. Always war. She slipped her chakra down. Down through her body, into the ground, and finally onto the dark seal beneath her feet, beneath the grains, beneath the silk of spun gold. And so her mind came alive and her thoughts became real. She spun the threads of their death, and weaved the strings of their doom as Kiri's detachment finally circled the northern end of the village, and each one of their ninja walked one by one into the spider's web that was her trap. Toshiro's feet slipped on the desert as though it were covered in slick soap water, sand billowed up and blossomed outwards in an explosion of movement before his eyes as he drew the second of his twin axes to block the strike. Puppeteers! Someone shouted. Struggling to blocking the scything blades of the creation that had sprouted from the sand in front of him, the thought came unbidden to his mind. No? Really? The sand gave way under his foot abruptly, he lost his footing and the thing's weapons converged in an instant. He raised his axe, blocking two, but not the other pair on this one side. He grit his teeth and visibly flinched, waiting for a pain that did not come. What? His eyes flashed, the world becoming bright before returning. Only now he was not holding off some Suna puppet. A kiri headband was tied over the man's forehead. It took him a second to put the pieces together. Genjutsu. He pushed the man away, and with a blink the man was a puppet once again. Kai, he said, and the world around him seemed to waver and crumble before reasserting itself, and the battle around him continued after only a brief flash of clarity. And for that instant he saw that Kiri ninja were fighting Kiri ninja. Zhuge Liang must be behind this. He determined. The illusion was powerful. Whenever he tried any of his techniques for disruption, the illusion would just assert itself almost faster than what he could catch. If he didn't already know that he was in a genjutsu, he would never have suspected anything was amiss. Only the Raikage had the power to do something like this. But how could he do this to so many? No one had the mental will or power to enforce so many complex illusions on so many ninja. How many others had already determined that they were trapped? Did they determine it? Or were they still oblivious? He danced around 2 more strikes from his opponent, backing away with all the speed he had. Hoping his hesitation, something completely unheard of in Suna puppets, would tip off his enemy. But after almost a full minute, Toshiro could see the man was not breaking out the caster's hold. None of them were. The fighting continued around him and more men continued to die. Was he the only one that could see this? Why? Or was he the only one caught? What was this? A dragon, earth and stone, rock and sand smashed into the puppet's side, and Toshiro could hear the cracking of wood and the screeching of metal, and knew that just beneath it those sounds were really the breaking of bones and the screams of a dying man. You looked like you were having trouble there, Toshiro-san. A man, the first to speak, the first to recognize him. Toshiro stepped forward, clasping at his shoulders. We're caught in a genjutsu kosu. He yelled, struggling to be heard over the cacophony the illusionist was half projecting, half allowing. It's some kind of mass illusion, it's pitting us against each other, the puppets are other Kiri ninja. The man, Kosu, looked around. Toshiro-san, whatever he was about to say was stopped by the person he was addressing as Toshiro swung one of his axes with inhuman speed, earning a glancing blow to his left arm. Are you mad? Kosu shouted, scrambling away. You've taken his face. Toshiro answered. But you don't know his name. It's not Kosu. It's Hachiro. You've made my job of finding you a lot easier. Hachiro stood, glaring at the son of Guan. How are you resisting this? He muttered before body and face melted away in wisps of gray smoke to reveal a woman. A woman in white. It matters not. You are the only one. The others are snared within the web. Soon they will be dead to the last man along with you. Not if I kill you first. The woman's eyes flashed pale silver, and Toshiro saw her literally vanish before his eyes. Then he saw his countrymen surge forward to scale the walls. He saw them swinging at empty air for a moment before the illusion reasserted itself on him, and he saw hundreds of Suna ninja being cut down by fellow Kiri ninja. He reached out, grabbing one of the Kiri ninja by the arm. The man, some Chunin, turned around, and Toshiro saw the attack projected through his gaze before he delivered it, and his axes came up to block the strike. He must see him as a Suna ninja. Or a puppet. When the man swung, Toshiro lashed out, ready to strike with the pommel of his axe on the man's temple to knock him out. Then of course the man had to move. It was the lower point of the axe head that found his temple instead, cleaving into the side of his skull with a wet squelching sound. The genjutsu did nothing to hide the sensation of the man's blood splattering over his face. He pulled his weapon free, guilt clawing at his insides before he pushed it back down and looked up to the wall again, where the men were rushing over it now, unimpeded, sure of their victory. The lady in white looked down on him from on high, the wind ruffling her clothes as she stood on the battlements. He rushed to her, hoping to end this quick. He reached the battlements and the world darkened, shifting and turning in a dizzying vertigo as she vanished. And he was left with nothing more than a completely deserted village, its streets dead, the screaming soldiers vanished, the cacophonous battle on the eastern side gone, his fellow ninja gone. Not even the wind howled through this barren place. A voice as smooth as velvet, and as toxic as any poison slithered through his thoughts. Let us contend on a higher battlefield. It was strange, really. Shino found himself deciding just how much hatred he was gaining for Suna's puppets, in the scant few minutes he'd been fighting with, who he recognized vaguely as Yamanaka Ino by how his Kikeichu said her chakra tasted, and of course, her appearance. Regardless, back to the point, it was very strange. He'd never hated puppets or their wielders overmuch in all his years as a ninja, despite having faced one or two. To be fair, however, none had ever been as bothersome as this one was proving to be. There were 3 puppets, one was coiled around her body, resembling a snake, the other 2 resembled birds, one crackled with electricity, the other was wreathed in fire. Both were doing an excellent job of killing any of his insects that got too close. And he couldn't even drain her chakra by placing his Kikaichu on her because of the snake wrapped around her body. It was emitting a sound in supersonic levels that was abhorrent to his partners. Most likely on the offensive, the thing would be able to rupture eardrums or interfere with human inner ear function. Dangerous. Luckily for him, it was being delegated to a more defensive role, while the other two puppets sent him on a dancing game throughout the village rooftops, avoiding and dodging them. He stood on the side of a building, and the fire bird came swooping over him, opening its bladed beak. Fire shot out towards him as the Aburame backpedaled to escape the blast, his hive buzzing in fear of the flames. He jumped off, feet touching the sand-covered road as he saw both puppets circle in the air before swooping down for the attack. His hands formed a seal before earth, rock, and sandstone rose up from beneath the cobblestone street, cocooning him in an earthen shell as the puppets reared back, flapping their razor-edged wings in fury before Ino threw a simple explosive tag onto the jutsu. The explosion cracked the shell right down the middle like an egg, and it parted just in time to reveal itself as empty. The Yamanaka's eyes narrowed before she heard the buzzing above, raising her eyes just in time to see thousands of Kikaichu converge and reform the body of Shino, diving down to attack her. She tensed her foot and then brought it up in an incredible high kick, attacking almost straight up. Her foot connected with Shino's jaw before the Kikaichu dispersed and re-converged behind her as she was still bringing her foot down. She felt the sharp pain of an elbow slamming into her spine, making her stumble forward, off balance before the insects again dispersed and converged damn near underneath her as the Aburame clan head delivered a perfect uppercut. The only thing that stopped her from biting off her own tongue was that her teeth were already clenched. Ino reeled, her concentration nearly slipping on her puppets with the pain as Shino's insects dispersed and reconverged. This time the back of her fist found the Aburame's throat. Shino cursed, jumping away from her as her puppets resumed their attack, sweeping in close, lightning and fire prickling his skin and singing his clothing. Kikaichu could not reform weapons such as kunai and shuriken. It's why no Aburame ever carried any with them. If he could, he would have killed her twice now. The lightning bird fired out pulses of electricity as it flew, the electric discharge arcing through the air right towards him as he found himself dodging and weaving again. The fireball soon joined the volley. He ran, his speed carrying him through the attacks as he ducked and weaved his way past them. He jumped into the air, his body again dissolving into millions of tiny insects that twisted and curved through the puppets and their elemental threats before rushing again at the master. His attack was projected, obvious, it was meant for her to dodge. She didn't. She didn't need to. The screech was so sudden, so piercing, so agonizing. Shino found his body reforming against his will, the Kikaichu shrieking in pain as they crawled back beneath his skin in a futile effort to escape the sudden assault on their senses. It took him a second to determine the culprit. The snake puppet. She'd been holding it back as a trump card. Only the flash of a blade gave him enough presence of mind to move, and even then the weapon found home in his side rather than his neck as he jumped away. The moment he was out of range, the Kikaichu aided his escape, a haze of millions of flies veiling his retreat as he hid within a building while his hive swarmed and dodged the bird-like puppets pursuing them through the air. Shino breathed heavily as he cradled his injury, sweat beading at his brow. He cursed, ignoring the sensation of his insects returning slowly from their aerial duel to distract the puppet mistress. He needed a moment to catch his breath. And hopefully find a way out of this. It was strange just how much he was growing to hate puppets. She rolled forward, the clawed hand coming so close she felt it actually brush her hair as she flipped over the edge of the house, off of the roof and onto the wall. She leaned to the side, her active Byakugan allowing her to see enough of the Inuzuka's attack to dodge it as he followed her. She flipped forward, rolling and twisting down the wall as he tried over and over again to strike at her. Then she landed, feet on the ground. She was facing the wall before she spun around with a kick that would have done Naruto proud, kicking Kiba hard enough in the face to send him into the wall of the building across the street. She lunged after him when a clone, half-formed and emerging from the ground beneath her, grabbed a hold of her ankle. She channeled chakra to her heel, kicking the thing's head clean off. She turned back in time for Kiba to drive his claws right across her throat. Chunks of meat and muscle splattered wetly across the floor, blood fountained from her torn jugular before she vanished in a cloud of gray smoke, replaced by a log. Kiba cursed and turned just in time to put his prosthetic hand in the way of her attack. The light tap made the arm go slack, the chakra strings constructed to make it move, shattering with the strike as he leaped back to get some distance. She charged after him, her hands nearly glowing with chakra. He blocked her strike, his fist striking at the inside of her forearm as he jumped onto the side of the building, still trying to gain some distance as he reformed his chakra strings and his prosthetic arm regained its mobility. Hanabi followed, Hyuga hand strikes and deft kicks flying towards him. Kiba cursed and blocked as best he could, feeling every time as though a hot iron poker was striking his arm wherever she touched it. He leapt onto the other building across from them, twisting and turning in mid-air to keep his eyes on her. She just moved, able to see him from any angle as she just threw out attacks that no ninja could ever hope to deliver accurately without her eyes. The moment he touched the wall, he jumped back to the rooftop of the other building. She didn't have to pause and look like another ninja, she jumped almost as soon as he did. He cursed again. He landed on the very edge of the rooftop, damn near feeling the strike at his back. He didn't think, he just jumped up, back flipping in mid-air. He fell back to the ground head first, seeing Hanabi and her outstretched hand where she failed to land the killing blow. His prosthetic arm shot out, the bladed fingers firing towards her with the rattle of a chain. Kaiten. And like that the attack was deflected, his clawed hand shooting out somewhere else. He just barely managed to twist himself in mid-air to avoid landing on the spinning wheel of defensive chakra. It didn't save him from the solid kick that smashed into his jaw though, powered further by the momentum of the rapid spin. Kiba went sailing. He smashed through a window on another building, his jaw thundered with pain, and it was the sound of glass crunching underfoot that alerted him to his pursuer. He opened his eyes when he landed on his back, seeing another window on the other side of this house before he rolled with the motion and leapt through the thing, feet first. This time, when she followed, he was ready. She lunged at him, her palm open and glowing with chakra again, and Kiba thrust his clawed arm forward again. He didn't aim for her. When the chained claw latched onto the rooftop of the building they just vacated, he pulled himself up and he saw her eyes widen with alarm as he rose right above her. Doton, Kengan. His fist was suddenly encased in rock, sharpened spikes along the knuckle as he punched straight down on the young woman. Hanabi drew two kunai, crossing them in front of herself at the last moment. It was a feeble defense, but it was a defense. One that she became infinitely grateful for when the attack finally struck. Her arms lanced with so much pain she was terrified they broke. When her back struck the floor she was almost as certain her ribs had snapped. The blood that was literally driven from her body and out of her mouth didn't help her opinion. She'd been hit by Naruto before, but this hurt just as bad. Maybe even worse. Through her closed eyelids she saw Kiba moving to finish her. With a surge of adrenaline she forced her body to move. Rolling to the side she managed to twist herself on the floor to reach her feet. She was about to form a technique when the Inuzuka was already on top of her. When had he gotten this fast? Or had she just gotten that slow? 2 feet smashed into her sternum, driving out whatever air she'd managed to get back into herself before she was smashed against a wall. She pushed herself off, hoping to catch him off guard with a quick recovery, but he dodged her attack, moving around her. She could see him, but wasn't fast enough to react. Another kick connected with the small of her back and she rolled forward only to feel a fist smashing her across the face and another kick striking her across the ribs. She rolled and got to her feet, stumbling after the reflex motion until her back hit the wall. He attacked again, his claws brandished, ready for the fatal blow, and Hanabi felt a calm settle over her. Then she dodged. His strike was fast, simple, a thrust to the neck. It looked like it would have connected, even to her. Then she moved, and her open palm raced up and struck against his chest solidly. Kiba's eyes went wide, backing away as he clutched at his chest. Blood spilled from his lips as he cursed and Hanabi glared, the calm she'd previously felt vanishing as all the aches and pains of her battered body returned to her. He wiped the blood off his lips, glaring at with fury and determination, even through the pain of the damaged lung and the subsequent labored breathing he now bore. The dumb dog just didn't know. He would never win this, he couldn't. She was the edge of the sword. She couldn't lose. The destructive path they carved through the village was finally brought to an end when that familiar pillar of eldritch energy emerged from the center of Sunagakure, 2 blocks, maybe 4 blocks distance. If it was in Naruto to smile, he would have. But then the expression would have died a quick death when Gaara raised his hand up, speaking onto the communication seal at his wrist. All commanders, cease the retreat. Begin the counterattack. And like that Suna came alive around him. His sharp, inhumanly good eyes saw the Konoha, aim, Taki and Kusa ninja momentum grind to a flat, dead halt as battle was finally fully joined. His ears twitched as the sounds of shouts, footsteps, rattling armor and drawn blades was being carried up from the south, getting closer and closer. He could guess the north would suffer the same fate. He saw Gaara gathering chakra, felt it sinking into the sand below, gathering power like he did in Konoha not so long ago. Not this time, he thought. He went to attack when he found himself ducking beneath the swing of a sword, twisting his body to avoid the thrust of a blade before back flipping to dodge a hail of throwing knives. When he looked back up, 4 Umbu were at Gaara's side, likely hoping to stall him long enough for Gaara to complete whatever he wanted to do. He stepped forward and the first 2 attacked. All 4 of them would have done better. He dropped a smoke bomb at his feet. The 2 rushed forward, heedless, at least until they inhaled the smoke. They gasped and choked, clawing at their burning throats as their windpipe sealed. They did not readily have the advantage of his healing. He rushed the other two before they could gather what was wrong with their friends. He punched the first one, his fist shattering the porcelain mask of the Umbu at the Kazekage's side before Gaara raised his sand shield to block at the Rasengan being thrust at his chest. The wall before his eyes burst onto his face, grains of silica falling into his mouth, nose and eyes as he felt the shockwave slam into his chest as though he'd taken a direct blow. His concentration was broken. The Kazekage fell back, rolling down the tiled roof with a gasp of expelled air. The Rasengan dissipated, and Naruto drew one of his blades slashing once at the second Umbu's own weapon, parrying the blow before offering a counter riposte, skewering the man through the chest. Gaara caught himself before he went over the edge of the roof, looking up in time to meet Naruto's eyes before the Hokage leaped, spun in the air and swung his blade down onto him. Sand came again to the Kazekage's defense. Wind chakra dug harshly into the shifting surface, but more and more sand was poured into the shield. A cleft was dug into a slab that was denser than steel. Then the shield shifted. Its form, immutable as it was, reaching up and striking the Devil King in the sternum, driving him up before he righted himself, slamming his feet onto the edge of the same roof. Tiles shattered and would cracked, but he remained on his feet. Gaara barely had time to reach his own legs before he was on him again. His forearm came forward, a bracer of sand hovering half a foot before his flesh, stopping the kick before pushing it off. Gaara stood up straight, his hands lashing out, spikes and blades of sand seeking Naruto's flesh while the very sand beneath the village began to rumble and shift as more was submitted to his will. Naruto blocked one strike with his forearm. As he rushed forward, the sand pulling back as its shape transformed and changed to serrated teeth, cutting through his clothes and biting at his skin. He spun with the motion, turning so fast the sand was unable to rise before his elbow struck at Gaara's temple, knocking him onto a knee. Naruto raised his one-drawn blade in both hands, bringing it down for a strike before a sheer wall of sand got between him and his opponent again. He backpedaled, feet reaching the edge of the roof as the sand shot towards him in spikes and barbs that converged as they were propelled from the wall. The wind blade slashed and struck, lashing out with blinding speed. He cut what he could, dodged what he could not. He somersaulted, one hand gripping the very edge of the roof as he flipped himself backwards. Spikes of sand were lodged in the roof and Naruto stabbed his blade into the wall before using it to swing back onto the roof. His feet touched down as he pulled the weapon free and slashed the air in front of him, a crescent of wind chakra sailing towards Gaara. Gaara leaped over the attack, rushing towards his enemy in a headlong charge that all but swallowed the distance between them before his feet had even touched the ground again. The Kazekage's forward momentum was brought to a screeching halt as he dug his feet into the tiled roof, stopping as he thrust his hands forward in front of Naruto's body. Futon, de Tapa. Now Naruto was the one who felt the blow to his chest like a solid hit. His feet abandoned the tiled roof, his body sailing through Suna's streets. He looked below, eyes widening as a forest of sand spears was rushing up from the very ground to impale him mid-flight. He turned, free hand stretched out towards the earth and the onrush of deadly projectiles. Futon, Shoha. It was as though the fist of a god had plunged down into the earth. It shattered Gaara's attack like so much dust, smashing into the cobblestone streets, digging a shallow crater into the ground. Landing on another roof, he charged again, dozens of feet crossed within the blink of an eye while an ocean of sand began to billow up from the ground, ready to reach up and consume them both. Foolish boy. He thought, landing on the roof, shattering tiles with the harsh soles of his boots, stabbing his blade between them. He reached down with both hands into his satchels, pulling free 2 scrolls. He unrolled them, tossing the bunched rolls to either side of the Kazekage. They were unfurled, revealing blood-red runes on white parchment. Gaara erected his barrier around himself, tightening his hold and control over the sand, ready for the attack. But none was forthcoming, and he felt only a tug, and a nauseating sense of vertigo. He dropped his shields, and found he was no longer within the walls of Suna, no longer fighting on its leagues upon leagues of sand. Rather he stood far above, at the top of the village's Kazekage monument, the sheer sandstone cliff shooting up from the ground to tower above the village, granting him an unobstructed view of the entire village as it was slowly engulfed in fire. Too far to help. Too far to do anything from here. No more distractions. He heard. His eyes found Naruto, who pulled his weapon free from the ground with a flourish. No more feints. No more strategy and guile. No more. Hateful, glacial blue met storm green, and Gaara found himself agreeing with his words despite himself. Come, the demon of Konoha growled out harshly through the grill of his metal face mask. Come and let us finally bring an end to this. Sabaku no Gaara. The sandstone cracked and splintered beneath the Kazekage's feet, hissing tendrils of gold grain snaking up his body as his fists clenched. Yes. He thought, let's. Yoshihiro was laughing as he walked into the house, his hammer periodically striking at the wooden walls. Come on out, boy. We're still not done with today's lesson. From his hiding spot Shikamaru threw his voice, the multiple projections making it seem as though his voice was coming from everywhere. I'd rather skip the part on dying. He'd been counting on this, to a degree. The moment he saw Yoshihiro on the field he knew the old man would fight in a certain way. The Kage had pride, and he could bet the old man wanted to indulge him by fighting here, where he was choosing the terms. The Tsuchikage, with his techniques, hell, with the hammer alone, he could probably tear this whole house down in short order. This was more sport than anything for the old man. He wanted to savor this. Shikamaru needed to plan, and he needed to plan fast. The chase might amuse him for a little while, but testing his patience would just have him destroying this building in short order. He'll kill me at close combat. He can probably take the mid-range jutsu I know with no problem. My long-range ninjutsu is less than effective here, not that he couldn't dodge it anyway. The hammer struck again as the older man continued his search. It's getting harder and harder to hold him with my shadow, every time I grab him he escapes faster. The hammer struck a third time and Shikamaru heard his mistake. He was leaning on the other side of the wall. He pitched himself forward, rolling over a low table as 300 pounds of armored behemoth plowed through plaster and wood, grinning like a madman as he stalked forward. Found ya. Shikamaru got on his back and kicked at the table, launching it at his opponent and scrambling to his feet as a backhanded gauntlet smashed the oak table to slivers and bits of mashed wood. He jerked his body to the side as the hammer smashed into the wall, the head going almost completely through it before Shikamaru drew a kunai and went to slash Yoshihiro across the face. The older ninja hiked up his shoulder, pauldron the thick steel, deflecting the blade with far too much ease before Shikamaru felt the air leave his lungs twice. The first time by an elbow that struck him in the chest, the second time by his back hitting the wall. He saw Yoshihiro's weapon ripping through the plaster beside him as the old man didn't even bother to pull it out for the swing. It careened towards his head, ready to smash it into pulp. Shikamaru closed his eyes, his body melting into black before it slipped beneath Yoshihiro, reforming at the other side of the house. He heard the Tsuchikage laugh as his stomach rolled, his body thoroughly unused to doing that. Strength from desperation, the old man growled with that fanged smile. That can be the best kind, you know? He heard him chuckling as he slipped past to find another hiding place. Then the house lurched, the entire floor rising up like some beast was trying to push its way from underneath the floorboards. Windows shattered and Shikamaru only had half a second to hear the rush of water before the wall of water slammed into him, smashing him into the wall. He wanted to scream, but had enough sense to realize that he would just be swallowing water. He grit his teeth, closing his eyes, blocking out the water-blurred images as he felt the wall give way behind him with a loud crack of wood. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the decidedly strange sensation of being on a beach. He hadn't even seen a beach in forever. The Nara groaned, pushing himself up on soggy, wet sand that clung everywhere on his body as he reached his feet. He blinked to clear the fuzziness out of his vision. The sting of salt in his eyes clearing away with every tearful closing of his eyelids before he looked around. 3 homes were gone. He wasn't sure how much water had been thrown here, but if it traveled much farther into the village then a good chunk of their traps must have gone off already as well. He could only pray that it hadn't gone much farther than he himself. The ninja were standing up again. Battle reigniting all around him as he saw Yoshihiro pull himself out of the rubble. He looked around again and this time, his cleared eyes found the most likely culprit. Ino appeared at his side, and he found her helping him fully reach his feet. Are you alright? He noticed the Hyuga having joined Yoshihiro as well, breaking off her fight with Kiba where the Inuzuka was circling around to regroup with him. But even though both the Tsuchikage and the Hyuga were standing there, Shikamaru found his attention drawn back to the blue-skinned behemoth standing just a couple dozen feet down the road. Or more specifically to the slew of dead ninja now crowded around him. They were bearing Iwa and Suna Hitai. The appearance alone was unmistakable. Hashigate Kisame, he heard Yoshihiro breathe out like a curse. Been a while, old man. Maybe this time you'll listen to your old age and just die properly. The monster of Kiri smiled a wide and feral smile full of razor-edged, white teeth. Maybe this time I'll skin you like I did your mother. The Kiri Nuknin chuckled again. Kisame. They heard and Shikamaru felt his ears twitch at the familiar tone, trailing his eyes behind the massive ninja to a slip of a woman, barely at her partner's chest. Her features were obscured by the hood of some drab gray traveler's cloak. But he knew he'd heard that voice before. She was upwind of them, he would have asked Kiba otherwise. Kisame looked over his shoulder at her and he spoke purposefully loud to interrupt whatever she was about to say. Go on, girl, you have better things to do. When she hesitated, the Kiri Nin smiled. Tell you what, you stop him, and you stop me. She hesitated again, sweeping her head as though she was looking over the 6 of them before she nodded, giving each a wide berth as she sped away. Shikamaru extended his shadow, fully intending to capture this woman of dubious intentions before she escaped. He didn't notice Kisame throwing an explosive tag behind himself. The fiery burst of light directly behind him warped his shadow, extending it until it met Shikamaru's. Immediately the Nara felt himself being punched in the gut, the air left his lungs as a pressure fell on his shoulders as though it had the weight of the village's monument. He staggered like he couldn't keep his legs, and only Kiba and Ino grabbing him underneath the arms kept him upright as he retracted his shadow faster than a man retracting his hand from an open flame. What the hell? He was practically shouting out the words. What happened? Kiba barked out, glaring at the still smiling Kiri ninja. I've never felt this much raw chakra in anyone. He panted, gulping down air in huge suctions of breath. It's as bad as the Devil King, he admitted. He, not quite but close enough, I think. The monster of the 7 swordsmen boasted. So what I say? All 6? Or do I rip you apart 3 at a time? It only took Shikamaru a second to decide as he caught his breath. IWA, truce. Yoshihiro nodded. Unlike everyone else, he'd actually fought this beast before. He hits like a damn bull, and can take more damage than a bulwark. The power of his water jutsu are insane. Get caught in any of them and you're not walking back out, in a hurry, if at all. I'm weak to lightning, and earth is always a good defense against me. Their enemy supplied, still smiling as he pulled the massive greatsword from his back. Is he so powerful that he's just throwing that out like it's nothing? He thought to himself before signaling Ino and Kiba to spread out. Beside him, he heard the Hyuga hiss at Yoshihiro. You're going to cooperate with them? Kisame isn't an enemy we can beat alone, he responded. Quite frankly, I'd tell you to run if I didn't think we'd need you. He's right, the Aburame said at his side. As we speak, my Kakachu are feasting on his chakra. But it's like trying to empty the ocean with a bucket, his power cusps on the scope of the Jinchuriki. Shikamaru risked a quick glance around him. Suna and IWA Ninja were still fighting, with Suna now slowly drawing the IWA Nin further into the village and through the field of traps, while the bulk of the Suna elite pulled away to encircle the Leaf forces in the center. Half of him was tempted to abandon IWA to take care of this problem. But there was always a chance Kisame could instead target Suna's forces instead. An even bigger risk was having him flood the entire southern district with an area attack like this one that leveled almost a whole city block. This would destroy so many traps, it would all but demolish the entire southern defense. This blue freak was like Manda. They had to keep him as far out of the village trap perimeter as they could. They were going to keep him out. Even if he had to work with his enemy to do it. He could kill the Hyuga, Aburame and Tsuchikage, the ones who weren't one-man demolition teams, afterward. As Yoshihiro finally convinced the Hyuga to cooperate, and his, now 6, opponents began to surround him, Kisame threw his head back and laughed London, loud and utterly carefree. This was going to be so much fun. He landed, stone and sand kicked up around his ankles with the impact of his feet. His blue eyes left Gaara for a moment, looking down to the village. Pockets of flame were sprouting up here and there as more and more ninja sought to simply burn away the obstacles Suna had put in their path. Stupid really, the flames would dull their hearing, the smoke would blind them, the ash would choke them. They were simply making the battle more dangerous for both sides than the traps could ever be. Stupid. But that was not really his concern. No. She was here, she was coming closer. Good. He thought. Come, now and let us find an end, sister. He returned his eyes to Gaara, brandishing his wind-coated sword. Yes, let us find an end. Chapter 115, Suna Falls. Kisame didn't wait for them to attack. He did not remain on the defensive, waiting for an opportunity to beat them as most stratagems dictated in a heavily outnumbered fight like this one was. The beast of a man charged them with a wild, elated laugh. He was also faster than he looked, a lot faster than he looked. He was on Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba before any of them could do more than stiffen in surprise. The hilt of his sword slammed into Ino's stomach, knocking the wind from her lungs and the rest of her to the floor. The edge of his sword simultaneously blocked Kiba's sharp thrust with his faux claw arm. The chakra strings controlling his limb were swallowed instantly, leaving the prosthetic little more useful than a stump before Kisame pitched forward, smiling as he headbutted Kiba across the nose with a sick crack. A gush of blood cemented the notion that the Inuzuka's nose was broken. He went to grab at Shikamaru, but the shadow user's body melted into black, dispersing like wisps of smoke before reconverging behind the nuke ninja. Two kunai blades were drawn and thrust onto Kisame's broad shoulder blades. He was faster than he looked. With a swift pivot, the broad side of Kisame's sword took the hits, and then the blue-skinned shark man grabbed Shikamaru by the scruff of his shirt. Shikamaru felt his stomach lurch as Kisame lifted him clear over his head with one hand. Then he threw him onto the still dazed Kiba, knocking them both to the ground. With twin shrieks Ino's puppets took to flight again, hurtling towards him with fire and thunder. Serpents of water coiled up from the ground, swirling and hissing before they rushed at the two puppets. They banked and twirled in flight, evading the moving bodies of water as Kisame diverted his attention to the other three that were joining the fray. He swung out with his sword, the edge meeting the swinging head of Yoshihiro's hammer with bone-rattling force. The Tsuchikage grit his teeth as his blow was repelled. Kisame was then swallowed by insects, a horde of them flying onto him like bees on a honeypot. They ate at his chakra with fervor that made Kisame laugh all the more. It almost tickled. A swirling vortex of water swallowed him up in their place, washing away the insects and drowning them all too easily before he dispersed it. Then, he once again turned, catching the Hyuga's wrist mid-strike, her fingers poised to land on the small of his back, to kill the nerves along his spine. All too easy. When he saw her fingers crackle with lightning he was not surprised. She however was, when he kept moving, pulling her forward and around him. Too late she saw his intent, she wouldn't be able to stop her attack. She'd fully expected Kisame to block her Juken strike, so she'd charged up a lightning attack to strike at him when he stopped her. But he'd predicted her. And he was too fast, unbelievably fast. Now she found herself aiming instead, at Yoshihiro. The lightning shot out, and she watched it crack through the air, hurtling towards the Tsuchikage's chest. It was only his quick reflexes that saved him. He dropped straight to the floor and instead of ripping through his sternum, the electric discharge instead tore apart his shoulder pauldron with a shriek of rending steel. He cursed and Kisame laughed before kicking her away. With his 6 enemies recovering their feet Kisame spared them all a gleeful grin. Ready for round 2? It was a wave of shattered earth and splintered rock coming at him. Kakashi jumped, twisting through the air up and over the attack, landing behind the slug princess. He swung a kunai, its edge seeking the back of her neck, only for the blonde to roll forward at the last second, retaliating with 2 shuriken thrown out behind her. Kakashi blocked both, reaching into his pouch with his free hand before tossing a gas bomb, hoping the Sannin would strike it and shatter the delicate shell. No such luck, with a casual catch and a toss the older woman was rid of his trap with contemptuous ease. With a quick array of hand seals Kakashi saw her hands come alive with the glow of chakra scalpels. The copycat's Sharingan spun, carefully observing her movements. He was still rather surprised when those chakra scalpels were thrown however. His first instinct was to block, but realized the non-corporeal blades would merely keep going. So he ducked, dodging the impressive attacks by mere inches before he rushed the legendary medic, dodging and weaving through more of her projectile scalpels as he went, swerving through the streets. Tsunade's attack did nothing to the surrounding objects but would be devastating for any human caught in its path. He reached her, she almost seemed surprised. He was faster than her, that was the advantage he had. He swung, lightning coating his fingertips. It was an attack meant to stun, the killing blow would come later. He hoped she'd block in reflex, she dodged instead, sidestepping almost too quick for his Sharingan to see. But he did see it, and because of that he was able to follow her movements, watching as she dug in the ball of her foot within 2 steps, her fist cocking back and hurtling towards his hip. Kakashi jumped over her again, cartwheeling through the air. He threw more shuriken at the woman, watching in satisfaction as she awkwardly dodged 2, the third cutting into her arm. It was a shallow cut, but it meant that she was sloppy. Tsunade was off focus. She was vulnerable. He landed and rolled forward immediately to avoid her attack. Even so, Tsunade still managed to hit him, coming so close that when she released her focus chakra where her foot would have made contact with his skull he still felt the miniature explosion at his back. It pushed him forward like some drunk had slammed into him. His roll became awkward and clumsy, and he actually fell to the floor instead of reaching his feet smoothly. She was off focus, but those punches were still incredibly dangerous. He scrambled to reach his feet throwing kunai and shuriken for all he was worth at the advancing Sannin. She was almost on top of him anyway by the time he found himself standing again. He drew 2 kunai, slashing and jabbing at her quickly, putting her on the defensive as he met her head on, forcing her to dodge his superior speed. He left an opening, she took it. Kakashi ducked underneath her swing, trying to swipe at her stomach but she was too good for that, smoothly redirecting the momentum of her punch to skirt away from the slash. He expected her to back off a bit more, to get some distance before she attacked again. She didn't. She whirled right back around, leaving herself so open and exposed Kakashi didn't even have the mind to take it. She shouldn't have made this move, no one should have made that move. Professionals were predictable, amateurs were surprising. He raised up his arms, coating every inch of his limbs in pure chakra. He'd never dodge. He needed to block. Her fist smashed straight through his hasty defense, nearly crushing his arms. She would have if she'd used her focused chakra on his limbs. She hadn't. Her fist smashed into him, she'd been aiming for the solar plexus. It would have been an instantaneous kill with her strength. He jumped, just a bit, and her fist instead found the one part of his torso that was best capable of taking a beating. His stomach. He coughed up blood and felt the red liquid trapped between his lips and his mask as he went flying through the air. He slammed into the wall of a building with a crack of splintering wood. The copycat collapsed, gulping down air and conversely choking on it as his stomach heaved. Tsunade was on him in a second and adrenaline surged through Hataki's body, purging away the pain in a momentary burst of energy. His body coiled like a snake, ducking under her attack before standing up behind her. He grabbed onto the back of her head, pushing her forward until the diamond seal on her forehead smashed against the wall. He went to draw a knife. His stomach spasmed. The pain was so intense Kakashi doubled over, stumbling back with stars dancing across his eyes. More blood oozed from his lips, now falling out of the mask and onto the floor. He saw her reaching for him, ready to finish the job. He threw down a smoke bomb, its black fumes spreading out immediately to cover his retreat. The first attack came out of nowhere. The city was empty, silent as he walked through it. A wisp of an oily shadow at the corner of his eye before something struck him across the face. He reeled and took his axes in a ready stance as the next attack came. He dodged, ducking beneath the swing before he countered with a high kick that sent the shadow thing into the air. He jumped after it, his axes swinging, hoping to find its flesh. They struck, and like ink the black thing spread out like liquid, coiling around to reform directly behind him, striking at his back to send him back down to the ground. His arms absorbed the fall, and he sprang to his feet as quickly as he could before sidestepping, avoiding the thing's follow-up attack as he spun around, a full 180 spin, both axes glowing with chakra as they cut into the thing's black flesh. It screeched, a garbled sound as though it was trapped under water before it faded away. His relief didn't last long, sensing it more than anything else, he brought his axes up, blocking the blade strike that would have cut off his head as he turned around. Only to come face to face with Jinchiko. He gaped, mouth falling open before he composed himself, snarling. "Get out of my head!" The world faded out, flickering for an instant before reasserting itself. He saw her then, in the distance, the woman in white, glaring at him with those cold eyes before Jinchio attacked. She was fast, faster than she'd ever been in life, and Toshiro's blocks and parries were rushed and clumsy as he struggled to keep up with this insane speed. Their weapons struck each other, and the next thing he knew the woman hit him full in the chest with a front kick that sent him flying back a dozen feet down the road. Her sword crackled with lightning, forks of energy spearing through the air around the blade before they were launched at him. He punched the ground, a wall of earth and mud coming to his defense before the lightning tore right through it with an explosion of pulped rock and dust. The thing wearing Jinchiko's face stared, its eyes narrowed before Toshiro's axes found its flesh with jarring suddenness. The axe heads bit into its side, as the young man appeared behind her, oily black blood spilling out before the thing vanished as though it had never been. Toshiro allowed himself to breathe for a moment, but only for a moment. In the next second he found himself rolling away from yet another sword swing. When he got to his feet, falling into a stance, he froze. "Father?" There before him stood the green dragon of Kiri's 7 swordsmen, Takachi Oguan. Gaara had never been a powerhouse ninja. One of those warriors who could shrug off the heaviest of blows through sheer physical conditioning, and all but kill any idiot too slow to dodge their attacks. Not like the person in front of him. Even so, he matched Naruto's every blow with one of his own. Taijutsu forms trading with force that should have shattered the bones in the limbs of any normal man. As the Kazekage summoned and compacted more and more sand into the cracking sand armor to reinforce it, and compensate for its weakening integrity, the Devil King was just that absurdly powerful. Finally, he pulled away. The last blow had hurt more than it should have, his sand armor needed a respite. Beneath his feet, the earth came alive, shifting unnaturally, it carried Gaara without him ever having to move his feet. Naruto shot towards him, drawing his sword again. Whips of sand lashed at his body, dozens of them. He dodged them all, his feet didn't even seem to really step on the floor before he was moving again. He was too fast. Gaara brought his hands up, raising them high before slamming them back down onto the ground. A shockwave of wind blades rippled out around him, forcing the Hokage to stop, hastily erecting a shield of chakra, blunting the strike. The Kazekage sucked in a breath, his chest puffing out before howling out a great breakthrough technique. The gust of wind would have been enough to level entire houses. Naruto's chakra shield dropped, drawing his second blade he held both in front of him, one high one low. The wave of air hurled into him and his blades moved with the wind, twirling in his grip, he spun in place once before thrusting both blades back towards the Kazekage, redirecting the attack in a long narrow drill-like shiv that emerged from between the two swords, rushing straight to his heart. Gaara cursed, and the sand beneath his feet came alive again, carrying him out of the way while he formed more hand seals. Gaara concentrated, and burst after burst of tightly packed, concentrated wind was hurled at the Hokage as he circled him. It wouldn't have the same bone-crushing effects of a water dragon technique, but every gust would hit like a bludgeon, pummeling the body with punishing blows. At least it would if any of the techniques were striking. Every fist-sized gust of wind was met by a blade of the same make, chakra clashing against chakra, with each cancelling the other. Finally, the Hokage seemed to have enough, spinning with a flourish of his blades. A tornado of wind blades spread around him, scything through all of Gaara's attacks until the Kazekage made the sand swallow him beneath the surface, rising again a dozen yards away from his previous location. His eyes focused quickly, finding the Hokage where he'd been standing. Forming a single seal, Gaara gathered his power. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, and Naruto had only a moment's warning before the entire earth rose up to swallow him whole. The desert came alive, taking the form of Shikaku's gaping maw as the projected beast's jaws began to seal themselves shut around him. With a mighty leap, Gaara sees him rise from the shifting sands, shooting up to the sky at an angle. The sands chase after him, like a fish after a retreating fishing line. Gaara's eyes sting as fire literally swallows the rising sand, its heat billowing towards him, uncomfortably hot even from this distance as the massive body of sand begins to glimmer, every individual grain turning to shimmering crude glass as it freezes in place. Something was thrown. Gaara's eyes followed the shuriken until it was just a few feet in front of him. Then with a puff of smoke the Hokage had taken the shuriken's place, already rushing towards the Kazekage with his twin swords glowing with wind chakra. Gaara fell onto his back, avoiding a swipe to his throat, and pushed himself off the ground with his hands. Rolling forward, he avoided the follow-up swing before he brought up his sand shield between them, a thick bulwark. The sand carried him away again, pulling back as 4 sand clones materialized at his flanks and the previous wall of sand dissipated. The Devil King stood still, both swords held ready. His stance was wide, both blades held so their tips pointed skyward in a wide ready stance. His 4 clones rushed forward, and Gaara watched their movements with a careful eye as he kept his chakra churning through his coils, waiting for some kind of opening. But it never came. Before the first of his clones could even deliver its first attack, Gaara felt the most excruciating agony erupt at his back. Blood fountained up from his mouth, choking off his sudden scream. His insides were twisted and scrambled. He could almost literally feel the damage spreading as he shot forward, crashing face first onto the floor and tumbling limply like a rag doll. "Will I fall over the edge?" was one of his last clear thoughts, watching the cliff's drop-off coming closer as he practically flew towards it. He didn't get a very clear answer before he passed out, with only the distant pain of some part of his body striking the floor to see him off to the land of unconsciousness. Jiraiya breathed harshly through his gritted teeth. A vein was nearly throbbing at the side of his temple with the level of concentration. His body was bathed in sweat, his significant reserves draining away as he pushed more and more through the seal. The matrix and workings converting and altering its pure, raw chakra into something more than mere energy, but rather into something destructive. All structures require a foundation. Suna was no different. Its foundation was a massive bedrock of limestone buried beneath the sands. Jiraiya was slowly destroying it. Even if Suna somehow managed to push them back, or hold them off, in a matter of days every building in Suna would begin to collapse and crumble beneath the sands as sinkholes emerged and swallowed up entire city blocks. He had no way to know just how much of the bedrock he'd destroyed. The seal matrix was the one truly channeling the chakra to that depth, so he had no choice but to slowly drain most of his reserves into the intricate kanji beneath him. This was to force Suna into a surrender. The moment this jutsu was done, Suna would not be able to sustain itself as a city for more than a month, or 2 at the most. The walls would crumble, as would the houses, the markets. The entire infrastructure would literally collapse beneath their feet. At that point, they would have to surrender. If only due to economics, if not because of the flat-out military superiority of Konoha. It was a good plan, Jiraiya had to admit. His fingers tingled as the Rasengan was delivered and both his and Gaara's clones dissipated. He was sure the Kazekage was still alive. Perhaps half dead, and getting closer to it at this point, but he was still alive. He marched over, walking with patience as he closed the distance between himself and his downed opponent. He pushed his foot into his side, rolling him over. His lips were coated in blood, his eyes closed. Only the minute rise and fall of his chest due to his labored breathing gave way to the notion that he was still alive. He had his sand armor to thank for that. Naruto's leg muscle twitched violently, pain shot up through his body. increasing his speed to such a degree as to fully bypass that sand shield, and not alert the Kazekage to his approach had been dangerous even for him. Gaara's mastery over the sand allowed him to sense almost any movement made near him. He would have dodged that Rasengan and probably any other attack Naruto had in his arsenal. He would normally have simply fought until he wore down his enemy and capitalized on his greater endurance. But he couldn't do that here, not now. He had too little time. And he could not be so wasteful now. So he'd ended it, nearly tearing his leg muscles in the process, but the Kazekage was finished. He moved to draw his sword again, ready to end him when he was forced to back away. The lightning bolt dropped from the sky like the wrath of the gods themselves, striking where he'd been standing. Naruto pulled back, his eyes glaring in mild annoyance as the pupils refocused after the bright flash, revealing none other than his sister standing between him and his victim. Jiraiya fell back, panting heavily as all the chakra he could spare was swallowed up by the seal, trailing it down into the earth to fulfill its purpose. "We're done," he shouted to the Sound Four protecting him, their barrier standing right in the center of the village. "Then launch the flare and let's get the fuck outta here," Tayuya shouted back. He nodded, forming two hand seals. Kakashi panted on the roof of a building, both hands coated with healing chakra that seemed to do little more than dull the pain. At least one of his organs was damaged, possibly hemorrhaged. The pain would have been excruciating if not for the ability to block out some pain receptors with chakra, he was sure of it. He felt another of his clones vanish. She was getting closer, he didn't have any more time to recover. He stood, his mind working through strategies and tactics he could employ depending on her approach. He sensed her before he saw her. Pivoting on his heel he threw two shuriken, one towards her, one up and behind him, in a lazy arc. As expected she blocked the shuriken that had been tossed her way, her foot extended to deliver what would undoubtedly be an unbelievably powerful dropkick as she fell. He replaced himself with the second shuriken he'd thrown, reappearing above her, falling, he readied a drop kick of his own. The woman landed, her legs stretched awkwardly but her arms took the brunt of the blow as she absorbed his kick with a crossguard. Kakashi replaced himself again before she could push him off and throw off his balance. This time with the first, falling shuriken she'd blocked. He appeared at her side, already spinning with another kick that she had no defense against. She took the blow to the ribs, tumbling to the side of the angled, tiled roof. Stretching out his chakra, a shadow clone came into existence above her. Such a distant projection took nearly twice as much as needed normally, but the clone already had a weapon out, driving it forward. Its gleaming tip sought the slug Sannin's throat as the clone was pulled down by gravity. Tsunade threw herself onto the roof, avoiding the weapon easily before she rolled onto her back, the clone landing on its feet a second later, letting her kick it into non-existence. She went to stand and Kakashi moved forward. The pain was making him slower, he wouldn't be faster than her anymore, he'd need to be careful. Still, she was sloppy for some reason, he'd have to bank on that more than anything else. He moved to strike, and she vanished from his eyes, a burst of speed, almost too fast for his lack of focus to catch, even with the Sharingan. Kakashi jumped away, spinning in the air, he managed to see Tsunade's fist as it swiped the area he'd previously occupied. He landed on an opposite roof, looking back at her. Tsunade seemed to snarl, gritting her teeth before she stomped at the roof beneath her feet. Like some large table whose edge had just bore the brunt of some massive weight, almost half the roof snapped up. Shooting up vertically as it broke away from the house and the rest of the roof around it, tiles and roofing materials fell off with the cacophonous sound of shattering ceramic. Kakashi felt his eyes go wide, knowing what was coming next. With a punch that snapped the chunk of roof in half, Tsunade sent two massive slabs of wood hurtling towards him. And Kakashi jumped right on one. Using chakra to stick to its surface, Kakashi leapfrogged back over to Tsunade, landing behind her. He dodged her hasty blow before retaliating with his own sweep kick. The woman jumped over it, feet gliding over his outstretched leg before they found the roof again. She cocked her fist back, ready to strike at him again. He was completely open. Then he formed another clone behind her. The clone hooked his arm into hers. His elbow at her shoulder and vice versa. Surprise and leverage allowed the clone to pivot his arm forward. Putting his whole body in the motion, it grabbed the Sannin by the hair with its left arm and used that to awkwardly throw her. Then it followed after her. She landed on the street level, her knees scraping themselves on the grit floor, and looked up. Only to see Kakashi's clone a brief second before it exploded in a burst of electricity. Her entire body jerked and twitched, her pain receptors and nerves confused with an influx of electrical energy. She bit her tongue, and only her medical training allowed her to counter the effects quickly enough to remain standing. Then she heard the screech. The roar of 1,000 birds tore through her ears like so much white noise. Tsunade's wide eyes looked up, finding Kakashi already running down the side of the building, his mismatched eyes fixed on her, the lightning swallowing his hand as it ripped apart whatever surface was too close. She couldn't move. He was coming closer, Sharingan spinning wildly as his attack sought her heart. She couldn't move. He was a blur of black and silver, picking up speed with every second. The technique's greatest strength and its greatest weakness. She couldn't move. His hand shot out, and his voice rose over the cacophony of the surrounding battle with a shout. She couldn't move. She didn't move. Rather, she smiled with cold malice. In the distance, Katsuyu vanished in a cloud of smoke as a bright flare was launched into the sky. Naruto, she said, and he wasn't sure if it was a greeting or a curse. Perhaps it was both. There was a flash of light and both of them turned their eyes to the village where a brilliant flare lit up the sky like a second sun. Only one of them knew what that meant. Manda. He commanded, as though speaking to the air. Now. He ignored his sister's confused features. At the far end of the village, Manda roared to the heavens, screeching in triumph before it dived into the earth like it was little more dense than water, pushing itself through the grains of sand. Then, as though the world was crumbling beneath them, Suna's buildings were swallowed up by the sands, collapsing into an ever-encroaching sinkhole that surrounded the village, slowly coiling inwards like a serpent suffocating its prey. The moment Manda went underground, Jiraiya knew there was something wrong. There was no call for retreat, there was no organized effort to pull back the troops. Drop the barrier, he demanded, and in a second the black, ethereal wall fell away, allowing the toad sage to leap up into one of the nearby rooftops. He saw it move with lightning speed, the entire outer wall vanishing in a second before it turned and made a second run, making the gap impassable due to the sheer distance. He's using Manda to destroy the weakened limestone. He'll kill everyone. He was ready to turn, to warn all the ninja as to what was happening. He was not going to just let thousands die here in whatever lunacy Naruto had devised. Then the chasm turned, making a beeline straight for them. Jiraiya's eyes went wide in horror. No. No, no, no. It was as though some invisible hand of the gods was cutting the earth in two. Homes and buildings were collapsing into a pit, miles deep and nearly twice as wide as Manda himself. He looked to the front, where Suna and Konoha forces were fully engaged, too focused on ripping each other to pieces to see the danger that was approaching. Run! He shouted, only for his voice to be lost in the cacophony. Run! But his voice went unheard, and only the sound foresaw what was coming in time to move out of the way. The earth opened beneath their feet, cleft in two. Suna and Konoha ninja alike fell to their deaths, swallowed up by the sands beneath Suna's desert, while Jiraiya looked on in horror. As the sinkhole opened beneath the village, Naruto watched. Thousands of men and women were down there, tearing themselves apart in the frenzy. In the fear. A bottomless pit now stood between the Konoha ninja and their lines of retreat. None would stop now. Both sides believed the other to be the culprit of this insane plan. One side would push forward in desperation to end this, the other would hold on relentlessly to defend their crumbling homes. And the sinkhole would just keep spreading, swallowing up the village and the people above with impunity regardless of their allegiance. More fires seemed to come alive down there. Dust clouds billowed up the mountainside. The stench of blood beginning to permeate the air, reaching his sensitive nose as the cries of the people, either fighting or dying, filtered through his ears. He could almost feel his sister's horror at this sight. He glanced over, watching her shake her head in shocked disbelief as she slowly realized the full implications of what was happening. He allowed her this moment. Perhaps he allowed it to them both. She was witnessing just how far he was willing to go, while he witnessed the end of an age. And a fruition years in the making. Despite himself, his thoughts began to wander. He didn't know why. He'd never been one to reminisce over his life or his choices, but here, on this ending field, he couldn't help but contemplate the direction it had taken, and all the consequences that came with it. His earliest memory was training. His quarters had been a dark, Spartan cellar within Umbu headquarters. His trainers were all masked, sworn to secrecy. They bred him for his future works, none offering more than a word necessary for him to complete his given tasks. He was Konoha's secret. Its weapon. Its shame. Things had been simple then. He only needed to follow the creed of the ninja. Protect your village unto death. Never display emotion. Guard yourself at all times. And most importantly, follow the orders of your Kage. And he had done so. He had followed that code, lived by it faithfully. Until, of course, he was sent on a mission to aim and Taki. He supposed that's where it began really, the first place where he contemplated the possibility that perhaps the code of the ninja was incomplete. Yoshino and Kenpachi. They were the first people he had formed any real attachment to. At the time he didn't understand. He couldn't make the connection between the emotions he'd developed and the ones he was forbidden to have. He had cared for them. He had felt cared for by them, and for once in his relatively short existence he had felt content. But that feeling was soon replaced by shame when he'd finally realized he'd become attached to his fellow ninja. He had broken the code, and so when he returned to his duties, away from them, his interactions were kept hidden from all. Even Sarutobi. No one had ever known. They had been his secret. They had been his shame. And so, for years he carried on, fulfilling his duties to Sarutobi and his village in silence. He took on only the most dangerous of missions, those that were considered suicide for even a squad of the most elite of Jounin. And so had gained a reputation as the most dangerous man of Konoha. The man who could not be killed. Then, years later, Sarutobi had assigned him to guard the last Uchiha and the Hyuga heiress. A mission he now supposed Sarutobi used as an excuse to get him away from the Umbu. Perhaps, he had always known this. He couldn't be sure. Years have passed, and whatever Sarutobi's motive had been at the time, it was irrelevant now. His interactions with the Uchiha and Hinata were not the same as those he'd experienced with Yoshino and Kenpachi. Hinata was cold and distant where Yoshino was warm and inviting. She was aloof, Yoshino held her emotions on her sleeve as much as the world would allow her. Sasuke craved power, Kenpachi would have given his freely. Sasuke was arrogant, Kenpachi was humble. He liked to think, as unlikely as it was, that had been the Sandame's intent. For him to bear witness to the diversities of humanity. The different paths one could take. Things were still simple then too. Then Sarutobi had died, and everything had changed. Sarutobi, when he died, for a brief moment Naruto had felt so lost. Everything had just frozen in him. Perhaps looking back at it, he had been his first true attachment. Not Yoshino and Kenpachi. He wasn't sure how, or when it had happened. Maybe it had always been there. Maybe not. Who could say? Then he had heard it. Sarutobi's final orders. His final wish. And suddenly the world wasn't so simple. There was no Kage to obey. Attachments with others had been made, emotional or otherwise, and in order to obey the final order of his Kage he would need to bring the village he had sworn to protect to its knees. He had done so eventually. Efficiently and ruthlessly. Finding unexpected allies after assassinating the council in Jiraiya and Hinata. With their help, he took Konoha. It had been the first step in carrying out Sarutobi's last wishes. The first step in fulfilling what would over the years, become his own ambition as much as his obligation. Kiri was next, it fell in line quickly and everything proceeded as predicted. And then of course, he found her. The woman standing at his side right now. Akina. His sibling. His twin. His sister. A foolish girl. A nuisance. Someone he had quickly grown to hate. His nemesis. Many names for a single person. He hated everything about her, who she was, what she was, but, most importantly, he hated what she represented. But she left his sight quickly after that first encounter. She hid, vanished, and he had been forced to remove her from his mind when he had received word that Kusa was moving against him, and at their side were Taki and Aim. Yoshino and Kenpachi, they were two people he had believed that he could have counted on. People he could have turned to if things had gone wrong and the remaining 3 villages had turned against him. Instead, he needed to kill them. He had killed them. And with their deaths came the subjugation of the central marshlands. 9 years passed after that. 9 years of planning. 9 years of defending. 9 years of suppressing rebellions. 9 years of massing fortunes. 9 years of raising armies. 9 years of preparing for the next step. When he marshaled the armies again, he moved to Iwa, and it soon fell like all others before it. For a brief moment, he remembered feeling satisfaction. Everything was falling into place and soon the final 2 villages would be under his rule and Sarutobi's last wish would be fulfilled. But then of course, she returned. She came back, stronger, faster. But still so weak, so very foolish. Predictable, dull. Her life was static 9 years before and 9 years later it had still been static, untested, unfocused, unchallenged, manipulated, molded by Zhuge Liang's machinations as easily as the man conjured his illusions. And through his machination Suna came to battle against him and Temari came to be with him. Temari, the princess of Suna. He took a slow, deep breath through his nostrils. She brought out something in him. Emotions he couldn't describe, emotions he really didn't want to describe. If he did, they would become tangible things, things he could dissect, pull apart, find a way to destroy, as he would have to do, as he would be compelled to do. For that was the demand of the oath he'd taken, of the creed that bound him. And he did not want that. It was better this way, better that it remain undefined. Better that he be ignorant. He did not need to understand it. He did not want to understand it. Just as he did not want to understand her. She stood her ground where others would cower. She was a strong kunoichi in her own right, yet she did not hide her emotions like Hinata, she did not succumb to them like Yoshino. She showed them. But she controlled them. And the biggest anomaly of all. She cared for him. She had asked him, before he'd left to stop this, to end this war now. That no others needed to die. He supposed she was right, just as he supposed the decision to deny Suna a chance to make a plea for surrender was a betrayal. To her. To Jiraiya. To his men. To the nation itself. To Sarutobi's final order even. This did not need to happen this way, not really. Not every ninja needed to die as he was aiming for. It was more convenient certainly, but it did not need to truly happen this way. Letting them live and forcing them to throw down their arms was an alternative. If he wanted to rationalize, he could say that the threat of rebellion with that alternative was far too great to be allowed. But the truth was that the threat of rebellion was great either way. No. This battle was purely to satisfy his own weakness. His own selfish need for just one last great battle. One final stage, to put to use the purpose he was made for. Perfecting the killing of other beings. By killing more than anyone else had ever dreamed of. And now he could feel her stepping closer. Her anger was a palpable thing. She wanted to fight him, to kill him even. Perhaps she was right to try and perhaps he was wrong to stop her. But he would stop her. He would stop her because he owed it, to Sarutobi, to Guan, to Kakashi, to Jiraiya, to Jinchiko, to Hidetada, to Yoshino, to Temari, to Akina herself. He owed everyone a victory today. Because it was what this world needed, what it deserved. An end. I see you finally understand. Silence greeted his statement. As if unwilling to acknowledge it before the reply finally came. Yes. He turned to face her. Fires were billowing black clouds of putrid smoke into the air, blacking out the high noon sun and the sky above. He finally got a good look at her. Grime and soot smeared her face, her mottled gray cloak was moth-eaten and dingy, torn in certain places. She looked ready to fight. Still, whether from the sting of the smoke or her own emotions, tears made her eyes glimmer in the twilight of the shadowed noon. Why? She yelled, why all this? The pitch in her voice was anger, sadness, guilt, even perhaps, disappointment. And as he heard this, even now, here at the end, he felt a quiver in his stomach, churning with disquiet as he realized that he was still doing it, cataloging her emotions, organizing them before he allowed his mind to then analyze it, dissecting what he found there for possible means of attack and defense against her. What did you have to gain? To prove? Her voice rose when he didn't answer, and sadness overtook the anger there, though the fire in her eyes only grew. When she fought him, her grief would not be a deterrent. You could have ended it all. No more sorrow. No more fighting. No more pointless death. He said nothing, and the cacophonous sounds of battle and roaring fires below beat against the mountainside like the crashes of the tide upon rock, echoing up to them like the wails of ghosts. Why? She asked again, and this time he felt compelled to give her a worthy answer. A tired man will rest. Once he has rested, he will continue to walk, as he has always done. He allowed a pause, a moment for her. To see if she would grasp his meaning, the reason he would say to her and to himself, before he voiced it. Beneath us, the last of this world's warriors battle each other in a fight that neither side can possibly win. Yours will fight to the death to save their families. Mine will simply fight for a chance for this to be over and to save their own lives. This is the battle that will bleed our countries white and will shatter the very engines of war that rose our cultures from the stone of our ancestors. He paused and turned to look over the battlefield below them again before he returned his sight to her. Here is where I will drown the world in its sorrow. She said nothing for a moment, but he saw her expression close, hard lines sealing away the last faint traces of hope she held in her heart for him. You're insane. From what I have seen. You are probably right. He answered, no hint of humor, mocking, or pride in his voice. All she could find within the metal tone was shame. But I am set upon my path, sister, and I will not stop. May this city, these armies, the world itself burn, if that is the price that must be paid so that the world will be so consumed by sorrow war never arises in the minds of the people again. You will be making a world of graves. If that is what must be done, if that is what defines a world of peace. He shrugged. So be it. He drew one of his blades, holding out a hand, beckoning her forward. Come. No more words. The die has been cast, sister. If you truly wish to stop me, then this will be your last chance. The six of them stared him down, and Kisame smiled as 5 water clones formed up beside him. 6 for 6. His eyes practically leered as they swept across the group before fixing themselves on Yoshihiro. Well, old man, what do you think? Will the brats beat my clones before I beat you? It was the only warning they got before the Kiri ninja attacked, rushing at all of them. His clones closed the distance with identical smiles as everyone scattered and Yoshihiro was left alone to fight the real monster of the mist. That Tsuchikige's massive hammer met with Samahida's broad body, the screech of metal met the strange, stone-like scraping of Samahida's weapon. The sheer force behind Kisame's blow threw Yoshihiro's swing off entirely, and the Tsuchikage had to backpedal to avoid losing his footing as Kisame advanced with massive, lazy swings of his sword. Distantly, the old warrior realized that the ninja was actually holding back. He wasn't swinging nearly as fast as he could. But the sheer force behind every blow was more than enough to keep Yoshihiro at bay. Kisame had taken his full measure back in the northern wastes. The monster of Kiri knew who he was facing, and he knew just how much he had to cut loose to keep this fight interesting for himself. The Tsuchikage cursed as the sword once more passed just inches from his face. Splinters of rock gathered on his arm, encasing it in solid stone before he punched forward, the crushing blow meeting the broad side of Kisame's sword before the blue man shoved it aside, countering with a quick elbow to Yoshihiro's face that just grazed the crown of his head. The Tsuchikage ducked in reflex, cursing before driving the counterweight of his hammer into Kisame's ribs. The Kiri ninja chuckled, as he backed away coughing a bit in order to easily get the air back in his lungs. "Sure that arthritis isn't catching up to you, old man. Left myself wide open there and you couldn't even make me feel it." The Tsuchikage growled somewhere low in his throat, taking a stance and charging forward, bringing his massive hammer to bear on the monster of Kiri. Every blow was turned aside or avoided, every swing just wasted energy as the nuke ninja seemed to laugh at his failed attempts. Finally, with a blindingly fast parry, Yoshihiro was left wide open, and the shriek of protesting metal rang loud through the village as Samahida slashed him across the chest, tearing open the chest plate of his armor. He was unscathed, but when he fell to the floor at the side of a building he could say that he felt it. When he opened his eyes it was to see Kisame standing over him, his leering, smiling eyes peering down from where he stood on the building's wall. A bubble of water churned between his outstretched hands before he pushed it forward. The bubble became a rushing pillar, as though water had just become as hard as stone that was falling down to crush the Tsuchikage beneath its massive weight. When the water struck the ground it was a roar of noise, as though a dam had suddenly been broken and the village was being flooded all over again, not unlike his first attack that had leveled almost a full city block. Kisame had the sun, and the shadow cast by his opponent to thank for warning him. He drew his sword from his back quick as lightning, using it to block the strike. Just because he could take the brutal punishment didn't mean the wood beneath his feet could say the same. With a crack he fell through, pushed through the wall and into the unfortunate kitchen of whatever idiot had lived here. Yoshihiro landed outside, breathing hard, more from adrenaline than exertion. Then he rushed forward, bursting through the same wall with a roar. But, to his surprise and irritation, Kisame was nowhere to be found. He looked around, confused, checking every corner, and fluctuating his chakra to make certain he was not under the thrall of some illusion. But only the sound of fighting outside drew his attention. So he stepped out, just in time to see the Suna-pupit girl backflip off a building to avoid Kisame's sword from decapitating her. Landing on her feet, she skirted back and Yoshihiro noticed a kunai blade sticking out of Kisame's shoulder. The real one then, not a clone. There was a glow beneath the building, and though Yoshihiro could see it clearly from the window, Kisame couldn't from the roof, and an instant later a burst of electricity practically ripped its way through tiles, ceramic, plaster and wood in what Yoshihiro could only describe as a beam that swallowed up the Kiri ninja. When the light vanished, Kisame was gone, and Yoshihiro allowed himself a momentary fool's hope that perhaps he was dead. Then of course he had to walk out of the building with the shattered splinters of Ino's puppet gripped in his hands. "Not bad, girlie," he taunted, crushing the wood even more with a flex of his fingers. "But not good enough." Yoshihiro heard her curse, and felt his own unease rise when he noticed that Kisame's clothing wasn't even singed. Nothing could have moved fast enough to get away completely unscathed. So apparently the attack did absolutely nothing. The Tsuchikage saw the boy with the prosthetic arm attempting to sneak up behind the monster of the mist. He would have told him not to bother. But before he could decide to open his mouth, the boy pounced. And was then backhanded into a wall. "Come on," Kisame mocked. "Are you people even trying?" "Not really." Kiba chuckled through what might have been a swelling jaw. "I'm just the distraction." He didn't get much more warning than that when he was suddenly under attack from above and below. His legs were grasped at the ankles by hands emerging from the dirt and a Hyuga came rushing down from above. Yoshihiro noticed the surprise on his face. They really had caught him off guard. Kaiten. A ball of spinning, coruscating chakra smashed down into the Kiri ninja. He didn't even have the opportunity to grab at his sword before the powerful technique took him. Yoshihiro had never taken a blow from the Hyuga's heavenly spin technique. But he knew that when used offensively, rare as it was, it had enough force to grind stone into powder. He could only hope the same could be said about Kisame's bones. Hanabi flipped off, pushing herself back and landing slightly in front of Yoshihiro and behind Ino just moments before Shino emerged from the ground at her side. When the dust finally settled, it was to the sight of Kisame, on the ground, unmoving. Yoshihiro allowed himself a moment to breathe easier before looking to the back of Hanabi's head. "Which one of you came up with that plan?" he asked. "It was the Nara," Hanabi grudgingly admitted. Ino inched away from them, eyeing them carefully. Kiba glared at Hanabi as he picked himself off the floor. Yoshihiro, Hanabi and Shino also took notice that Shikamaru had not yet revealed himself. The pseudo-allies stared each other down, ready to reach the conclusion of their own conflict now that the third party was gone. Then they heard laughter. When all their eyes snapped back to Kisame, it was in time to see him picking himself off the floor, his left arm bleeding and hanging limp at his side. "Excellent!" he roared. "I haven't had this much fun in ages." His laughter reached a pitch as his left arm crunched audibly. "One arm left. 6 elites. Sounds like a free game to me. Ha 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 ha." His chakra soared, becoming a visible aura around him before exploding in a brilliant aurora that nearly blinded them. "This is it then. No holds barred finisher. Let's see what you people really got." They each took a stance, ready to fight off this beast again. It was a second's distraction, just the briefest moment where they each held a lack of focus when the distant village wall crumbled like too much rubble. He rushed forward so fast not even Hanabi's Byakugan could catch him. His fist slammed into Ino's stomach with enough force to have her spitting out more blood than air. Her puppets fell limp. She nearly blacked out from the pain. She would have crumpled over instantly if Kisame hadn't grabbed her by her hair, lifting her up just enough before letting her go and deliver another punishing blow to her temple with his still functional arm. Ino fell to the floor, her mind was in a daze, floating through a sea of fog. She didn't even feel it when she hit the ground, when her wrist sprained itself in the reflex movement to try and stop her fall. The edge of her vision was dark, her eyes were swimming in a world that wouldn't do her the courtesy to stop spinning. She did feel it when someone grabbed her hair a second time, pulling at it. Her body moved without her consent. She was held up, placed against something, but what? What was happening? The tug at her hair vanished and somewhere she could hear Shikamaru's voice calling out to her. What was happening? What had she been doing? There was something important, something she needed to do. Did she have to tell Shikamaru something? Her clouded eyes and sluggish thoughts recognized Kisame's sword. It recognized its danger, it was going to cut her. No, she thought. Don't cut my hair, Shikamaru likes my hair long. A fountain of red stained the streets. His hands formed the seals before his lips had even uttered the words. 2 fireballs were left speeding towards her. She dodged the first, drawing her spear as she backpedaled from the second before finally swinging. The gleaming tip, covered in lightning, slammed against the second fireball, making it explode harmlessly 4 feet in front of her, hot air and sand brushing over her face. She threw a kunai through the smoke and dissipating tongues of flame. The clang of steel striking steel warned her that he'd blocked it easily. She jumped, the blade passing mere inches under her feet as she did. The smoke stung her eyes as she rose over it, with Naruto still obscured by what little of the smog was left. She landed and rolled forward, feeling the brush of wind at the back of her neck as his sword swing once again missed by scant inches. She got to her feet, righting herself as she turned and thrust her weapon forward, forcing Naruto to stop to avoid impaling himself, buying her the few seconds she needed. She spat out a fat glob of water, Suetun, Jano Kuchi. The water twisted and spun, coiling in the air as it grew reptilian-esque features before it lunged at its target. With a wave of his sword, her fellow blonde sliced the thing in half, a crescent of wind splitting it right down the middle from head to tail. She moved to make another attack when his hand stretched out to her. Futon, Daitopa. It felt like a house had crashed into her, head-on. The wind was knocked from her lungs and she was thrown back, until she smashed onto a packet of hardened sand rock, her body pushing straight through it and out through the other side. She landed on her feet and rushed back, attacking with the spear blade charged with sparks of dancing electricity. Naruto took a ready stance, ready for the strike when she dragged the tip of the weapon over the wet sand as she came at him. It was only too late that he realized one foot was standing on the ground her Suetun technique had left wet. The shocks lanced up his leg, muscle spasms and pain throwing him off as his knee buckled against his will. The spear's razor-tipped end was lunging straight for his skull. At the last moment he rolled, the spear catching in his hood and cutting off a good chunk off the cloth. He reached his feet in time to see 3 more water snakes coiling through the air as they moved to attack from 3 different angles. He sidestepped the first, avoided the second as a Rasengan formed in his hand, plunging it into the mouth of the third when it was in range, destroying the thing as more water was splashed around the area. Raikou! He didn't bother to wait, he leaped into the air, towards her, avoiding the now electrified ground and the ball of electricity that had been launched at him. His free hand balled into a fist, fire chakra gathering there as he brought it down on her. She jumped back, his fist striking sand with a small explosion. "Raikou!" he heard again. "Doton!" A wall of earth sprang up between him and his sister's blast, taking the brunt of the force, pelting him with small stones and grit as it exploded between them. He rushed through the dust, another Rasengan in his hand. Only to find that she wasn't there. He snapped his eyes up, and saw her instantly, standing on a platform of floating water, her spear once again dancing with electric discharge. Raitun, ISO. Javelins of thin electricity shot out from the tip, dozens at a time raining down around him like a rainstorm of energy. Naruto cursed, dodging and weaving between the blasts of electricity as he formed his own hand seals. Katan, Goryuka. He breathed out a column of orange flame, twice as wide as any house in either Suna or Konoha. It soared into the sky, the head of a dragon forming at its lead. The bolts of electricity striking harmlessly against it. Before the water evaporated beneath her, Akina leaped away, distancing herself enough to avoid the attack entirely. She landed in time to see another fireball rushing towards her. Lightning lanced from her spear, stretching out impossibly long. It pierced the fireball and kept going until it met her brother's defensive Rasengan technique. She rushed, spinning the spear in front of her with her two hands like some baton, lightning running along its entire length, growing denser and denser until all Naruto could see was a blur of white, crackling electricity. Then more lances came at him, all but swallowing the distance in the blink of an eye, hundreds of tiny, pinprick dots seeking to skewer him. He crossed his arms in front of him, hunching as his body tensed, chakra flowing through all Tenketsu before he released it with a roar, his arms shooting out to his sides and finding himself standing as straight as he could. A shockwave expanded, with him at its center, millions of hair-thin wind blades scattering through the air that surrounded him. Lightning met with wind, every attack canceling out the other. One slipped past, and Naruto grunted as the lightning shot straight through his right shoulder. Akina gasped as one stray wind blade sliced open her left hip, the spinning of her weapon coming to an immediate stop. He walked through the square, hundreds of men running this way and that way in a wild conglomeration of bodies. They shouted orders and called for help, almost as though there was a competition of who could shout the loudest. The servo motors whined like dying animals as the foe muscles moved him forward. Sand billowed over the village like a dust bowl had descended on them. Smoke, ash and fire choked the air with the smell, creeping closer and closer as the village burned meter by bloody meter and fell to their invaders. The village was literally crumbling beneath their feet. Konoha bastards. The front lines had fallen in a second after that hole opened up. He wasn't sure how many Konoha ninja had died in that suicide attack, but he sure as hell hoped that it had been more of them than Suna. Either way, they made the call to fall back shortly after. He could feel the heat of the outside world seeping in through the cracks in his armor, acrid and uncomfortable. It burned his skin where it touched, turning the inside of his damaged armor into an infernal sauna. He felt someone pounding away at his side. Pushing over and over again, insistent. He turned, T-shaped visor revealing one of his captains. He was shouting something. What the hell was he shouting? Kankuro blinked, trying to focus, to push the thoughts out of his mind. He needed to put it out, ignore everything, focus, focus. IR. Sir, what are your orders? Like waking from a dream, Kankuro jerked back to the world, the Chunin's words plunging straight through the fog of his mind. He grabbed the man by the shoulder, more roughly than he should have judging by his wince, but the puppet master didn't have the time nor energy to really care. We hold. Do you hear me? I want every man and woman, wounded or otherwise, right here. We cannot loose this courtyard, do you understand? If they can hold a knife, they better be standing right here within the next 10 minutes. Our lines may not hold for much longer than that. The captain looked bewildered, almost dumbstruck, and Kankuro's already frayed patience finally snapped. What the hell is wrong with you? Get to it. He roared. See, sir. Our lines fell already. Tiger squadrons are falling back here now. They ran straight through snake squadrons to the south. Lion squadron was the only one to pull back, mostly intact, from the north. Kankuro stopped moving, eyes wide in disbelief beneath his helm. His legs would have stumbled if they worked. Already? When did they go down? They should have been able to hold 4. Why didn't they hold? Why didn't the trap slow them down more? There was a scream and Kankuro turned towards it. They poured in through the square's entrances. Blades and black cloths, their forehead protectors glinted in the sunlight as their weapons carved through the disorganized, retreating Suna-nin that stumbled to get away from the rushing tide. It was a black rage that took hold of him then. A fury unlike any other that seized his heart in its grip, shriveling it in fire until only the heat is what he felt flooding his veins. He rushed forward with some wild yell, his voice turning to a booming roar through his helmet. The ground trembled with the thunder of his footsteps and he glared at the enemies of his village through the dark visor. His fist found the first one. Punching the man and breaking his body beneath the weight of his knuckles, swords, knives and jutsu struck the chakra-resistant outer shell of his suit, breaking off of the reinforced wood like water over rock. A blade slid from the forearm of his right suit arm, wide and thick like a butcher's cleaver. It was not sharp, but it didn't have to be. Through the sheer power behind his blow and the raw strength of the suit, the edged metal cut through a half-dozen men with bare minimum effort. Chakra surged through his left fist, passing through the seal into a crackle of electric discharge around his fingers. They surged forward like a tide, weapons and screams, their bodies broke beneath the power of his weapons as he roared out in defiance, hatred and sheer rage, becoming a palpable force behind his attacks as he struck again and again. How many did he kill that day? None could say. Whether it was from the blade, the lightning-covered fist that threw back the bodies of those it struck with impossible force, or simply crushing their limbs beneath the treads of his armor's thickened boots, none would ever know. But oh, did he kill. He killed and killed and killed again. He reared his fist ready to punch the crackling mass of wood and metal into its next victim when his wrist was tugged back, forcefully stretching his arm out behind him. He turned, hissing snakes coiled around his wrist, their long bodies stretched taut from the sleeves they emerged from. The woman was scowling, speckled with blood across her face. He pulled screaming out from within his armor as the woman was forcefully yanked from her feet, damn near 200 pounds of dead weight flying towards him at speed. His bladed arm thrust out towards her, the thick cleaver seeking out her flesh. The woman twisted in the air, stepping and spinning over his outstretched wrist on one foot before using the momentum of her spin to kick at the top of his armor's head with enough force to have shattered a skull. He heard her curse, saw her foot vanish before feeling the tug at his wrist again, struggling now to pull his arm behind his back. With a slash the snakes were cut apart, their heads and bodies flopping uselessly on the ground before he stomped on them. The visor narrowed his sight, and he searched for her, swiveling to and fro, searching. With a ping and a teeth-grinding screech, a kunai blade scraped against the visor's reinforced glass, a white gouge carving straight across the left side in a curved, gray line against the tinted glass. Kankuro cursed, the arms of his suit lifting up in reflex. The narrow visor barely allowed him sight of the blur beneath his feet. He felt the impact that drove the kunai into the suit's waist, jostling him before he punched down. The woman moved to roll to the side as his fist came down over her head. It missed her, it did however pin her cloak to the dirt with the massive weight of his faux limb. He saw her reel and curse as the cloak pulled taut around her neck. The puppeteer grabbed the article of clothing, pulling her back towards him. She unclasped the thing from her throat, pulling away quickly. Then the explosive notes went off. Kankuro coughed and gasped, hunching over in his suit. It felt as though someone had hit him in the gut, hard. The explosion's shockwave rattled up his ribcage and shook his heart and lungs so bad he felt they'd rupture in his chest as his teeth rattled. They'd been wrapped around the kunai she drove into the armor's midsection. The suit staggered, the woman rolled and twisted, screaming as they did, clutching at her arm. Kankuro saw it riddled with shrapnel of metal shards from the blades. Spittle was breathed out through her teeth as she sucked in rapid breaths to try and alleviate the pain of her mutilated arm. The suit absorbed most of the damage, though the servo motor that would let him turn his waist groaned and revved awkwardly. Kankuro seized the moment offered, stalking forward. The woman reached her feet shakily, keeping her eyes on him as he approached. Dynamic entry. His fist came up, and the foot that slammed into it must have been made out of a cast iron block with the force behind the strike. Kankuro cursed as he staggered back, servo motors whining and dust picking up from the weight of his feet. The man was wearing green. If that alone wasn't enough to tip him off, the ridiculously hard kick would have done it by itself. Mato Guy, the green beast of Konoha, foremost taijutsu expert of the world. Guy's fist smashed against his right shoulder in a downward stroke that rattled the wooden frame before his foot struck at the small opening between the panels of armor, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer force behind his kick was enough to send him staggering back into a wall. Guy didn't let up, his fists pummeled against the wood and iron frame of the suit's body structure, driving him deeper and deeper into the wall until finally the suit responded to his commands, massive fists coming up and blocking the rain of blows with massive forearms. Guy tried to push down, his damn near superhuman strength giving the suit a run for its money before servo motors and mechanics prevailed over human flesh. The puppeteer pushed him off before rearing back the suit's leg and kicking him squarely in the chest. Guy tumbled back, flipping to recover from the blow as Kankuro spun with the bladed arm, swinging with all his considerable strength towards the down man. Guy punched down on the blade, already standing by the time Kankuro completed his spin, sending the weapon down to the ground. He attacked with his fist again only for Kankuro's other arm to rise and meet the blow with the flat of the armor's wrist. He spun again, this time aiming for Guy's waist with his spin. The green beast scooched back a half step, and Kankuro saw he would use the opening to launch another kick that would strike at his armor's face guard. He lurched the suit forward, delivering a savage uppercut as his unexpected move made Guy's blow strike his chest instead, the armor absorbing the blow whereas Guy got the full force of his. He swiveled up his right fist and moved to punch down with a haymaker blow to the reeling Mato Guy, but with damn near practiced ease Guy recovered, slapping away his clumsy strike before punching. His fist struck again and again damn near a dozen times until Kankuro backed away a step from the man. Compartments snapped open in his chest, and Sunban burst from the chambers in bursts, 100 right in front. A blast of black rain that should have killed the Jounin in an instant. Guy's reflexes were inhuman, ducking down and rolling backwards, the man lifted a slab of wood mere instants before a dozen toxic needles were embedded in the wood. The slab flew back towards him, propelled by a kick and Kankuro's fist smashed the thing into a million splinters as Guy reached his feet. The puppeteer rushed forward, hacking and striking with lumbering, powerful blows that Guy simply danced around before delivering his own strikes that splintered wood and dented steel with every blow. Finally, Kankuro stumbled back and Guy's fists became a wild frenzy hammering against the suit in a rain of blows, focused on cracking the shell to reveal the soft inside. Then blood splattered the cobblestone floor. Guy's eyes went wide as his leg completely gave out beneath him, a splinter of shrapnel of the slab Kankuro had shattered sticking out from the back of his knee. Then it was Kankuro's turn, capitalizing on his surprise attack, made possible by his chakra swings, the Suna ninja struck at Konoha's green beast. Guy raised his arms to block, but it was like trying to stop a tree with two crossed twigs. Kankuro's fist hit him with crushing force, and Guy's wounded leg was damn near wrenched out of its socket at the hip with the awkward angle. He would have screamed in pain if he had the air to do so. Kankuro raised his fists again for the killing blow when lightning smashed into his side, leaving charred wood in its wake before the attack dissipated. He stumbled a step, away from Guy before kunai, shuriken and jutsu were raining down on him from everywhere. He raised his arms, seeing one umbu lunge to him in a high leap with wind dancing about his sword. He pivoted his body, one shoulder dipping low, under the blade swing while the other turned in an uppercut that connected solidly with his attacker's diaphragm. Kankuro pivoted, barely hearing a scream before he smashed his fist, and the man beneath it, into the ground. Blood exploded from the impact, shooting to the man's side, framing his body before the puppet master turned, his eyes finding 100 more in the courtyard to take the place of the one he just killed. His cleaver blade was cutting through another man before he realized it, shuriken, kunai and poison Sanban shooting out of hidden compartments and into targets through commands he barely recalled giving. "I'll kill every last one of you," he boomed through the armor's voice box. He was a juggernaut in the storm, a sea of enemies washing over him as what remained of the Suna soldiers broke and fled behind him. He fought on, either unaware or uncaring to his increasing lack of allies in the courtyard. Behind him, Guy dragged himself to a sitting position, cursing and shaking with the effort as every battered muscle protested the movement. One blow. All it had taken was one solid blow. His leg throbbed from his hip to his ankle, his sliced-up knee gushed out blood, his arms felt like jelly, his left wrist had been sprained and he was sure he had at least one bruised rib. One damn hit. After a second he felt a hand at his back, helping him sit up. "Are you all right?" He heard her ask, and felt himself smile. It had been too long. He turned his head, smiling a smile that seemed more like a grimace. "Kurenai-chan!" he exclaimed. She moved to help him stand, ready to swing his arm over her shoulder. "Come on, we've got to get you to a medic." "No," the green beast said before gesturing forward. "Go, help them." "I've tried," she shot back. Genjutsu works however by making my chakra infiltrate his chakra coils and thus, his nervous system so that he can see and feel whatever I want. That suit is stopping me. It probably has some fuinjutsu in the armor panels itself to prevent genjutsu interference. Guy frowned. "Help me up," he finally said after a lengthy pause. "I'll get you your opening." They each froze for a moment. Wide-eyed and shocked. Half a second. That's all it had taken. They'd blinked and missed it. Hanabi felt sweat trailing down the side of her face and fear take hold of her for the first time since the fight began. They'd missed it. 1 second he was standing on the half-destroyed remains of a house's front porch, the next, the blonde puppeteer was dead on the ground, her throat carved wide open. Torn by the shaving scales of Samahita. She did see what was coming now though. An explosion of black, tendrils of dark shooting out from the shadows of a shattered home. She heard the Nara boy's shout of rage. It was a raw thing, primal, it tore at his throat and clawed at their ears. "Inu!" Kisame turned, his eyes wide with glee as a writhing mass of dark energy hurtled towards him, like some immaterial demon from hell seeking out his soul. A water dragon swirled to existence at his side, rushing to meet the approaching attack head-on. The swirling mass of liquid was speared in an instant, lances of black, writhing shadow cutting through it in seconds, stealing away its form and composition before continuing to rush at Kisame. The wounded swordsman only smiled wider, brandishing Samahita with one hand in front of him. It was like a massive wave, rising up and up as it moved further into the shore before crashing down, swallowing Kisame whole. Then Samahita was swung, and the dark shadows were swallowed into it with the sound of water dousing a flame. The chakra that empowered them being swallowed and consumed by the strange sword. Shikamaru seemed to melt out of the black, weapons in hand. The look of rage on his face was a palpable thing as he charged the Kiri ninja. His moves were reckless, and the Inuzuka was no better as he joined his comrade. Both were angry, but the Nara was damn near gnashing his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot and feral. "Move!" Yoshihiro suddenly barked at her and Shino. "Take the chance for whatever it might be worth." She joined the attack a second later and realized that she had to be just as careful avoiding Shikamaru's whipping tendrils of shadow that lashed at the air around Kisame in attempts to hit him, as she was in avoiding Kisame himself. Still, this was unreal. 5 ninja, each an elite, one a Kage bearing down on him. And Kisame was laughing. Shikamaru's shadow scored glancing blows that seemed to boil and fester like the beginnings of an angry burn. They looked painful, but the nuke ninja damn near ignored them for the most part. And the Nara was slowing down. Whatever rage had fueled this assault could not overcome the limits of his own chakra reserves. The black shadows that had exploded around him were dwindling, and Kisame was delivering more and more retaliatory swings with Samahita amidst the dodging and the blocking he was doing. She reeled back almost too late, the wind of the swing smacking her across the face as he swung again, trying to attack. Just one arm, and that swing was still so fast. The chakra was literally sucked from her body, she could see it leached from her and from the others around her. That sword was a twisted thing that would kill them faster than Kisame ever could. No wonder the Nara was tiring. The sword is practically feasting on him. She took a step to the side, allowing Yoshihiro the full opening he needed as he swung his hammer with a great, sweeping motion. Roaring as the massive head struck Samahita with a crack, Kisame was sent skidding several feet down the road. Hanabi saw the Inuzuka leap forward, coiling his prosthetic arm around Kisame's last functional one and pulling with all his might. Hanabi saw her opening and took it. She rushed forward, ducking beneath Yoshihiro's hammer, weaving between the wrathful Nara's whipping shadows, through Shino's swarms of Kikeichu. She ducked beneath Samahita where it was held across his chest, skirting herself around the Inuzuka until she was right in front of the Kiri nin. Then she launched her hand upwards. Her hand struck true, dead center of Kisame's chest. She saw her chakra blossom through his chest in a white pulse, saw his lungs hemorrhage, blood vessels burst, his windpipe shrivel like a burning paper. His eyes went wide and blood fountained out of his lips. She watched him die right before her vein-framed eyes. Then he smiled again. Hanabi never saw anything like it. Everything she was seeing said it was impossible. With a shriek of tearing metal and a crack of splintering wood, the Inuzuka's prosthetic was torn off at the upper arm and Kisame's fist, still gripping Samahita's hilt, was rushing at her. She did everything but outright fall to the ground. The pommel of the massive sword grazed her shoulder blade and pain blossomed through her entire side. She grit her teeth and rushed away from him. Her shoulder was throbbing with every movement as she skid back away from him. It was no momentary burst of strength. It was not one last-ditch attempt to take a life. Despite what her eyes clearly told her to be impossible. This beast was still standing. With a vicious spin kick, Kisame caught the Inuzuka in the back, sending him sprawling to the floor. Then he faced the Nara head-on. The sword sucked at the shadows that sought his flesh. His legs did the rest. His legs struck at Shikamaru like a well-coordinated machine, hiding at weak points with ruthless efficiency. He actually used his massive sword like a pseudo-pole vault. A blow to the inner knee, another to the hip, another to the thigh, the left stomach, under the armpit, to the temple. So fast. The Nara was down in an eye blink. And there he stood. Smiling through labored breaths. Her eyes narrowed, watching the chakra within his body slowly churning to life, picking up speed like an engine. She braces herself and then she sees all of his chakra being swallowed by Samahita. The sword begins to glow, ethereal blue fire snakes up its scaled, broad body. Kisame laughs. She shouts, "Get down!" She throws herself to the floor, and sees Yoshihiro slam his hands on the ground, a wall of chakra-reinforced earth coming up between them. Shino vanishes in a swarm of insects. Then the world roars and all goes white. The punch left him dazed, he slammed into the wall, reeling before he brought his axes up to block the downward strike of his father's massive greatsword. No. Not his father was dead, just like Jinchiko, this thing was just wearing their faces. His arms shook with the strain, his strength pushed to the limit as he fought with this conjuration. He tried to kick at its feet, only for it to raise up one knee to block the kick and then continue the movement to strike at Toshiro's unprotected stomach, with his own kick driving the wind from his lungs in an instant and then following up with a savage uppercut that knocked the young man flat on his ass. Water swirled around Guan, converging and concentrating into a massive dragon head just above him. The water creature roared, angry and snarling before it arced into the air, coming down with a crash just before Toshiro rolled to the side. The youth got to his feet, panting with the rush of adrenaline. Guan's apparition was on him in an instant, delivering a savage kick that smashed into the bridge of Toshiro's nose, breaking it with a spurt of red blood as the Kiri ninja was sent down the road in a heap of limbs. His trip ended with him landing on his back, staring up at a two-gray sky before he saw the greatsword descending on him again. He moved, rolling and twisting his body to avoid the repeated attempts at ending his life. He lashed out with one of his axes when the opportunity presented itself. His father's specter pulled away, dodging with ease but giving Toshiro enough time to get to his feet, his twin axes burning with fire. He swung the weapons, bursts of red flame surging forward in a rapid volley of attacks as the creature's sword came to its defense, blocking every attack with its broad face. Toshiro rushed the specter, his axes flashing as he struck again and again hoping to gain some ground. But the sword was there every time, blocking every blow with far too casual ease. Strike after strike was halted in its tracks, a worthless waste of energy as the creature just stood there, stoically indifferent to his efforts. Then, with a parry, one of his axes flew out of his hands, with a counter riposte, the sword had cut into his shoulder, leaving it useless as he screamed from the pain, pulling away. Toshiro pulled back, one axe held up in a feeble defense as he kept backing away, watching the specter coming closer and closer, ready to end this fight. Somewhere, lost in the cacophony of battle, to the thousands of screaming, dying souls, Ewing lay on Suna's streets. Her cheek was pressed against the warm sands, forehead marred with sweat as her eyes drooped a little bit more. So many had died, so many more kept dying as long as she was awake, as long as her world continued to twist their minds and lure them to their deaths, keeping them unaware of certain dangers and making them see others where none existed. She was so tired. The boy, he would never win. He was fighting ghosts of his own memory. They were as strong as he wished them to be. As he believed them to be. His father, to him, was invincible. Such foolishness really. Cruel of her to take advantage of such. But that was the way of the ninja. To take advantage of people's vulnerabilities, of their naivete. Even if she did envy it a little. She was so tired. Her world flickered in the minds of those held enthralled. Is this enough, husband? Her eyes closed, she just had to rest. Can I? Just for a moment, she was, just so tired. His father came closer, his sword held in a firm grip. Toshiro kept backing away, hoping to find some way to win, some way to overcome. But it was too late. With a burst of speed his father closed the distance, his sword smacking the last axe out of his son's hand with laughable ease before the sword came around again to cleave his head off. Toshiro gasped, seeing his death rapidly approaching before it all vanished in an instant. He was back in the village, the ghostly specters and silent streets disappearing to be replaced by the sounds of war, and bodies lay strewn everywhere. He looked at them, noticing their headbands, their sigils. Kiri, all from Kiri. He glanced around, taking to one of the rooftops to get a better view. He saw too few people moving, too many dead. Ripped into by kunai, fires still smoking from explosive notes, vicious lacerations by shrapnel. Few looked like they'd been killed in a fight, but more looked like they had simply marched into the teeth of traps. Manda, like some great sea serpent, burst out of the earth in the distance, arcing through the air with a hiss. Its purple scales gleaming in the bright Suna sun before it descended in a nosedive, hissing as it crashed at the base of Kazekage Monument. He tensed his legs, ready to keep moving, to join the fight wherever it might have moved. But he found her, at the very corner of his eye. He wasn't sure how he recognized her so easily, or from so far away, but the instant his eyes swept over that area, he knew that was her. He made his way over, eyes fixed on where she was laying. She didn't move, and he wasn't sure if she was dead. She was laying on her side, dark hair spread out in a curtain behind her, her white clothes unblemished by blood. As he stepped close, passing by the bodies of his fellow Kiri ninja, he could swear there was a small smile on her face. He should have seen satisfaction in that expression. He saw peace instead. Sakura was getting tired. He knew she was getting tired, he would have been getting tired. Not many people could damn near carry him as far as she had. The seething mass of people that ran through the hallways, most civilians in a wild panic weren't helping. They kept bumping into her, making her stumble, throwing her off. Finally, one brushed past her too hard, and with an angry shout she stumbled to the side. His body struck the wall first. He rolled a bit on the wall until both their backs were against the, now bloodied surface. She let him slide down its surface, coming around to kneel in front of him. Her hands were glowing with green chakra, and the throbbing pain in his side was beginning to settle as a dull ache. He grimaced, watching the people running this way and that way, at her face scrunched up in concentration. "Where are we?" "Fallback point 7. She answered tersely. Chuji stiffened. "7, already?" She nodded, her face grim as she focused. But she was a puppeteer, not a medic, and the way this was taxing on both her mind and her chakra coils was telling. A pair of booted feet stopped mid-run beside them, and Chuji trailed his eyes up towards the blood-soaked figure of Baki. "Akimichi. Haruno." He barked out, more shocked than anything else. "Glad to see you're both still alive." There was a rumble, the ground beneath them actually shook and the panicked screams of civilians echoed through the halls. Baki turned his eyes back down to them, noting the wound in Chuji's side that was quickly healing under Sakura's ministrations. "The second you're fit again, Akimichi, get back to the front, we need to cover the civilians." Fallback point 7, the last fallback point. It was a shelter housed directly beneath the mountain. One massive door, a foot thick of solid, chakra-resistant steel at the heart of the facility housed a storage closet, which was currently being used to house enough explosive tags to blow the entire mountain to pieces. Then the other door, the real one, was nothing more than an illusion. A wall that housed the entrance to the caves. Complex, and very powerful, it would be days, if not longer, before any Konoha ninja discovered the entrance, and even then it would take them weeks to dispel the illusion by brute force means. The longer they held them off, the more people would escape safely. The moment any Suna ninja activated the seals in this place, the doors would be wrapped in a genjutsu, no civilian would be able to find it, and only Suna's top jounin and Umbu knew how to break it without merely brute force dispelling techniques. Baki walked away after that, leaving them in the hallway as he pushed through the throng of people making their way through. "Look out." It was the only warning any of them had before the entire world collapsed around them. "Not one more step. Not one more." Kankuro shouted. His kunais were done with, his senbon as well, a handful of shuriken remained to him by what he could recall, and 100 more still came at him. The servo motors of his suit whined, the heat from the sun and the crush of humanity all around him was suffocating within the confines of the armor. His mouth was dry, his skin was strangely cold, his vision blurred with the smoke, and he gagged on the stink of blood, and still he fought on. Not one more step. A plume of searing fire emerged from a nozzle under his left wrist, adding the stink of burning flesh onto the chaos of battle and the screams of men as their skin was melted away like hot wax. Then, his arm was lurched away, liquid flames streaming up like water from a hose, splattering everywhere and falling over them for half a moment like rain before he shut it off. He pulled, feeling resistance that was more surprising than dismaying before he himself actually felt a blow against the ribbing of his suit, the blow coming so unexpected he felt some air leave his body before he forced the suit's arm forward with greater strength, tipping and throwing his opponent in front of him. The sight of those green clothes made him grit his teeth in annoyance. He pointed the nozzle again, activating it with a stream of hellfire pouring from beneath his wrist. Guy swerved out of the way, and Kankuro's clumsy, armored feet could not turn him nearly fast enough to keep up as he poured fire all around him. Guy's fists again found their mark, pounding away at steel-ribbed, chakra-reinforced wood. Striking the exact same spot as before, the ribbing under his left arm. Kankuro cursed as his body began to feel once again, every hit. The armor was caving with every blow. He struck out and Guy once again expertly ducked before hitting again, this time with a full kick. The crack of wood felt like a thunderclap to Kankuro's ears and his heart pounded against his chest like a drumbeat as he felt panic send a lance of fear through his body. He needed to get this bastard off of him. Seals glowed along his suit, and Guy backed away in all haste before bolts of bright lightning shot out from the armor like a coruscating, expanding bubble. The foolish and the unwary were caught in its web, feeling 1,000 needles piercing their flesh as their muscles spasmodically twitched and seized, their hearts beating too fast in their chests before their bodies gave out or their organs were burned within their flesh. Guy looked towards Kurenai. "Now!" The red-eyed brunette nodded, forming her hand seals before she stretched her mind forward towards the breach. She saw it like a black spot in the false flesh, a place where she could move through. Her chakra wandered through the opening and immediately sought out the consciousness within. She knew something went wrong the moment she passed through. The electricity vanished from the suit, and within it Kankuro could feel himself breathing heavy, sweat running slick down his face. He felt something tugging at his mind, a foreign presence. Genjutsu. He knew. This suit was his body now. The wood his skin, the steel his bones, the servo motors his joints, the sensors his nerves. He was only one piece of the greater whole. He turned to face the source. She was good. But she was not a puppeteer. And as such, she could not emulate the sensations he experienced every second within this suit in her illusion. She realized her error too late. Kankuro raised the nozzle again and moved to activate flame that would strip the flesh off her bones. Kurenai went to move, but it would already be too late, some of it would hit her at this range. Then, a green fist was striking at the wooden wrist, punching the massive limb aside before Guy found himself in a crushing hug. The arms of Suna's puppet master were clenching him tightly against the upper body of the thing. Guy gasped, and that was all the air he had left in his lungs. His arms pushed at the ones holding him before he instead pounded against the armor's helmeted face. He heard Kurenai cry out his name behind him, and heard the booming voice of his enemy shake through his chest. Die! Die, damn you! His bloody knuckles pounded against the visor, and dark cracks formed deeper gouges with every hit. He tried to focus, tried to summon the will to open at least one, or two of the gates. But the pain was blinding. With every hit the puppet master coiled his arms around tighter, and with every second his lungs burned with lack of air, his throat itched with dryness and his mind grew hazy and gray. His movement slowed, and then Guy felt the most excruciating pain of his life. His world narrowed and dimmed, the edges of his eyes growing red with the pain as he tried to suck in just one breath of air. Then, the limbs went slack, and the last thing Guy felt before darkness claimed him was the feeling of his head hitting the blood-drenched sand of Sunagakure. Kankuro staggered away, the muscles of his false body moving to his will as they reached for a wound that wasn't there. It took him longer to move his real arms to the blade that stuck out of his ribs. The light of the Suna sun filtered through the opening it had gone through. The opening Konoha's green beast had made. It's funny, I don't even feel it. He looked through the armor's visor, to Guy, where the illusionist was, even now, trying to drag her friend back as she kept a wary eye on him. Looks like, neither of us leaves this place. Then something smashed into his side, a heavy blast of hellish fire that exploded between the suit's shoulder and head. The arms raised in defense as more jutsu pounded against the armor's weakened frame. Their blows rained heavy now, one after the other, pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding. He fell, impossibly heavy knees squelching into blood-mulched sand. The armor cracks, and light streams into his eyes. More and more as the gap widens after each blow. Brighter and brighter. He looked through the visor with darkening eyes, searching, seeking. Not one Suna ninja. Was there no one left? Was he the last? Where did they all go? The right arm of his suit was blown apart at the elbow, falling limply onto what remained of his body, leaving only the left to act as a feeble shield against the fusillade. His searching eyes fell then, onto the woman. She shouted for a medic, cradling the unconscious Guy as she shouted over the din of battle. His left hand abandoned its place in front of him, reaching out towards her. He opened his mouth to speak, but it was only a dry rasp that left his lips. He wanted to speak, why couldn't he speak? My brother, please, take me not here dash. Gara. But all he saw on her face was grim satisfaction before all-consuming flame. He pushed the rubble off of them, coughing on dust-clogged air as he pushed himself up from the ground, freeing both of them from the remains of the ceiling that had fallen over their heads. He looked around, sunlight filtered in from the outside the cracked walls, and though the entire building looked as though it was ready to collapse, the worst of the damage was to their right, at the main entrance. Most of the building itself from what he could see was gone, and a massive sinkhole was left in its wake. He could only see the vague edges of it, but it was enough to tell him with certainty that there was not going to be a defense to hold out much longer, if at all. He looked down to Sakura, sporting a fresh layer of blood trailing down from her head somewhere. Wincing in pain, he reached down and helped her up. Come on, we've got to move, the civilian escape tunnel needs to be sealed before dash. Like a raging wind of screaming faces and steel edges the Konoha ninja pounced on them, roaring in anger and hatred, they poured into the crumbling hallways like a black tide. Civilians and injured ninja were cut down like wheat before a scythe, what few defenders remained rushed with a frenzy to meet them as more civilians fled in a blind panic. Chuji shot to his feet, his features angry as he shouted and charged into the breach, bellowing out a war cry that thundered up from his chest as his powerful fist struck the first ninja that got within reach with bone-crushing force. With an unrolled scroll and two cat-like puppets, Sakura joined the attack herself. It was a bloodbath from there on out. The Suna ninja fought as a collective. With the frenzied desperation of an animal in its last burst of energy while the Leaf forces poured more and more exhausted men into this slaughterhouse. The fighting was desperate, frenzied, wild, insane, mad, primal. Barbaric. 100 more descriptions could be placed on it. Chuji brought his arm up to block a surprisingly hard kick. His reflexes kicked in, bringing his arms up with preternatural speed to block the sudden rain of incoming blows. His opponent was wearing white, a long braid of black hair hanging from the nape of his neck. A hail of Sanban forced the Konoha ninja to pull back, giving Chuji some breathing room as Sakura's puppets closed in to help. The taijutsu user took a stance, trying to keep Chuji, Sakura and her puppets in front of him, backing away as much as he could. Lee! Sakura moved, pushing herself against a wall as kunai and shuriken. She and Chuji peered into the bright light that filtered in from the massive hole, just in time to see a young woman flip down from the crumbling ceiling. Dressed in Chinese clothes, she was just as distinctive as the taijutsu user, with her hair wrapped up in two tight buns. Only a few loose strands to show a full day's worth of fighting. With a puff of smoke, two longswords were in her hands. Taking a stance, she stared Sakura down. Lee needed no further encouragement, and with a burst of speed he rushed the Akimichi while Tenten attacked Sakura and her puppets head on. Her ears are ringing, she can't see, everything is so white, too much, too much. She moves to stand but feels a weight at her back. She turns, she has to turn to look. Aburame-san? He lay across her, unmoving, the glasses gone from his face. She pushed herself to a sitting position, her hands pushing him away as gently as she could. Abura she stopped, feeling the sticky blood coating her fingers as she brushed her hands across his back. She leans over him to see. His back was almost completely burnt. Burnt, blackened muscle and seared flesh. He was dead. Shielding her. She doesn't say thanks. Maybe she should. She stands up, stumbles as one leg nearly gives out beneath her, and finally sweeps her eyes across the city. Every house, every building destroyed all around her. Even the wall to the south has crumbled, completely missing now. She can see more homes collapsing into the pit. Her eyes glance to the floor, passing over Shino. She finds Yoshihiro. He's face down, his armor shattered at the shoulders, cracked across the breastplate, falling apart at the waist and legs. He's not moving either. You're alive? She whips back around, and sees him standing there, surprised but pleasantly so it seems. His smile gets a little wider with every passing second. He chuckles. You did get down pretty damn quick, probably what saved you. He looks to Shino's corpse. Smiles a little more. Heh, maybe he helped too. She pushes chakra to her eyes, and feels the pain of an aching muscle throb through her eyes and face. She must have winced because he speaks. Ah. Not fun seeing so much chakra with those eyes of yours, eh? He swings Samahita through the air, lazy and aloof. Samahita eats chakra. But it can also give it back out. The amount of chakra it had in it would have probably killed me 6 times over if I'd tried to fuel that attack myself. She raises a hand to her face, and is shocked to feel blood trailing down from her pale orbs. There's a crash behind Kisame and the fishman turns, watching as the Inuzuka pulls himself out of the rubble of some blown-down building. Hanabi knew she must have looked good by comparison. His prosthetic had already been broken, but one leg was visibly shaking with his weight, a horrid cut bled profusely from his forehead and a bruise marred whatever the blood didn't obscure. His clothes were torn and the rips only revealed more bruises, while his real arm was covered in a blackened burn from elbow to fingertips. Good, things were gonna get slow with just her to keep me company. She heard Kisame say. The last conscious Suna ninja snarled, growling through his bloody teeth. He aimed to take a step forward before he collapsed, his strength failing him even as he snarled. You killed Ino Dash. Any other obvious points you want to make? He chuckled, swiveling his head around to look at the Suna nin. She pounced. She was fast, quiet, every instinct and training coming to the forefront of her mind as she visualized her attack. Then he just turned around and smacked her. His entire body pivoted, whipping up his limp, broken arm with a sickening crunch before she felt the back of that hand smack her across the face. She reeled. Her entire momentum was thrown aside. With a single hand she caught herself, doing a cartwheel to avoid Kisame's massive downward swing with Samahita. The sword struck the road, digging itself in there, and Hanabi rushed at him again, springing with her feet, hoping to capitalize on the time he would need to pull that sword back up. But Kisame was no imbecile. He let the sword go, one foot coming up to place itself on the grip to prevent the thing from falling as he grabbed at her wrist with his now free hand, hoping to snap it. But Kisame still had only one arm, and to Hanabi's slight advantage, mass. He twisted her arm, and instead of curling her body while attempting to keep her footing, the young Hyuga matriarch kicked off the floor, allowing her entire body weight to be supported solely by Kisame's powerful arm. Now, nearly hanging upside down, she jabbed her foot beneath the monster's armpit, a burst of chakra from the ball of her foot shooting through his body. It should have caused excruciating pain. Kisame merely grunted. She jabbed her free hand into his waist, to the side of his knee, one point along his inner thigh, and finally, into his wrist. Any man would have collapsed. Kisame let her go, allowing her to fall, before kicking at her with all his strength. She curled her body to avoid the blow, reinforced her flesh and her bones against the impact. The pain was still excruciating. Her entire side was raw and throbbed with songs of agony. She didn't even have the mind to roll with her fall. The top of her head actually scraped across the floor before she tumbled and rolled, kicking up sand and debris as she slid to a stop. She may have actually blacked out. She wasn't really sure. All she was sure about was that when she found the strength to pick herself up, almost every fiber of her body screamed out some kind of protest. Pins and needles, knives and nails, everything seemed to be against her as she slowly began to push herself onto her feet again. She realized again that her Byakugan was deactivated. She opened her eyes and looked up towards the other end of the road. He was still standing there, whipping his hand as though to get some feeling back into it before grabbing at the sword that was now leaning against him rather than held up by his foot. Heh! He laughed through sharp, bloody teeth. Damn girl. You sure are made of tougher stuff than I gave you credit for. Hanabi felt warmth trickle down her head, and this time, she wasn't really surprised to find the blood there when she wiped at it. Her sight swam and the edges of her eyes darkened. Byakugan. She coughed out, the veins around her eyes bulging again. His smile was positively gleeful now, like a child that just realized the gift he'd always wanted was now in front of him. You wanna go again? Oh, this is rich. You? She coughed, hacking and wheezing. You can't move. His smile faltered. You can't move. I struck enough points along your body to stop you from moving your legs. It should kick in about now. He smiled again, this time somewhat bitterly. She had no doubt he could feel that it was true, she could see it was. I fall down at the first swing, you take the opening and finish the job? You're good girl. Might be you'd have been born 30 years ago, you would have been something real special. She didn't answer, merely took her stance. I am the edge of the sword. She rushed forward. Kisame's hand tightened around the grip of Samahita. The distance was closed in the span of an eye blink. Hanabi wasn't sure if she was moving faster than ever, or her mind was playing tricks on her. But before the last few feet could be eliminated, Kisame's smile returned full force. At his feet, directly between them, Hanabi saw a sudden, massive buildup of water beneath the surface. Only her Byakugan warned her fast enough. Even so, she wasn't going to have time to dodge. She saw her death in the next instant as the water surged up like a geyser. Her bones would snap under the force of the impact, her organs would hemorrhage under the pressure. She was going to die, and every step brought her closer to it. Too late to stop, too late to do anything. Tsuga. Kisame's head whipped back around, wide-eyed, his sword swung out back behind him in the next instant. It was a moment, a second, barely even there in hesitation, in lack of focus. She took it. With a single step, she vaulted to the side as the water erupted from the earth. Her hand glowed bright white with her chakra as she saw the Inuzuka's attack meet Kisame's deflecting blade before being bashed aside by the powerful sword and Kisame's raw, freakish strength, even with his lack of leverage due to his feet remaining firmly planted in the ground. He turned his head to face her, and this time, his surprise was clear, he was open. Her hand struck. For a moment all was still before the inhumanly strong ninja pitched forward, coughing up so much blood Hanabi was certain his heart must have completely ruptured. The blood spilled over her, falling onto her hair, her clothes. The sword fell from his grip, and her throat fell into it. Her eyes went wide, wild and truly afraid now for the first time in a long time. This wasn't possible. He was dead. Dead. His heart was torn open. He was dead. She heard his laugh, a raspy, wheezing thing that would forever haunt her nightmares from this moment until the moment she died. Heh, it's funny. He rasped, and blood specked across her face as she turned her eyes up to his clouded orbs. Kinda fitting now that I think about it, to be killed by you. She swallowed, feeling his hand wrapped around her throat all the more because of the movement. What do you mean? He smiled, all bloodied gums and pinkish teeth. You would have been born 30 years ago, you would have been something special, girl. His hand pulled itself away from her throat, rising slowly. Somewhere in her mind she realized she could pull away now, get out of his reach, get safe, but she was held fast, by fear, by him, whatever it was. She could no more move her feet than a man could survive without air. His hand fell heavily on her head, patting it. You would have been something just like me. He laughed one more time. Then he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. They found themselves in the familiar position of stumbling through the narrow hallway, with him leaning on her again to keep walking. Somewhere, distantly, they could hear the shouts of the battle still raging behind them. Come on. Sakura urged. It's just a little farther, Chuji. He didn't answer, just sucked in whatever air he could in his heavy breaths. His side was bleeding profusely now, torn open in the struggle, more damage than before. That Lee guy hit hard. Turn left here, he said, guiding her where he remembered. They turned, rounded corners and stumbled through passageways, a literal maze leading them round and round in circles until they finally found the dead end of a hallway. Sakura placed her blood-soaked hand at its surface, scrunching her forehead up in thought for a second. Damn it, how did? Chuji looked down the hallway, where the sounds could still be heard. Only now, there was less sounds of fighting. He could only hear the sound of men being killed. People would think screaming was screaming, but after a while one could tell the difference. He stepped out of her hold. Don't worry. Shikamaru taught me, keep an eye out. She nodded, giving up her frustrated efforts as Chuji formed his hand seals. She turned around and drew a kunai, letting her eyes linger down the long hallway. It took him almost a full minute. The illusion was one of the most complex Suna had at its disposal. As much genjutsu as it was ninjutsu. When he was done, the illusion was dispelled, revealing the wide entrance to the tunnels. Sakura, he called, looking over his shoulder, watching her turn and look at the opening with a nod. Then he saw them. The taijutsu master, and the bun-haired girl. Chuji didn't have to. He grabbed Sakura's wrist and, damn near threw her into the mouth of the cave. She stumbled and fell. Chuji. He smiled, his big face crinkling up with that familiar happiness of his. Sorry Sakura-chan. I don't know how to reform the illusion from the other side. His eyes grew sad. This was never an escape for both of us. Her eyes went wide and she screamed when his hand came up in a seal. She moved to get to him, only to find the wall between them. Her hand smacked into its surface, touching it as though it was real. As though it was real wood beneath her fingers, real plaster. Chuji! She shouted as her fists curled, and began to pound against its surface, screaming in desperate anger. Chuji smiled. Sorry I had to lie, Sakura. He couldn't hear her. The illusion was too strong. Too many seals painted into the area around them. Everything in his mind told him this wall was real and there was nothing beyond it. But he knew she was screaming at him right now. You'll forgive me, won't you? He turned around and saw Lee and that bun-haired girl marching down to face him. The girl threw a kunai. It wasn't aimed at him, it struck the wall at his back with a clink before the knife fell to the ground. Strong illusion. He heard her comment to Lee. Doesn't let our mind simply perceive it as not there, but not even weapons can just slip through it. We can deal with it later, yes? Lee answered. Chuji reached into his pocket, grasping at one of the few family pills he still had left. They'd never been able to make more after they fled Konoha. Too many things lost, and not nearly enough herbs in Suna. Last one, let's make it count. He popped the pill in his mouth. Suetun, Suiro no Jutsu. The technique enveloped him in an instant, a massive blue bubble of rippling water that made every part of his body feel as heavy as lead. Chakra surged through him, pushing at the invisible bonds, overpowering the technique. Akina spun her spear in her hand, swiveling her grip with 2 spins to make it go from the middle to the neck of the spear, pressing the weapon's tip against the swirling water prison. Raitun, Jibashi. The voltage that ran through Naruto's body sent every nerve to screaming. He tightened his muscles, forcing himself through sheer will to not lose his focus and control of his limbs entirely, pushing more of his chakra into the water around him. Akina pulled her hand free of the prison, the lightning enclosing in an instant to keep the delicate bubble intact with the lack of her direct contact. With a push of her chakra, the massive projectile went soaring into the air as she formed more hand seals. Raishu Hachiri no Jutsu. 3 hounds of electricity shot out of her hand, rushing through the skies as the water ball rose higher and higher, 3 arcs of wildly crackling electricity connecting her to them as they separated and rushed at the Devil King from 3 sides. They crashed with the sound of thunder, so violent and so loud, her ribs were shaking in her chest, she felt her ears ringing, the earth lurch beneath her feet as the skies lit up with a second sun, the black clouds of smoke fleeing from the scene of the blast. She was so focused on the sky, she almost didn't pay attention to the ground at her feet until it was too late. She swerved, fast enough to avoid her head being cut off her shoulders, not fast enough to avoid the cut that sliced open her skin from her left ear to the bridge of her nose. She cursed, her free hand flying towards her face as she pressed her palm against the injury. Whatever pain she was in was quickly forgotten as Naruto pressed his attack, rushing forward. She grabbed the spear by the counterweight, thrusting it forward to his face. Naruto fell to his knees, sliding across the dirt as he leaned his body back, the spear tip passing harmlessly overhead as he swung his drawn sword at her feet. Akina thrust the spear down, its point cleaving into the dirt as she used chakra to jump, the spear acting as a pole vault. She landed behind her brother, pulling the weapon free as he got to his feet. Suetun dash. Futon dash. The water swirled before her, a whirlpool churning in the air between them before the wind smashed into it with the force of an enraged Akimichi. The water vanished, and she appeared, eyes rimmed with red. She didn't even move when the air pressure hit her, breaking over her body like the tide on the stone. Her spear was once more strapped to her back, hands were shaking, one gripping fire, the other electricity, and Naruto remembered where he'd seen her use this before. He threw his sword to the ground, tip digging into the hard-packed sandstone as he placed his other hand over the Rasengan, chakra swirling around it in a cyclone of howling, cutting wind chakra. She rushed forward, the pulsing ball of white-hot energy in her hand, burning her skin down to the bone, faster than the Kyuubi could heal it as Naruto gripped his sword again with his free hand and met her charge with his own. The explosion knocked him off his feet, throwing him to the ground as though it had been him, not the eastern gate, that Manda had slammed into. He began to rise, slowly beginning to reach his feet as he watched his sister doing the same across from him. His still blue eyes fixed themselves onto her glowing red ones through the haze of kicked-up sand and dirt. "You've grown, sister." Then a teeth-rattling crack. Naruto felt the ground lurch beneath him, the entire world tipping onto his side. He fell and rolled once, twice, 3 times, catching himself with chakra on the 4th as he noticed that the chunk of the Kazekage monument they'd been standing on was falling down to the village below. He ran up, seeking to leap onto the still stable mountaintop. In contrast, he saw her running down, rushing to the collapsing edge. It took him a minute to realize why. His eyes swiveled to the still unconscious Kazekage just as the red head tipped over the edge. And Akina jumped right after him, red wisps of chakra spilling from her skin as she called more of the demonic energy to her. Her knuckles throbbed, her hands hurting. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. Her hands weren't bleeding, there was no goddamn damage to her fists. This wall didn't exist. Her fists only hurt because she thought that they should. She sobbed and screamed, pounding away with tears trailing down her eyes. Chuji! The aches of his muscles vanished, his waning chakra reserves were replenished. With a shout, he charged. Lee met his charge head-on, lashing out with a kick that met Chuji's chest dead center and was about as much of a deterrent as a spitball would have been. The Akimichi grabbed him by the shoulders, roaring as he smashed the taijutsu master into one wall, and then slamming him into the other. He raised his arm at the last moment, the edges of the girl's sword scraping along the armor of his forearm with a screech of metal across metal before he swung at her. She backpedaled quickly, and Chuji turned his eyes back onto the taijutsu user in time for Lee's fist to catch him on the cheek. A vicious backhand smashed Lee against the wall. Winded, the taijutsu master ducked beneath Chuji's follow-up, the Akimichi's massive fist punching straight through the wall like it was wet cardboard. Lee moved in the narrow hallway, positioning himself to deliver a strong kick that connected with Chuji's broad back solidly. He was about to follow it up with a front kick to the ribs when Chuji yanked his arm free, punching at the taijutsu master with his broad, meaty fist, sending Lee sprawling onto the floor. He moved to capitalize on the opening when, with the slide of steel cutting through flesh, Tenten's sword burst out of his chest, its tip coated in blood. Chuji stumbled, groaning before he fell onto his knees, watching through clouded eyes as Lee stood up, feeling a distant pain when the girl pulled her weapon free. He smiled at the wall that was there, but not there. "You'll forgive me, won't you?" And behind that wall, Sakura screamed and cried. The wind whipped past her face as she shot down with the pull of gravity. Gaara's Kazekage robe whipped at her hands and face before she pulled him against her, his limp body awkward in her grasp. A shadow was cast overhead and she turned, looking over her shoulder as Naruto descended above her, his form shooting down like an arrow as he held his arms to his side, diving head first. She turned in midair, reaching for her spear. As she thrust it forward, lightning again crackling through the shaft and blade, a blade of pure light emerged, surrounding the hilt and lengthening the weapon's offensive edge and tip nearly 15 feet. She swung, and Naruto's wind-coated sword came to his defense, the force of the swing sending him veering off to the side. Thus, leaving her completely open when a clone materialized just 2 feet above her, one arm holding the Kazekage, the other still gripping her outstretched weapon. She screamed when the Rasengan hit her full on, drilling right at her sternum perfectly. Blood choked her off. Her essence bubbling up from her throat as her entire body convulsed and her insides were damn near ripped apart only to regenerate in a second and be torn apart again. The clone dispelled as she shot down to the earth at triple the speed, the entire world blurring as her eyes darkened. The last thing she saw was the crumbling rocks of the mountain chasing after her. When she woke, it was to the odd sight of sand, hanging over her like a canopy. She groaned, more blood bubbling up from the back of her throat as she coughed and spat it out. Her hazed eyes found Gaara's equally pitiful-looking form. The Yondaime Kazekage was visibly struggling to hold up the weight above them. She was cut off as she hacked up more blood, rolling over and spitting it out. "You're awake." "Barely," he answered, groaning as he momentarily seemed to buckle under the weight. "I can't hold this up 4-. The Kyuubi's bubbling, red chakra rose up to replace the sand, supporting the weight as Gaara finally allowed himself to collapse again. He's winning, he said simply after a few breaths. Akina nodded, clutching her chest in pain as she sat up. Yeah. Then she pushed the rocks above them, finding the weight to be light all things considered, and with just one shove the light of day filtered down towards them from the surface. She pulled herself up, reaching down and helping Gaara to stand, only to find the Godame Hokage standing just 20 feet away, one sword still in its sheath, the other at his side, his cloak whipped up in a fierce wind rushing in from the desert to the scorching fires in the village, fueling them further. She pulled herself free completely, Gaara still struggling in the hole, exhausted and still recovering. He would be no help to her here, not for a while at least. So staying next to him would only put him in danger. When she walked closer, the Kyuubi's chakra covered her like a shroud, the pain of the Rasengan was still there, but it was fading, no longer crippling. You're still alive, he said. He didn't sound very surprised. She noticed something then. His eyes were still blue. And he was panting. You're holding back, she said as the realization slapped her across the face. Am I? He sounded amused, as though he were merely indulging a fool's suspicion. But, it may as well have been a confession to her ears. You haven't used the Kyuubi's chakra once. You never hesitated before, your wounds aren't healing as quickly. You're getting tired. Why aren't you going all out? A sliver of hope crept back into her heart as she asked. A faint glimmer of a thing that was barely worthy of being called something real. He seemed to take a breath, as if getting ready to deliver some kind of answer, any kind of answer, when she suddenly saw his body tense, and felt the wisp of disturbed air brushing across her back. Move! His warning came too late, and the pain too soon. White hot, it burned up her spine with such ferocity she screamed, feeling her throat tearing all over again at the shrilled agony it was pouring out, before something smashed into her. As the world blurred, the Kyuubi chakra dissipating around her body, she barely heard her brother shouting her name before everything went dark. Naruto stood on the street, eyeing the rubble that was now the house his sister had just been pushed into, wood and masonry collapsing on top of her. Because he can't dash, the man said, and Naruto redirected his attentions onto his sister's attacker. The former leader, of Akatsuki. Pain. Fierce blue met unerring Rinnegan, the multi-rimmed eyes of a man who fashioned himself a god glaring at Konoha's Devil King. Can you? Hanabi stood before Kisame's unmoving corpse, her eyes remaining glued onto his smiling face, dazed, frightened. She jumped when a hand fell onto her shoulder, making her turn to face them. Chapter 116, End of Sorrow. She turns, and when she sees it's Temari standing there in front of her, she wonders why she's not wholly surprised. Perhaps she's still just numb. Hanabi, are you all right? She knows the Suna woman shouldn't be there. But she is. And Hanabi can't really bring herself to care. She is more surprised when she sees another ninja, one she can recognize distantly, as the Tsuchikige's nephew appear behind them, reaching his uncle's side with a shout of the man's name. Yoshihiro groans, half his face covered in blood and cuts, a chakra burn standing out at his temple. Toyohisa. His speech is slurred, his eyes clouded. She doesn't know if he's concussed or dying from Kisame's attack. Probably both. Did you get her? He asks and his nephew nods before looking to them. Temari-san. He calls, and Temari offers her a worried look before making her way closer and kneeling at the man's side. Yoshihiro Dano. Heh. He laughs, and the sound is bloody in his throat. Glad to see my nephew did what I told him for once. Why did you free me? She asks, getting right to the point. The old Tsuchikage might not have that much time left. This is where I would get cheeky, shrug and ask, why not? He laughs again, his chest jerking with the effort. Truth is, girl, I got you out to avoid this. This time, his chest jerks with wet, rasping coughs even as he weakly gestures towards the destruction around them. Temari waits until it's subsided, listening patiently. You're the only one that can. I already tried to get Naruto to stop. She confuses, her face tight with something akin to anger, or grief. Probably both. He won't listen to me. She looks around, the sight of her village, in flames, half buried in the sea of dunes makes her face darken. I don't think Gaara would listen to me either at this point. You have to make them. Yoshihiro growls before descending into another fit. Hanabi finally moves, stepping closer, listening. Toyohisa fusses over his uncle as the man moves to sit, telling him to rest, to not aggravate his injuries. You make them listen. Otherwise everyone will die here. How can I? I'll help. Temari turns, and looks on her. Little Hanabi, barely reaching the older woman's chest. She feels foolish just for saying it. But she stands her ground, knowing full well she could be making another mistake, stepping into yet another battlefield she might not be ready for. No one says anything. and the silence between them is broken only by the sound of the crackling fires and distant screams. Then Yoshihiro laughs, addressing Temari. You heard her. But the Suna princess shakes her head, looking like she's about to protest before Yoshihiro raises his hand, placing it on hers, the weight of his armor resting on her forearm. You have to try, girl. He whispers, the levity gone from his face. You can't just let everyone die without trying. Hanabi watches, sees the girl biting her lip, afraid, worried. But eventually, she nods. Yoshihiro pulls his hand away from her. Good. Come on, uncle, let's get you out of here. Toyohisa moves to help the older man up, but the Tsuchikage halts him with a stare. No boy. I won't be leaving this place. The younger Shimazu looks sad, his face crinkling with disappointment as he shakes his head. You're the devil, Shimazu. You dash. Will die on a battlefield that is hell on earth, as befits me. He sighs. Go boy. You are the leader of Iwagakure now, until they can elect a new Tsuchikage. He looks to his nephew's eyes, the boy he'd loved as a son now a man grown into his own, he just needed to realize it. Go, my men, continued North Toyohisa, find them, organize them, get them out of here and save as many as you can. And above everything else, after all of this is over, you go back home, kiss your daughter and your wife, and you keep the peace. This is my last order to you. Do you accept? With tears brimming in his eyes, he nods. Yes, uncle. Good, now, you all know what you have to do. So get moving, all of you. The desert winds scratch at his face, kicking up sand, carrying smoke and lifting ash. Naruto stares at the man across from him, wondering dimly why it was he was not wholly surprised. He should be surprised. He had no inkling to believe the former leader of the Akatsuki would make an appearance here. But he wasn't. This was, after all, the final battle. The last true war this country would ever see again for a very long time if he had anything to say about it. Warriors had been summoned here. Shinobi, however, were drawn here. Like moths daring the certain death of an open flame. He spares a glance towards where his sister had fallen, marking the spot in his memory, then back behind Pain, where the Kazekage is only now barely picking himself out of the rubble. Your death stands before you. The Akatsuki leader says, his words carried to Naruto's ears by the wind, so soft was his voice. The Hokage smiled, a strange little smile behind the safety of his metal mask. Does it? Nothing more was said. With a quick crouch, Naruto slams his hand onto the ground and in an instant countless snakes swarm across the village street, hissing and screeching as they attacked their would-be prey. Just before they reached him, Pain brings one hand down to his knee, and then lifts it quickly. The effect was as though some angry giant had punched through the earth, sending countless snakes flying in every direction. Tossed about the air, they fell moments later atop crumbling houses and burning streets, dispelling before, or as they struck the ground. Then, thrusting forward his other hand, Pain pushed. And Naruto was sent sailing down the road. The Hokage grunted, catching his feet quickly with chakra as he skid several yards more before coming to a stop. He shifted his grip on his sword, placing it across his back a second before the sound of ringing steel met their ears. The Hokage craned his neck to look over his shoulder, glaring at the obsidian black blade, then at its wielder. Were it so easy? The sky over their heads was rapidly darkening with black clouds, and thunder rumbled in, rolling over them as the hiss of distant, approaching rain reached them. In a burst of speed the two were moving, blades flashing with great, rending sparks that set Naruto's teeth grinding as their weapons struck each other again and again. Futon, Shoha. He thrust his free hand right into Pain's chest, the concussive blast sending the Akatsuki leader flying. Then, with a sudden, forward lurch, Naruto followed right after him, literally pulled off his feet as he sped forwards. He cursed, awkwardly holding his blade as his entire center of balance was thrown off, careening towards Pain with unrelenting speed. They passed right by each other with a single clash of steel, the force of their swing and momentum sending the impact straight up the Godame's arm before he finally righted himself, the gravitational pull finally dissipating as he lands in a semi-crouch, his back to his enemy. He spun, drew and tossed a kunai a few feet in front of him, bringing his blade up in the same motion to block Pain's black sword as it extended almost a dozen feet between the two of them, emerging from the man's sleeve, seeking his flesh. The seals on the kunai glowed for an instant, and a dark cloud of smoke obscured the both of them. Futon, Daitopa. A funneled gust of wind tore straight across the street, banishing the smoke to reveal nearly 100 small pellets being propelled towards Pain. Once more, with quiet disdain, the god raised his hand and each of the projectiles was sent right back towards their owner. Wherever the small balls struck, an explosion followed, enveloping nearly an entire city block in fire and smoke. Pain's dark eyes stayed fixed on where he'd seen Naruto, his mouth set in a grim frown. Then he turned, raising his hand to the sky. And the descending Naruto was suddenly rushing down at dangerous speeds, falling like a lead brick. He crashes into the earth with a leg-crushing smash just beside Pain. He barely has the presence of mind to raise his weapon in time to avoid getting scalped. Then he was sent flying again, this time smashing into the side of a building as Pain pushed him away. He pulls himself free with a grunt of discomfort, shingle splinters and half-broken pieces of wood crumbling around him. He finds Pain still standing there, glaring at him with purple-ringed eyes. The black clouds finally rolled over them, fully blocking out the sun as thunder roared and ice water fell from the sky, onto the ruins of Sunagakure. The air choked her, clogged with dust and gravel. It was too hot and too thick, the pressure on her chest felt like it was crushing her. Bits and pieces of masonry, wood and tubing dug into her back. She groaned, pain throbbing through every nerve, from the tips of her toes to the tips of her fingers. She tried to move, bringing her arms to try and push the debris off of her, but just the attempt at bending her elbows had been enough to take her breath away. The weight above her shifted, and Akina opened her eyes to see billions of grains of sand, hissing as they rolled over her, cocooning her. Her breath was stifled and hot in the confinement for the instant it was around her. Then, it fell away to reveal Gaara standing above her, the darkening, cloud-covered sky serving as a backdrop to his bloody red hair. Then the sky started pelting her with rainwater. "It's cold? Can you move?" He yelled down at her. She wondered why until the sound, and the tremble of an explosion reached her. He cursed, glancing up before back down to her. She feels razors sliding through her spine as she shakes her head. Fire down her throat as she speaks. "Back, something, in my back." Not hesitating, he reached around her, sliding one arm underneath her body as he rolled her onto her side. She felt, dimly, her spear slide free of her hand. She would have screamed if the pain itself hadn't seemingly choked her. She felt his hand grip something and with a sudden yank, he pulled it out. The pain from that was almost a comfort as every fiber of her body soothed with relief. She gasped, like a drowning man come up for air. He let her roll onto her back again, holding up an obsidian black spike, almost a rod really, nearly half again as long as a kunai knife. He tossed it aside, glancing up again as a crash reached their ears with the ringing sound of steel on steel cutting through the air. Gingerly, like moving an aching, overworked muscle, she rolled over, finding her strength again when she pushed herself up onto a crouched position, grasping at her spear as she finally looked up. The fighting was fast-paced, she could barely follow their movements as the two blurred from one motion to the next. A block here, a lunge there, a parry here, a counter there. Their weapons moved so fast between the two of them they barely even seemed to make the metal kiss before they were moving on to their next block or strike. Then, faster than a heartbeat, she saw Pain's sword lash out, punching through Naruto's armor and into his chest as her brother pulled away with a snarl, bleeding and growling from behind his mask as he took to the rooftops before Pain yanked him back down with a wave of his hand. The Demon King fell with a crash, forced to defend himself as Pain kept up the pressure, with Naruto's wound still bleeding. She felt a hand on her shoulder, but didn't look away even as Gaara began to pull at her. "Come on." She stumbled after him, his insistent pulling tugging her away before she caught herself, planting her feet before she spoke a simple, "No." He turned to face her, teal eyes narrowed as he waited for her explanation. "You go. You have to. There are people you can save. This entire city is being ripped apart by Manda. Either rescue them before it finishes what my brother ordered it to do. I'm staying." "Staying for what?" He said, his voice low, the implication so thick there she could almost see them hanging in the space between them. She couldn't help the wince his words brought, biting her lip somewhat guiltily as she realized she really didn't know the truthful answer to that. Her brother had to be stopped. He had to be stopped. Pain could do it. If anyone in the world could stop Naruto, it was him. But then who would stop Pain? She wanted her brother stopped. He deserved to die for all the things he'd done. For what he was doing now. So where the hell was that determination she had just moments ago? Why the hell couldn't she just accept the fact that he was just a beast and butcher him like one? She'd had it before. She'd had it in Kyuubi, when all he was her family's murderer, and not her twin sibling. Why the hell couldn't she just pick that back up again? Somewhere, a small part of her laughed. Still such a little girl, such a stupid little girl that wants to save him. To believe that she can. Why couldn't she just kill the little girl too? Gaara's face softened, and she saw him turn to face her completely, and there she saw the Kazekage she'd grown to know in her time here. Not this, hard-faced, man with the mistrustful gaze she'd seen since the northern wastes. "You saved me," he said. "I was unconscious for God knows how long and I woke up to find you getting one of those Rasengan attacks through your chest fighting him. I know, you're not helping him, I know that, but I'm going back there to fight," she said. "Which one?" He shot back. Then, he shook his head, and held up his hand. "No. Go. Do whatever it is you think you have to. If we're both still alive when all of this is over, we'll talk then. He kicked out at Pain's chest, feeling the blow connect solidly and pushing the Akatsuki leader back almost a full 6 paces, stumbling to regain his feet. Naruto hoped it would grant him a second or two respite. His wound still bled and Pain's attacks were relentless and fierce. He had never fought someone of this much skill. Conversely, he could most likely assume that the same held true for Pain himself. His respite was cut all too short. Before Pain had even fully found his footing, Naruto felt his feet leave the ground. Tugged forward by irresistible force, the Hokage cursed as he was forced to cross blades again, deflecting one blow as he sailed past his enemy, then digging in his feet and rounding back with a violent spinning motion. Pain backed away, the edge of Naruto's scimitar nearly cutting at the bridge of his nose before he lashed out again with his hand, and Naruto was now sent careening towards the other side of the city street to slam into the wall of a building, where another black sword drove itself into his stomach. He grunted, the pain disproportionate to the injury as every muscle in his body screamed as though it were on fire. One hand fisted around the blade, gripping it as he pulled to yank it out. He heard the wail of metal striking metal. Glancing up, he found another of Pain's swords halted mid-slash by a familiar spear. She twisted the weapon harshly, the sudden interference surprising Pain enough to allow her to drive him away if only for a moment. With a final, harsh yank, he pulls the blade from his body, snarling as the Pain vanished. He straightens, stepping forward to stand at his sibling's side. Pain's face remained blank, and Naruto knew that, even with her here, this fight was far from won. Beside him, Akina spared her brother a glance, looking at his face for the briefest instant before returning her eyes to her, their enemy. Move! Move! The ground was going out beneath their feet as they sprinted, buildings and cobblestones crumbling down into black abyss before the 5 jumped, lunging out of the sinkhole's path. The toad Sannin breathed heavily, his heart pounding away a staccato rhythm in his chest, joining the pounding vibrations throughout his body as Sunagakure fell, to be crushed beneath the endless tides of roiling sand. I'll kill him myself. He wasn't sure how, he wasn't sure when. But he knew that, should he leave this battlefield alive, he would not rest until Naruto Uzumaki was dead. What the hell are we gonna do? Kadamaru yelled, peering out of one window to even more ruins. We're getting the hell out of here. Sakan answered. How? You all saw what I saw, that snake destroyed the entire outer wall of the city, we're cut of dash. There must be some parts that haven't been damaged to such a degree. Jiraiya interrupted, standing up, tossing a soldier pill into his mouth. A lot of that sand cloud Manda kicked up was probably pockets of air or gas rising up to the surface. We have to try to find some area, any area still stable enough for people to escape. And if it's all destroyed? The spider ninja shot back. Then learn to fly, chicken shit. Tayuya answered for both of them. I ain't sticking around. So let's move and see if we can find a way out of this before that purple-scaled bastard brings the whole place down. I say we do what the old frog says and try to find some way out. Jiraiya nodded. It wasn't much of a plan. It wasn't a plan at all, but they had to try. We're not putting all our eggs in one basket though, he said, mostly to himself. Split up, he ordered. 2 and 2, I'll go alone. You pick up anyone you can. Suna, Konoha, it doesn't matter anymore. You just get as many people out of here as you can. Pain's elbow smashed into his chest, pushing the air from his lungs, and driving him through the beam of a building's porch. He coughed, scrambling to stand as he saw Akatsuki's god slam his sister into the ground with a savage throw. He rushed forward, throwing shuriken as he did. The sheer speed of the projectiles would have normally ensured them finding their target. But Pain was, of course, far beyond normal, deftly dodging the stars as Naruto closed the distance between them, a Rasengan forming in his hand to drive it through the Akatsuki's chest. His wrist was locked in a bone-crushing grip, and Naruto grit his teeth as Pain glared at him with contempt before he kicked at the blonde Hokage. His foot drove the air from Naruto's lungs as it pushed into his stomach, and an elbow across the face dazed him as Pain threw him through the wall of another building. Naruto didn't even allow the dust to clear before wind blades were flying across the air, seeking out Pain as the Akatsuki leader dodged these as well, flipping and twisting his body like a gymnast until the attack was spent. When he landed, he didn't even need to look as he blocked Akina's spear, batting the weapon aside with his forearm before he grabbed the middle, twisting it, and her until he had her in a hold, the haft of her own weapon digging into her throat, before he spun them around and threw her again. Right into Naruto, the illusion around his body dissipating with the physical contact as he caught her, throwing her again where she found her footing before they both rushed him at different angles. He dodged her lightning spears, the small little projectiles zipping past his face and head with mere millimeters distance as he blocked Naruto's blow and countered with a brutal hammer fist to the Hokage's face, blocking his immediate spin kick as well before pushing him off. She reached him, no longer launching spears of lightning at him, rather gathering the electric energy into her hand, her fist crackling with electric currents not unlike Kakashi's Chidori as she punched him. The god tilted his head, avoiding her blow as he grabbed her by the elbow, keeping her in place before he dodged Naruto's clawed uppercut. Holding them both, he twisted under their arms, holding the limbs high in the air by the spot just below the elbow before he literally threw the both of them like they were mere shuriken themselves, sending the two spinning through the air. Their bodies plowed through the building in front of him, all but demolishing it as the thing collapsed under its own weight. The siblings groaned, both slowly extracting themselves from the debris. "I think we're losing," Akina thought aloud, picking herself up on wobbly legs. "I think you're right," Naruto surprisingly answered, and the youngest of the Yandame's children looked to the eldest, finding him painfully pulling a wooden spike, about 3 inches long and half an inch wide from his side, the red, spreading stain of blood covered up by the black of his armor and the red of his cloak. "How can he be this strong?" she groaned, shaking her head to loosen the cobwebs. "He wasn't this powerful when we fought him before. And there were 5 of him then." "6. He corrected. "Temari killed the last." "Same difference." She reached her feet, watching Pain through the rubble of the house. "One of him still shouldn't be this powerful. Not unless his power was divided evenly amongst the 6, and now that all those are dead it's been returned to the original," he speculated, standing up as well. She looked to her brother calm and implacable as ever. "You are not telling me that we're fighting someone who has the strength of 6 Kage-level ninja?" He nodded once, what she could see of his face reflecting a grim countenance. She could only hope that he was wrong about this. Otherwise, "Get ready," her brother snarled, and it was the only warning she received before she had to defend herself again. He fell against the alley wall, his shoulder resting on it as his knees shook, wondering for the 100th time what the hell she'd done. He knew something was wrong just an instant after his Chidori had pierced her chest. He'd felt his arm go numb, then the sensation of pinpricks, then fire in his veins. Then nothing, at least at first. But her satisfaction had been there, plain to see in those clouded, dying eyes. His death had come for him and she could care less about hers. So now here he is. Half standing, half slouching on some alley wall, cold and wet with rain, dying as his breath is too thin, his muscles too weak, his sight too dark. And in pain. The pain was there, a discomfort that was growing, like a pulled muscle, everywhere and getting worse. It wouldn't resemble a pulled muscle soon, perhaps a broken limb, or a deep slash. He wondered what her poison was. But it was only a fleeting thought. His enemy had been Tsunade. More than likely most professional medics would scarcely have a guess at its name. He knew it was most likely directed to the chakra coil system. The feeling had been immediately after his Chidori, when the tenketsu along his arm were wide open. She must have slipped something in through there just before he'd pierced her heart. He would put that level of control beyond almost anyone. But she was a Sannin, and the best damn medic in the world. So she could do it. It would probably be slow too. Perhaps I shouldn't have killed Shizun after all, then she would have just used a quick poison. His black humor was cut short as another spasm of pain ripped through him, bringing him down to his knees, panting, his chest heaving. "I can't die yet, there's still things I need to do. I can't, I have to." Finally, he caught his breath, pulling himself up to his feet before stumbling forward. The power of Pain's swing brought the black blade crashing into his own with such force that he felt the impact literally crawl up his arm, his barely healed shoulder throbbing with the pain as he was sent skidding back. Pain turned with the same movement, parrying a spear thrust, and then another before pulling Akina close, his hand rising to slam his forearm into her throat in a clothesline that knocked her flat on her back before he kicked her in the ribs, sending her like a skipping stone down the road before he turned on Naruto again. The Godame was struggling visibly against the Akatsuki leader's strength, deflecting and blocking clumsily as Pain continued to slash and strike again and again with punishing force that would be purely inhuman even if he weren't injured. Finally, he managed to reach out, mid-swing, catching Pain's sword arm by the wrist and holding him firmly in place as his own sword plunged for the man's stomach. Pain's free hand emerged inches from his face. He thought he was about to be pushed away again when suddenly foreign chakra invaded his coil network. It was like his entire bodily system was suddenly thrown into reverse, his stomach heaved as though he would vomit, his nose and mouth could not suck down air, every muscle seized and relaxed only to seize again. His body and mind rebelled and in a sudden, natural reflex he called on the fox's chakra, purging Pain's hold on his system in an instant. He caught himself, pulling the demonic energy back, only for his limbs to lose all strength. Pain yanked himself free of his hold and his black sword found Naruto's flesh again, this time plunging into his left bicep as the Godame fell back like a limp rag doll. Then Akina was there again, her spear a blur in her hands as she shouted out a battle cry, the red shroud of the Kyuubi's chakra enveloping her and the weapon in burning energy. He struggled to rise, his body feeling lethargic and pitifully weak. The cold of the rain that drenched them seeped down to the marrow of his bones, his muscles felt like bits of string. But rise he did, forcing one knee under him, then lifting himself onto his feet just in time to see Pain grab Akina by her throat, ignoring his blackening skin and cooking meat as his flesh burned. He was aiming to crush her larynx. He forced his chakra to move, pushing it through his system as though it were caught in knee-deep mud. He formed his hand seals and sucked in a breath as he poured every scrap of chakra he could into his lungs. Futon, Daitopa. Like the fist of an angry wind god, the great breakthrough surged forward, demolishing houses and blowing away crumbling cobblestones, uprooting whatever trees in the village still existed. The fires directly in its path guttered out while the ones at its far edges spread as much as they could across soaked wood. Pain managed to throw only the merest glance in his direction before he was swept fully off of his feet, releasing his sister as Akina dug in her spear and the red chakra claws to keep her tethered to the ground. When the attack died away, he wondered how much time he'd bought them. A minute? Seconds? He would need more than that to heal. Akina grabbed at his arm, pulling him as the Kyuubi's chakra died away. Come on. She pulled him through the demolished, ruined city, turning this way and that way past burning shops and mud-squelched roads. The rain pounded at their backs until she finally seemed to consider one of the many ruins adequate enough before pulling them both inside. Where he promptly collapsed. He would have fallen outright if she hadn't caught him. Naruto. She pulled, and he just barely summoned up the strength to push himself against a crumbling wall, the rain water trailing down from its side and seeping onto his cloak. She knelt in front of him, her still red eyes searching his blue ones. What's wrong with you? He breathed, closing his eyes. Silence was his answer before he felt her hand ghosting over the injury at his chest, at the more recent one in his bicep and the other at his stomach. You're still bleeding. She breathed, shocked. Why are you still bleeding? God damn it, answer me, Naruto. He sighed, opening his eyes again to peer at her, confused, frustrated, and, was that worry he detected? I did not escape our last encounter with the Akatsuki unscathed, sister. He said, watching her listen with rapt attention. With your seal designed the way it is, and the Kyuubi trapped within you, and shielding you from the most toxic of its power. You've probably never experienced it to such an extent. But its power damages you. Sometimes permanently. His head fell back, his hood cradling his skull against the harsh surface of the wall. I used too much of its power that day, and the damage it caused is more severe, and more permanent than what I would like. You? She paused, the words feeling like stuffed cotton in her throat. You can't use the demon's power. He stared at her dead in the eye. With the damage I have sustained, the damage it will inflict. There is a simple truth I've come to accept in these recent months. Should I ever call on its power again to any significant degree, I am going to die. She watched him. He sat there, grim-faced and stoic as his blood slowly trailed its way down to the floor. I am going to die. He said it so simply, so matter-of-fact that it left her just as stunned as the actual implications of the words. How can you just say that? Like, it's just that simple. Just that simple? He asks, but by his voice she knows it's rhetorical. He turns his eyes to something slightly behind her and she turns, looking just past her foot where she's crouched. A primrose peeks out from the ground there, stark white against the muddy backdrop of the ground. Nothing is ever simple, sister. She looks back to him, his blue eyes are weary but still as sharp as ever as he keeps them fixed on her. This is what they'd been working for, wasn't it? This is what half the world, maybe the whole world, now wanted. They wanted him dead. No. Not just dead. Dead implied something other than potential violence in his end. They wanted him killed. And now they potentially could kill him. He was still a powerful ninja, he had been effectively beating both Gaara and her with these limitations, but now he was not that indomitable, unconquerable figure that he'd always been to everyone who even whispered his name. I am going to die. And he just told her this as if he did not think she would kill him. As if he did not think she would try. She eyed the blade of her spear, and when she looked back at him she could tell he'd followed her gaze, staring at her with a look that was entirely his own. Curious. As though her next choice was truly the most fascinating thing in the entire world right now and did not for all intents and purposes hold his life at its hinge. He closed his eyes, leaning back once more against the crumbling wall. Was that resignation? Was it surrender? Defeat? Mocking? Confidence? She threw her hands forward. He opens his eyes to see her green healing chakra glossing over his injuries. She swallows, looking at her work, not meeting his eyes. She hears something, it takes her a second to realize it's a laugh. Now she does look up, but her hands still glow, and this time she sees something almost tender in his eyes that makes her gasp when she sees it. What a tragic pair we make. He chuckled some more, but the joke was entirely lost on her. She heals him until the blood stops, until the skin is unbroken and his body released from its injured, weary lethargy. When he stands it's with old strength, his arm flexing as he tested the healing. He looks at her when she stands, his blues meeting her bloody reds. The silence between them stretches out. She doesn't know what else to say, so she smiles. Still doesn't change anything, huh? He doesn't answer, turning his eyes to another direction. Then, he reaches down and grasps his sword from where he dropped it. He turns to face her, looking like he's about to say something when instead he lurches forward, shoving her to the ground. Down. There's a deafening crack that sets her teeth on edge, then the roar that deafens her as she plants herself on the ground, using chakra to lay there until whatever it was had died away. When the dust finally settles and all she can hear is the tumbling crashes of debris hundreds of yards behind them. She stands, with Naruto doing the same at her side to find Pain's hand slowly falling back down. Kazekage-sama. The kunoichi gasped as he descended into the melee. She's bloodied, they all are, and she's cradling a bleeding arm that could have been broken as well. Sand rose beneath their feet, rushing forward in a wave that forced the encroaching Konoha ninja back. A few were caught, but more escaped. He didn't care, they wouldn't be stupid enough to come back with him here. He turned, finding the kunoichi again. Who is in command here? I am, sir. A stout man, Jounin, came forward, stepping over the ruins of a collapsed home and negotiating his way through his bleeding and exhausted comrades. He had the features of a Kumo native. Report. Kazekage-sama, they broke through the center line and entered the main tower courtyard after the ground started to just get ripped out from under us. We fell back to our positions, but those were overrun just minutes later. We've been fighting through the streets, trying to get to the last rally point ever since, but he didn't have to finish. It didn't matter. The ground had opened up into a chasm, 1,000,001 enemies stood between here and there, the last rally point had been overwhelmed already, it didn't matter. Here are your new orders. I want everyone to spread out, gather as many people as you can find, as fast as you can find them. The civilians have been evacuated through the caves, so look for fellow shinobi, wounded as well. If you find someone you can't carry back, come back for help. If you find no one in 3 minutes running distance, get back here, immediately. A counterattack, sir? No. Gaara answered, shaking his head with a frustrated growl. We're evacuating the village. The reactions were varied. Some relieved, others displeased, some conflicted. The dunes would hold more chance for their survival than this place. A city was nothing more than bricks, concrete and steel. It could be built up again, better than before. But it needed people to do so. Pain was standing mere inches from his face, his fist cocked back with chakra blossoming around his hand, wrist and forearm. The Hokage backed pedaled, the fist coming down and exploding against the dirt street with an obscuring cloud of grit and rock. He saw the Rinnegan wielder turn, his other hand rising with an uppercut-like motion. Spikes of rock jutting out from the ground as Akina advanced, forcing her to back away and skirt out of reach. Naruto formed his hand seals, 2 fireballs shooting out of his hands to Pain's back only to watch them promptly vanish, taken by his chakra absorption technique. He turned right back around to face him, one hand shooting out and launching the same 2 fireballs right back at him. Naruto jumped, rising over the attack before hitting the ground and jumping again only to feel the now familiar tug of gravitic forces yanking him back to the ground. He landed on feet that quickly buckled beneath the pressure, his sword rising over his head to block the swing that would have cleaved him from collarbone to hip. Another black sword emerged from Pain's other sleeve, sliding into his grip. The man swung, only to once more meet the edge of Akina's spear instead. Pain backed away, the look of annoyance on his face a palpable thing as he drew back both swords and formed his hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. 2 hounds, both with Rinnegan eyes, lunged at them, snarling and barking. White drool oozed from the sides of their mouth as their fur bristled like razor blades. Naruto's free hand shot out, as he stepped in front of his sister, catching one by the throat and crushing its larynx while his sword cut the other in 2. Both beasts vanished with puffs of smoke. Both of Pain's hands rose again, ready to push them back once more before the Hokage felt his sister snake her arm around his waist, the demonic chakra shrouding her other arm into a claw as she dug its tips down into the earth. The push of gravity came like a warhammer to their chests, pushing, but for once neither sibling moved anywhere and Pain's eyes grew alight in their fury. The force abated, and the siblings rushed forward. Pain's swords were back in his hands, deftly blocking and parrying the initial wave of strikes before once more he pushed them away, this time succeeding, but it was harried and unfocused with much less power than his other pulls and pushes. A Rasengan swirled in Naruto's hand, its blue glow soon becoming opaque as a layer of wind chakra formed around it, for swirling blades spinning and growing rapidly at its side before he threw it right at him. Pain's expression grew grim, the wind Rasengan swallowing up the distance before it visibly slammed into Pain's chakra barrier. The Akatsuki leader grit his teeth, struggling for a moment before he threw his hands up, the attack changing course and shooting up to the sky where it exploded spectacularly. Not strong enough to absorb that then. Pain attacked them then, rushing to Akina. His sister did a backflip to avoid his upward slash, landing on her feet. She looked up in time to see that Pain had taken to the air, one hand pointing down towards her, no doubt intending to push her against the ground, possibly breaking half the bones in her body depending on how much force he used. Naruto was moving before that though, his foot lashing out, kicking his sister none too gently in the ribs and sending her clear out of the attack's perimeter as he himself backed away just before he felt and heard the attack's effect. He threw out his shuriken, Pain landing an instant later where he blocked all three. They exploded violently before even touching the ground. He heard the Akatsuki ninja's grunt of pain through the obscuring cloud. Then he was shoved back, it wasn't unfocused this time. Smashing through the walls of a building that quickly collapsed over him. Naruto decided that he was truly beginning to loathe Pain's power over gravity. Akina, standing just behind Pain, attacked again as his back was turned to her, her spear wailing with dancing electricity, white lightning jumping over her body as she swung and stabbed. Pain dodged, the lightning jumping from her spear to strike at him regardless. He grunted, this time blocking with a chakra-shrouded blade, only for the lightning to rise and jolt his wrist and hand. This continued for several more strikes until the smell of burning fabric and worse, burning meat began to stink the air, and Pain threw his hand out behind him and then rushed it towards her. She thought he was going to throw her, instead she saw a virtual mountain of debris hurling forward behind him, aiming straight for her. She moved to flee, stepping back once when she felt herself collide against something. Down. She recognized his voice, instantly obeying. She fell down as the air behind her shimmered with an unnatural distortion, only to reveal Naruto standing there, two burning, fiery Rasengan swirling in his hands like small typhoons. Pain's eyes grew wide with recognition. He'd been so focused on Akina he hadn't even noticed Naruto behind whatever genjutsu he'd placed over himself. Through the orange light of the swirling flames she could have sworn she saw her brother smiling beneath his mask. Then the world was fire. The heat fell over her like the harsh winds of a hurricane, it barreled through and consumed everything in its path. The debris Pain had been hurling at her was obliterated in an instant, Pain himself lost amidst the inferno. And then her brother cupped his hand again, another Rasengan forming in his hands. He coated this one with wind chakra. The explosion buffets her, high above, nearly knocking her clear off her fan, even at this distance. The shockwave punching her like a physical blow. Hanabi's added weight to the fan doesn't help her keep balance, but somehow she manages. We can't go down there. The Hyuga screams, fighting to be heard over the ringing in their ears as Temari backs away. They'll rip us to pieces. Her veins are bulging around her eyes and Temari knows that the little princess is seeing more than she can right now. And what she sees alone is enough to unnerve her. Is my brother all right? She yells back over her shoulder and Hanabi shakes her head. Temari feels her heart plummet before listening to the girl speak. Naruto-sama isn't fighting the Kazekage, he's fighting some other man. She's caught for a moment, wondering who exactly that could be. Who in Suna could make Naruto use this kind of power? But it half clicks in her head that the person didn't have to necessarily be from Suna. At Hanabi's feet had been the unmistakable body of Kiri's monster. Kisame. Akatsuki? She thought to the last time Naruto had fought Akatsuki, wondered if her brother had already been beaten, wondered a lot of things. Only one thing came to her voice however. We need help. Hanabi nodded, now speaking at a more normal tone as the ringing subsided and the explosion began to die away. Let me see if I can dash. She looked over her shoulder, finding the girl squinting, forcing her eyes to see those few extra yards to see if she could see something. There. She pointed, and Temari brought their path downwards. Something was wrong. He knew something was wrong, the power, the chakra, it was fading too quickly. No, he thought, equal parts frustration and disbelief. But no matter how much he willed it, he couldn't stop what was happening. Right before his eyes what had once been a towering inferno, engulfing everything he could see in front of him, was sucked away in just a scant few seconds, leaving only Pain standing there, half crouched with visible effort, but a smile was on his lips. It wasn't that he couldn't absorb the wind Rasengan. The Demon King glowered, furious at his carelessness. He just wanted me to think that he couldn't. Pain shoved his hands forward, and then Naruto's world turned white. The first explosion had shook the ground at their feet. The second had all but knocked him off his feet, along with the ground from under them. He can hear more of the village falling away, he sees a house tip over and fall into the abyss. He grits his teeth, now with nearly 3 dozen ninja around him, all but a scarce handful of them injured. They all tense, some of the younger ones scream in fright, as the entire northern side of the village lights up like a second sun. He looks towards it, green eyes narrowed, wondering if the so-called Devil King was finally dead or had claimed yet another victim. Was Akina dead? He hoped not. Despite their differences, despite whatever misunderstandings or issues of wounded trust had brought them to this point, he didn't want her hurt or worse. He focused, closing his eyes as he forced the sand beneath them to rise, arcing up like some fish as it dipped back down, forming a wide, clear bridge between this spot and beyond the chasm that cut them off from escape. As his ninjas passed one by one, he couldn't help his impatience, his growing need for them to just move. These were his people. They were his responsibility. He had to save them. But this was his home and he was doing nothing to stop these people from destroying it. All he was doing was picking up shards of shattered glass. And it was infuriating. But a city could be rebuilt. It was nothing but bricks, concrete and steel. It needed its people to rebuild it. So he would save its people. Dragging his eyes back towards the now fading second explosion, they saw something that should not be there, making him gape like a fool. No. It can't be. He feels a weight on his chest, his sight still dimmed but growing clearer as the ringing in his ears subsided. He noticed her hair first, then her face, twisted in pain. Sister. He recognized her, then his eyes fell to the quickly vanishing shroud of Kyuubi chakra hovering above them. One hand fell to her back where he immediately recognized the sensation of blood seeping through the metal of his gauntlets. Pulling himself out from underneath her, he finally got a look at her back, charred black and raw from a massive burn. Her shirt was for all intents and purposes gone as she lay there. She shielded me. He deduced. One hand ran through her hair, as he sighed through his nostrils. Fool girl, he thought, though there was no disdain behind it. She managed to peel open her eyes, though they were clouded and unfocused. Nah. Rest now. He said. Your wound is severe. Even with your healing you will not survive should you exhaust yourself. She didn't seem to hear him, slipping in and out of consciousness. She was struggling to stay awake. His hand ghosted over her eyes with a mild genjutsu. Sleep, sister. And so she did. What a tragic pair we make. You survived. The voice was irritated, regarding him like an insect that refused to properly die beneath the boot. Naruto stood up, his grip on his blade still firm as he squared off against his enemy. Of course I did. He said, a failed god can do no better than his whore of an angel. Pain attacked him, vanishing for an instant before reappearing right in front of him in a burst of speed. Naruto brought his sword to bear, the ringing sound of steel clashing against steel reverberating through the street once more. He pushed the Akatsuki nin off, then charged after him to attempt his own attack. Pain dodged the sword strike with almost a casual contempt before he countered with a sword thrust. This time, Naruto did not block, nor did he dodge. He took the blow as he attacked himself, surprising the Akatsuki ninja as he stepped fully into the attack while he swung again and was rewarded with a deep slash across Pain's chest. Pain cursed, hastily backing away, his sword hand cradling his bleeding chest wound as his other hand lashed out to push Naruto away. Naruto fought through his own pain, pushing his body to its limits to ignore whatever properties the black sword had to cause such agony. He vanished from Pain's sight, dodging the push as he rushed at Pain from a completely different angle. Pain cursed, again, meeting Naruto's charge with his own. He struck out with his long black sword, only for Naruto to leap over him with a somersault, his own blade flashing down to cut at the back of Pain's neck as the Rinnegan wielder rolled forward. When he turned back around, he found the Demon King already on top of him, his sword held in both hands as he cut down with all his might. Pain's sword shattered with a sound of crumbling glass as Naruto's blade cut him once more, slicing down from the man's right shoulder to his right hip, blood fountained from the wound, coating him in the dripping, warm liquid. Pain rolled back, gaining some distance while he formed more hand seals. Naruto moved to follow, when suddenly there was a virtual army of summoned animals between himself and his opponent. He cut through them one by one, his blade finding their flesh in seconds. Some dispelled, others died instantly, their immaterial links to the summoned realm severed, same as their bodies. But he saw more clouds of smoke around him, as Pain summoned 2 creatures for every one he cut down, seeking to stall him. Naruto glanced at a shadow overhead, and he jumped, cleanly severing the head of the hawk summon that had been diving to claw his eyes out with those talons on his way up. He twisted his body so his feet were to the sky, his head to the ground as he manipulated the earth to form a thin platform at his feet. Landing there, he jumped off, straight down towards the seething mass of beasts below. His fist came down and from beneath rocks jutted out like spears, skewering creatures and bludgeoning them with stones that shot out of the sand with bone-shattering force. Naruto glanced up, just in time to see the injured Pain making his way into a strange portal of purple fire, its grotesque head framing a pair of Rinnegan eyes at the apex of the archway. Naruto cut through the remaining animals, sprinting towards his enemy with all of his speed until Pain once more lifted his arm and the Godame was thrown back. He landed on his feet, panting heavily as Pain entered the archway, only to re-emerge again seconds later, with no sign of his previous injuries. The Demon King snarled, growling somewhere low in his throat in pure frustration before he charged again. He struck once, then again, and again. His 3 blows finding only Pain's sword as the Akatsuki leader moved once more with the grace of an uninjured man. His hand struck out again, and this time Naruto jumped straight up, drawing out a kunai with a thin chain. He threw it, the thin links of metal coiling around Pain's outstretched arm as the Godame yanked him forward to stand just beneath his descending form. This time, Pain's block was not so smooth, it was clumsy and very nearly broke beneath Naruto's powerful downward sword swing. He kicked at the blonde, attempting to shove him away only for the chain to grow taut, yanked by Naruto's hand as he pulled Pain forward, slashing at the man's stomach. He moved to block, both arms gripping the blade, and Naruto pulled once more on the chain, one hand flying off the black sword's grip. When steel met steel, it did break through Pain's guard, the edge of Naruto's sword cutting right into Pain's side in a shallow wound. Pain grit his teeth, pulling at the chain with all his strength, and finally one of the links snaps, and Naruto is once more shoved back several yards. Doton, Doryuden. The rock dragon flew through the space between them, lunging at Pain with a roar, seeking to crush him beneath its mass and weight. The Rinnegan wielder scowled. Enough. The dragon's head shattered like porcelain. Pain ran along the length of its body, charging at Naruto with more speed than what he'd previously demonstrated. Before he'd even had time to raise his blade, Pain's black sword had already bit into his flesh. It was like blocking the winds of a hurricane. Pain's blade was striking 3 places almost at once. Naruto had never witnessed anything like it, and though he was able to keep the worst of the attacks from striking at vital areas, his blood was soon drenching his clothes. When the man finally pushed him away, it was actually a relief, even as he felt his back smashing against some piece of debris or other. He moved to stand when he realized his body wasn't listening. Pain was walking towards him now, his eyes set on his wounded prey. Do it, he thought, glaring at his attacker. One chance is all you'll ever have. As the distance closed, and those unnerving lilac eyes glared at him with threatening promise, Naruto almost found the urge to smile, though the reason escaped even him. Dynamic entry. The shout came a split second before the white blur of a kick almost slammed into Pain's face, driving the man back with a grunt. Naruto instantly recognized Lee, the vibrant glow of his chakra indicating he'd opened at least the first 3 of his chakra gates. Pain barely had time to straighten before he backpedaled quickly to avoid the slash of twin swords cutting down from overhead, then rolling to the side as a diminutive Hyuga landed behind him, nearly catching him in the violent vortex of a Kaiten. Then a shadow was cast over the Devil King, his head falling back and rising to the sky to an impossible shadow. No. She lands in front of him, worry creasing her brow, marring her features as she looks over his wounds. Are you all right? She asks him. He's not. He is exhausted, his body does not respond anymore, his chakra even less so, the burning power brimming within the seal just barely held in check by the remnants of his dwindled energy. And she's here. She shouldn't be here. She should be back in Konoha, under guard, safe. Not here, not in front of Pain when he can't even move. You need to leave, he says. Her eyes soften, and he knows she can see his concern. She's not supposed to, it's not even supposed to be there. But she does see it. Because it is there. I will, she says. Once we're done here. Stubborn fool. He coughs, and she barely pays him another glance as she stands and turns, just in time to see Lee rush forward. This time the Akatsuki leader is prepared for the Taijutsu master's flying kick, sidestepping before raising his own foot in a forward kick that slams into Lee's chest, smoothly springing from the foot still on the ground into a somewhat awkward, twist kick that connects with Tenten's shoulder blades as he flips over her, landing in time to lean away from Hanabi's palm strike and countering with an elbow that breaks through her hasty block and connects solidly with her temple. Lee returns, and for all his speed, his eyes are not as fast. Pain vanishes from his fight an instant before his fist connects with the man's face, reappearing behind him. Lee doesn't even realize it until he's being sent careening down the street to skid down the length of the road. Tenten barely even moves to attack before Pain's in front of her as well, the heel of his foot driving itself into the bun-haired Kunoichi's stomach and knocking her, winded and spitting out colored saliva, to the ground. Turning around, he crossed his arms in front of his face just in time for Temari's closed fan to smash into his limbs with bone-jarring force. His foot lashed out, striking her in the stomach, then raising his leg to smack his knee into her forehead when she doubled over. He didn't even turn to look before giving a quick backhand that knocked Tenten down again while simultaneously using his still raised foot to kick the desert princess across the face. He turned and caught Lee's kick with one hand, pulling him up and over before throwing him into Hanabi, then grabbing the recovering Tenten by the hair and tossing her as well before pushing all three with a strong burst of his gravitic control. Naruto cursed, snarling between his teeth as he tried to make his body move again as Pain turned and stomped his foot down on Temari's stomach, pinning her to the ground as he held his open palm over her face. It was just there, the force that would grant him the power to move again, just within reach, roiling beneath his skin. All he would have to do was reach out. Then the sands came. They coiled up Pain's legs like snakes, barely warning enough for the Akatsuki leader to jump before they snapped taut to crush his limbs as Gaara arrived carried aboard a speeding sand disk beneath his feet. Pain twisted his body, facing him mid-jump as he held his hand forward. Beneath Gaara's feet, a writhing mass of shifting sand shot out like a spear, pointed at the end, though thick as a tree trunk at its base, it buckling in on itself mere feet in front of Pain as sand met with the implacable force of gravity. Then the Kazekage leapt out of the sands, just feet from Pain in mid-fall. The Rinnegan wielder barely dodged the kunai slash towards his own throat, though he did not dodge the sledgehammer-like blow that followed shortly in the wake of Gaara's swiping arm, catching him full in the side and sending him sailing back down to the earth. Gaara followed, green eyes burning as the sand came to his call, rising like twin snakes before he sent them plummeting down after Pain to bury him between tons of silica and earth. When the Kazekage landed, the pillars of sand crashing down with rumbles that felt more like explosions, more sand came to his defense, barely deflecting the razor-edged black sword before Gaara lashed out with more sand. Dozens of whipping tendrils and bolts of sand being shot out of his shifting, riding sand shield, each as hard as stone or as sharp as obsidian, and Naruto, from his place, could see the faintest traces of wind chakra coating some of the blows that Pain frantically dodged with hasty sidesteps and wild backpedals. Then Gaara was yanked forward, his feet leaving the earth and flying towards Pain, receiving the full, unbelievable force of the blow that sent a sickening crack through the air as his neck was twisted in far too wrong an angle. Then the body crumpled, dissolving into yet more sand, and Pain was left staring at empty air before turning around again and blocking the bludgeon of Temari's massive warfan. He pushed her off, sidestepping her quick recovery, then deflecting her third swing before he grabbed her by the arm, twisting it until it released the fan, and he delivered a punishing elbow strike into her chest, crushing her to the floor before grabbing her by her shirt and moving to lift her once more, only for sand to slam into him with the full force and subtlety of a stampeding ox. With a swirl of sand, Gaara was standing above her, bloody red hair matted to his forehead, wet with the heavy rain. "You need to leave," he shouted down at her, and she was, for a moment, struck by how similar he sounded to Naruto. How similar he looked with that concern in his eyes. Different but just as intense. And this time she nodded. Pain was in an entirely different league. It was like Sakai all over again. She stood, contemplating grabbing her warfan, but when an explosion of sand, debris and grit was thrown over the battlefield as Pain pulled himself free of whatever her brother had stuck him in, she decided against it. She rushes over to Naruto, grabbing him and hoisting one arm over her shoulder. She stands him up, her chakra-enhanced muscles barely holding them both before he finds his feet again and helps her help him. Her eyes found Gaara's and she saw it plain as day on his face, the anger, the resentment, the disapproval. His frown was carved onto his face with a knife and his eyes seemed to gouge into her own. The question of why hanging between them like a bladed pendulum. He turns away from her, and even though they're in a fight, and he needs to focus, and she knows it's stupid, she can't help the knife that twists her guts at the sight. She turns to leave, ready to run with Naruto when there's an explosion of ruined buildings, splinters of wood masonry and plaster falling everywhere as Pain rises from whatever hole Gaara put him in. One does not escape God's judgment. She's yanked off her feet, her grip on Naruto failing, letting him fall to the floor as she's rushed back towards Pain. Her body twists, watching as the Akatsuki's sword rushes to meet her headlong, involuntary charge before she's swallowed by sand. He's not sure how long he's been lying there, on the muddy ground, with the cold, ice rain seeping down from the sky, mind half-fogged, flitting in and out of consciousness. Naruto-sama. White eyes. Hinata. No. Not Hinata. Similar, to be sure, but younger, sharper features. Not Hinata. Hinata was dead. Naruto-sama, can you hear me? He wants to speak but he's forgotten how. So he nods, and this girl, this little child who nearly wears Hinata's face, is relieved. She looks up to someone he can't see. Lee-san, help me get him up. We have to get him out of here. Get him out? No. Not get him out, not yet, not without her. No. He remembers his voice. It's thin, weak, he doesn't recognize it at first. He's half delirious. Someone says, a woman's voice. No. He repeats, and his voice is stronger now. We are not leaving yet. We leave when we're done. She blinks, and she's standing next to her brother. Her fan rises from the ground a second later, placed in her hands once more. Looks like you're gonna have to fight a bit. Gaara says, in clipped tones. When you see your chance to run, take it. She nods. She opens her fan and they both attack at the same time. It's like falling back into a pattern. She hasn't been gone for the better part of a year. He hasn't been fighting without her, or her without him for longer still. Crushing sand and cutting wind sail through the air, but the chakra behind the attacks dies away as it approaches Pain, whose eyes glow with an eerie violet glow. Sand crumbles and gusts of wind become mere breezes as Pain closes the distance quickly on two fighters that prefer mid-range combat. She closes her fan, swinging the weapon once more as a bludgeon only for Pain to duck under the blow, placing himself, almost behind her with a long side step as she overreaches herself. She feels his elbow strike the center of her back, right between her shoulder blades, knocking her forward as Gaara attacks him. He steps away from Gaara's backhand, ducks under his kick and then counters with a solid, high kick of his own, his shin reaching for Gaara's face, close enough, and fast enough to nearly bypass the sand shield entirely as it grazes her brother's temple, cracking the sand armor there. She stands, using the fan as a pole vault. She jumps, both feet aiming for Pain's chest only for the man to vanish before her eyes. When her feet hit the ground she hears Gaara curse just a second before he flies past her, pushed away by Pain's gravity. She turns, not even looking as she swings the closed fan wide like a massive club. Pain leans away, the loose sand at his feet making him lose his footing and stumble with his off-center of gravity, and Temari charges, hoping to capitalize on the opening as she raises the fan high and brings it straight down with all her strength. He rolls to the side, as the fan's end strikes the ground in a cloud of sandy dust. She straightens, attacking again. She's only half surprised to see Pain's hand rebuff her next swing with a block that sends vibrations rattling up her arm. But, again, she's only half surprised. So using the same momentum of Pain's violent block, she twists, leaning just slightly on her fan to do so as she delivers a fast, roundhouse, immediately followed with a sweep of her fan to Pain's legs. Again, the Rinnegan wielder leans back, then he jumps, avoiding the sweep. She opens her fan and spins again. The wind buffets him this time, driving him through the air with speed comparable to his pulls or pushes. Right towards the waiting sand spike. Temari smiles. Then she's yanked off her feet. It takes her a second to realize what's happening. She's catching up to Pain. With her speed the spike would impale both of them. She just barely managed to see it crumbling behind the obscurity of Pain's body and robe. He lands, his feet skidding for half a foot on the ground before he stops himself dead in his tracks and brings his fist to meet her mid-flight. She raises her fan. Perhaps she was just going that fast, or perhaps Pain's just that strong. But with a crack of wood and the screeching of sundered steel the fan snaps clean in two, his fist punching right onto her collarbone, shattering it with a snap that ripples through her body along with a sudden, fierce agony of a clavicle bone and dislocated shoulder. She barely even sees the elbow before it's smashing her across the temple with a fleshy crack. Her world spins, swimming and churning her gut with a sudden vertigo as she falls. Temari! She tries to stay conscious. But soon enough darkness claims her eyes. The Rinnegan wielder finds her brother, half caught between that thralled stupor of horror and disbelief, the sand falling around him, descending from mid-transportation as he lost his focus. The rain warns him, the rain and the wind. He sidesteps, avoiding the viscous drop kick of a now familiar nuisance. He raises his arm, bringing it to block the next powerful blow that would have driven Lee's heel into his chest when his instincts emerge once more to his defense. He jumps, still receiving the kick that drives him back while his foot avoids the sweeping sword. He sees both of his enemies there for half a second. Lee, dressed in white that is now filthy and gray with wet sand and rain, and the weapon mistress, her hair having come half loose, sticking to her forehead and neck, wet as it was before, both vanished in a burst of gray-white smoke. With the Suna princess. He looks, and sees that Naruto is also gone. He wonders if the other is gone too. But it doesn't matter. They will not escape him. They cannot escape God. He turns to the Kazekage, who stands tense and angry. You've been left to die, Kazekage. Do it. His voice is rough, that familiar tone of gravel, but Hanabi feels no reassurance at its strength this time. Her Byakugan comes alive and to her sight a million more things are seen that are beyond the normal eye. With a burst of chakra from her fingertips, she does as commanded. Poking at his forehead, the first gate comes undone in a burst of light to her eyes. He groans, it's painful she knows, like a dozen migraines forced into one short time frame. This forceful opening will be even more damaging than normal. The second. He bites out, and she obeys, activating with another touch to his skull. He can move once more, his energy returning. It's not enough to fight, but it will be enough to run. The third. She hesitates, unsure, and he brings his eyes up at the delay, glaring at her with that familiar, impatient stare, as though she were some simpleton. Now. This time she obeys. The third gate is opened, and a flush has returned to his pale features, his fist clenches, then slowly uncurls, then it clenches again. His eyes travel to his limbs as they move again. It is temporary, the gates will only be forced open for an hour, perhaps 2. That might just be enough for his, still faster than normal healing to recover him enough, perhaps it won't be. His eyes roam across the ruined hovel they hide in towards its only other occupant, blood-soaked, and unconscious. The burns on her back have scarcely healed, blackened, raw meat now a calloused pink and bone-white hue. He stands, and she speaks as he marches over to her. "What are you going to do?" "What I must." He answers, as if that should be to her satisfaction. It isn't. She knows. She can see even without her eyes that something is off. Something is wrong. Something isn't quite fitting into this place, fitting with him. He kneels, at the woman's side, turns her over, seemingly ignoring her pained whimper as he places her raw, burned back on the floor. He pauses for half a heartbeat, contemplating what, she does not know. He pulls his gauntlet free of his hand, the rough metal clinking as he sets it on the floor. He draws a knife, cutting open his index finger while his still gauntlet-covered hand lifts her shirt and channels chakra down into her. Then she sees it, like a tethered rope between them suddenly springing to full sight as her seal appears on her navel. She gasps, and Naruto turns to look over his shoulder, the blue eyes glaring out from beneath that hood giving out a firm command. Quiet. The pieces fall into place, everything is beginning to make sense as she watches him work, drawing a new seal in his blood over the old, and still she can't quite believe what she is seeing. There's a puff of smoke behind them, and she is eternally grateful that Lee and Tenten are back. But she sees Temari without even turning around, seeing her injuries in an instant and growing all the more worried for her as well. "We got her, Naruto-sama," Lee says. Naruto stands, she can see his pulse jump at the sight of the woman, her Byakugan eyes see his face as though the mask was never there, and his expression tightens. There is concern there, fear, but relief as well. And this is all happening, too fast, too soon. He walks over to her as Lee and Tenten set her down, her face is scrunched up in pain, her collarbone already bruising into an ugly purple, yellow color from what little could be seen peeking out from beneath her battle robe. Kneeling at her side, he does not touch her, examining her distantly. "The Kazekage. Still fighting." She answers, because she can see it, and it is a very much welcome distraction. He barely even nods, and she sees his hand reach down, brushing across the Suna princess face in a gentle caress. It leaves a careless smear of blood on her upper cheek. She sees Lee and Tenten stiffen with surprise. He probably notices too. But he doesn't care anymore, does he? He stands up again, and makes his way back to the other woman. Tenten, Lee and herself sit in the hovel, awkward and out of place as he finishes his work. When he's done, he stands again, looks to her and beckons her closer. She nearly trips over herself to obey, realizing some time between her kneeling and standing in front of him, that this is also out of character for him. He spoke what he thought, and damn anyone who hears or doesn't hear. But here she is, standing in front of him as he speaks softly. "There is something you must do when you leave this place, Hanabi." Gaara isn't sure how big a fool he is. He knows he's a fool. That is beyond question. It's not lost on him that he is fighting a man he can't win, or that, at this particular moment, him fighting pain is directly saving the life of a man he would kill himself with his bare hands, not knowing if he truly does have his sister, or merely had two of his hirelings take her to give the appearance as such. Or if he does, that he means to take her away from this place, or kill her himself. And worse yet, with all of his uncertainty as to what he's doing with his sister, or if he even cares enough to have her. She does care. She cares for that bastard. How did it come to this? He doesn't know. But here he is, still fighting. And he knows he is a fool. More a fool than she is probably. He feels the kick, one finally managing to slip past the sand shield and break straight through the sand armor, to snap his ribs like twigs, the black sword plunging into his shoulder a second later. And he knows he is a fool. A fool with nothing left to fight for. Who fights because there's nothing left to die for? He laughs, the sound is bitter, harsh, his sand is sluggish, and not because of the harsh rain. The pain is running through his body now, emanating from the dark blade. The sand doesn't come in time to block the next sword, or the one after that. She is caught, her eyes wide, disbelieving as he speaks. But what about Dash? She stops, her eyes seeing the danger before anyone else. "Get down." The crash of shattering wood and the sudden cold of pouring ice rain is like a hammer of some felled god striking down over their heads. When they pull themselves free of the debris, Lee's body having shielded the unconscious Temari from the worst of it, and Naruto, surprisingly having done the same for Akina, they find one more person in their midst, 3 black, sword-like rods running him through at the shoulder, side and hip, just above the knee. His clothes are drenched in blood now. He looked even worse than Naruto did just minutes earlier. Hanabi pulls herself up, in time to see Naruto push himself free of the slab of wood that had fallen over him, one hand securing the gauntlet again to the other as he fully stood up, his eyes finding Pain walking towards them. Was it luck or providence that had made him toss Gaara here? The thought was moot regardless. He turns to them. Lee, take the Kazekage and go. Tenten, the girl, Hanabi, take Temari. Lee hesitates, his sense of duty coming to the fore. But Naruto-sama, we can dash. You will do as I say. Naruto snarls, quieting him instantly as his eyes remain fixed on Pain. Get Temari out of here. He notices his slip, they all do. He doesn't care. She moves, picking the Suna princess up, awkwardly negotiating her over her shoulder like a sack of grain. Temari was almost half again her weight. It would be difficult, but she'd have to do it. Pumping chakra through her entire coil system, she turned her head to look over her shoulder, and he must feel her eyes because he turns. Letting her meet his eyes directly, despite her Byakugan still being active. She had to make sure. He nods. Let's go! She shouts, and they're moving before she even realizes that she's running. He watches them leave. And his eyes linger for a moment Temari's head of blonde hair. Then he's turning, sprinting over demolished homes and through sheets of icy rain, and towards his enemy. Pain stops in the middle of the road, a virtual hail of throwing knives emerging from the folds of his sleeves. Thin razor wire tethered them back to their wielder. He stops mid-run, waiting as the kunai and razor wire close in, waiting until the window of opening is nearly closed before pushing himself forward in a burst of speed, slipping through the barrage as he leaps between blade and wire. His clothing and skin open with cuts from the projectiles he hadn't managed to fully dodge. Like whips pulled taut, the wire suddenly goes rigid, no longer malleable strings, they were each fine lines of pure edge. Pain swings them with a harsh brush of his hand and Naruto, caught between them, is forced to jump, twisting his body awkwardly to avoid the weapons again. He feels one tickle at his throat, the sticky warmth of blood trails down his neck soon after. He sees Pain, his other hand outstretched to pull or push him, stuck in the lull of a fall as he was. The Demon King beckons the wind, a wild, powerful gust all but shooting him out of the path of Pain's invisible attack. He lands on the side of a building, nearly losing his footing at the awkwardness of his landing. The already damaged wood is straining beneath his jarring impact before he leaps off its surface. Rising above, fire coats his hands before he lets loose a stream of it. Pain doesn't even move, and Naruto sees his attack collapse, imploding in on itself as it's pushed back, only for the gravitational forces to hit him dead in the chest, knocking the wind out of him and pushing him into a tiled roof. The splintering wood digs into his back, the shattering ceramic cutting into his shoulders before he falls forward off its edge, landing on his hands and knees. He struggles to find the strength to push himself upright again. Not yet. Her breathing hitches in a gasp, and Hanabi finds herself pausing for half a second before she continues running. She places one foot in front of the other, pushing herself to escape faster. Hyuga-san? Lee asks, worried. She was almost angry at him for noticing, but she had known they both would. They were ninja of the highest caliber. Though, it was Tenten that understood the meaning of her hesitation first. Is it, Naruto-sama? She heard her unasked question, could see the passage of fear on her face with her Byakugan activated. Is he dead? She asks. No. She answers and hated how her voice pitched just a bit at the end. No. He's still fighting. Her eyes can see far, they can see too much. She doesn't want to see him like this, she doesn't want to see him fall. But she wasn't a coward, she wasn't going to deactivate her ability. She wouldn't look away if she could help it. So she ran faster. Pain doesn't wait for him to find his strength, the self-proclaimed god marches over and kicks him across the ribs, knocking him flat onto his back. Then, he smiles, vanishing in a cloud of smoke, leaving only explosive tags. A block away, the real Naruto is leaning against a wall, breathing heavily as he rests his head against its surface. When he hears the explosion, he knows he hasn't succeeded. All of this was merely formality, a fool's run. He would never win by the means he had available to him. He just needed to stall. To make the Akatsuki ninja think he had no other tricks to use until he finally sprang the trap that would destroy the self-titled god. With a crack of wood, Naruto barely has time to suck in a gasp of surprise before Pain's hand wraps around his face, punching through the wall at his back before pulling him through the wood and plaster of the wall he'd been leaning against. The Demon King was sent sprawling through the former living room of a home. My eye see all. Pain boasts, stepping into the middle of the room, silhouetted against the light filtering in through the now destroyed wall. Naruto doesn't speak, he just sends a small trigger of chakra. And 4 kunai immediately shoot out of a seal hastily etched onto the opposite wall of the alley he'd been standing in, firing straight through the broken wall towards Pain's exposed back. Pain turns and with an outstretched hand sends the kunai hurtling away and demolished the opposite wall as well. When he turns back it's just in time to see 6 shurikens spinning through the air towards him, coated, and nearly overflowing with wind chakra. The normally small throwing stars had cutting edges 3 times their normal length and width. Pain's lips curl in distaste, almost disgusted with the notion that he'd been forced to dodge such a simple attack. Disgusted or not, he does dodge, giving Naruto time to finish his sequence of seals. The explosion throws the ground out from under their feet. The sheer wave of heat that slams into them is enough to warm them instantly, even with the biting chill of the still falling rain and the wet clothes they wore. Who was that? Lee asked. And Hanabi would have found herself laughing at the fact that he'd needed to ask that, if it wasn't for the fact that he genuinely did need to ask that. Naruto was up against someone that could match his attacks of that magnitude, surpass them even. Keep moving! She shouted back at the two when the quaking subsided, running once again headlong towards the north gate as she picked Temari up, hearing Gaara groan behind them, now flitting in and out of consciousness. She's shivering in Tenten's hold. The world spins and swims in a blur of colors. She gags and heaves on the stench in the air, thick with blood, the smell of the dead, the dying. The sands falling into the ever-widening and growing sinkhole were belched out from the pit to spread through the air like spores. It scratched at her nostrils and burned her throat raw. Tenten looks down the girl. She sees that. There is surprise in her eyes, now worry. She's shaking. Not Tenten. Her. She's shaking as if in the midst of a fever dream. She's having a fit. The weapon user cries towards Hanabi, as though the Hyuga had not already seen. As though she hadn't already been witness to what was happening better than anyone else had any right to be. Keep moving. She demands again. The chakra that coated her legs and arms drove her forward even faster as her mind demanded an escape from this nightmare place. This was never my intent. He thinks, finishing the last design needed. He regards the thing for a moment, the simple design conflicting with the necessity of its purpose. It was never supposed to happen this way. He focuses his chakra into the array, stepping within its boundaries. And yet I am prepared for it. As ever a ninja must be prepared. He could never hold back pain, as he is now. His body is too weak, his chakra all but gone, it's all he can do to simply summon up the energy for this even with the gates open. He needs more. He closes his eyes. He opens them again. And they're standing here. In this place. Familiar and alien to them both. He sits once more on his throne. Raised to heights by a mound of skulls. Skulls that drip blood from their sockets and grinning mouths. And she is once more standing in clear waters. Salt water they both know. And there is a knowing in her eyes. She knows, and she's shaking her head. That is disbelief I see, sister. He says. But is it from horror, or elation I wonder? You can't do this. She answers indirectly. It makes him smile, though it is a bitter thing. It is already done. I'll stop you. She is defiant, angry as he's ever seen her. It makes him smile. Though once more, it is a bitter thing. You will try. He answers. She hesitates, and now he sees the fear in her eyes, the uncertainty. I have a question for you, sister. He says, standing from his throne and making his way towards her. And answer me truthfully. Her lips tighten, her shoulders are squared. Tell me, what would you do with a bird that refuses to sing? The question is strange, her face says as much, he chuckles. Of all the things he could have asked, that was not supposed to be one of them. It had caught Hinata and Kakashi off guard as well. What? It is a simple question. What would you do with a bird that refuses to sing? She stares at him, stupefied for the longest time. Then, her face softens, it's as though she sees something in that moment. He does not ask what she sees. He does not truly care to know. She will see what she wishes to see. That is, in the end, what everyone sees when they look upon him. That is, in the end, what everyone sees when they look upon her. What they wish to see. What a tragic pair we make. I would set it free. This time, his smile is not bitter. He turns to walk away, back to his throne, away from this place. Wait! She cries, and he's half tempted to ignore her. But he doesn't. His feet pause mid-stride, and he just gives the barest glance over his shoulder. Do you ever think? She pauses, biting her lip. Uncertain. Do you ever wonder, if things could have been different? If things could have ever been? She does not finish. She doesn't have to. He knows her question. before I answer. He says, after a long pause. There is something I must tell you. Sister. They just seemed to pass the threshold of what was once the village's encircling wall, guided by Hanabi's eyes to find the safe spots when Tenten could no longer hold on to her. The blonde convulses, her neck twisting so hard the Konoha ninja almost swore she had broken it, her limbs going so tense her tendons seemed ready to snap beneath her skin. Her already clouded eyes roll up into her head and her mouth opens in a silent scream before her back suddenly arches like a bow. Hold her down. Hanabi demanded, placing Temari down and rushing towards the young woman. Lee nearly drops Gaara outright in his haste, the Kazekage's pained groan lost to the tumult before he jumps onto Akina's legs, holding them down with all his might as Tenten takes hold of one arm and Hanabi takes the other. The seal, partially exposed due to her torn, burned clothing glows red hot. But Hanabi could see more than that. She could see so much more and it was surprisingly difficult to hold back her tears. She knew what was happening, what was going to happen. And she was utterly powerless to stop it. No. She heard, and for a moment was at a loss as to who the words belonged to when she looked down towards the woman she was currently helping to hold. Her limbs still twitched but Akina's eyes were as wide and aware as ever. Now they only carried horrified disbelief as she shook her head, as if to deny the reality of what was about to happen. She probably wanted to deny it more than Hanabi did on some level. I am going to die. In a burst of strength, the last bit of energy she had, Akina threw them off. Her foot kicked at Lee's ribs so hard the taijutsu master skidded almost 4 meters on the sand before coming to a stop, throwing Tenten entirely as she stood, stumbling back to the village, her hands clutching at her stomach. NNNGH, the blonde seemed to choke on a word, her teeth gritting as she found her feet only to loose them again before catching herself and stumbling forward. Were it any other moment, Hanabi would have disabled her with a jukin, but neither one of them was truly thinking straight right now. The younger Hyuga simply acted, jumping forward and tackling Akina to the ground, driving her shoulder into the small of the blonde woman's back and forcing her to eat a mouthful of sand. No! The pseudo-Jinchuriki wailed like a wounded animal. Wild and desperate, her crystalline eyes sought the village, as though just waking from a dream, as though she could will herself to her brother's side, will herself anywhere but here, in a place where she was forced to simply watch him die. Hanabi could almost sympathize as she held the girl down through her renewing struggles. Naruto opens his eyes. Fool girl. He smiles. He is doing that more often of late. He presses his free hand down, onto the seal. In an instant, molten fire rushes through his veins, trailing from his arm, up to his neck then down towards his stomach. 2 of his other fingers glow with green flame and the instant the fire settled in his stomach he struck them onto his gut. Pure hatred roiled within his mind as he once again heard the voice at the back of his subconscious, roaring in fury. No! For an instant, he steps into his mind, standing before the familiar, imposing iron gates that had lacked its real occupant for a decade. He stares at the beast, and Kyuubi smashes itself against the bars, roaring with such palpable anger that the very air seems to taste of it. He struggled and thrashed, but there would be no escape this time. Finally, it seemed to notice he was there and its hellish red eyes fixated themselves on him as it snarled. He remained where he was and so did it. Both knew what was coming for them now and both were going to face it. I promise, boy. The beast finally spat out. I will feast on your bones within the Makai. Naruto only snorted as he faded away from the seal space. You will try. He returned from his mind back to a broken body. Merely standing on his feet he swayed unsteadily as he took a breath. His senses returned to him one by one, first the feel of exhaustion, then the taste of his blood in his mouth, finally his sight of the dark room, the sound of the fires and the crumbling sands and the smell of smoke and burning wood and rain. Then the 6th sense, that sensation tugging at his mind, danger. He's outside, waiting for him to emerge. Naruto turns, then forces one foot forward, then another, then another. The pain was so intense. Tears leak from her eyes and she clutches at a stomach with fingers caught between her flesh and the sand. She feels as though it had been lit on fire from the within as that wrathful voice was pulled from her, pried loose from her body and mind. Its power, the portion she was given remained where it was meant to. She would not die, not from this. Of course not, her life was his to take. She sobbed. She writhed and moaned on the sands, struggling to keep herself conscious as dark clouds her vision and more pain blankets her chest from where her heart pounded. Hanabi still pinned her down, the other 2 dragging Kazekage Gaara and Temari a little further away. But the physical pain was almost insignificant, almost inconsequential in the face of the sheer helpless frustration, the roiling sadness and the crushing guilt that gnawed at her every thought. No. No, no. She thought to herself. Like a mantra. As though repeating it would stop it from happening. Naruto. He steps outside to the haze of smoke, fire and soot, the stinging in his eyes vanishing as he steps into the rain. He trails his eyes up from the ground, finding Pain standing on the other side of the street. "Do your allies have the sense to flee before God?" the leader of the Akatsuki asked, his voice bland and flat. "Did they see that you cannot defeat me? That you will die? My death here is already a foregone conclusion." Naruto admitted, swallowing the blood that coated the inside of his mouth before he continued. "But not before I deliver yours." The Rinnegan seemed to flash, and Naruto was forced to nearly fall to his side to avoid the black blade that shot out of Pain's sleeve, an impossibly long sword retracting in an instant as Naruto stumbled. "You can barely stand and you claim to be able to challenge God?" Naruto breathed again, forcing himself to inhale through his nostrils rather than his mouth. "The will of the shadow guides me." He straightened, forcing himself to stand tall as he reached for the golden sealing bracer tucked beneath his gauntlet, the piece of equipment Jiraiya had given him to help subdue the Kyuubi's chakra when the fox had escaped his rightful seal nearly a decade ago. "The strength of the demon empowers me." He undid the clasp, letting one of the two bracers fall to the sands. He reached up for the other and Pain watched him expressionlessly. He wanted him to fight, he wanted to break the Hokage's spirit, to defeat him thoroughly. But it would not happen. He resolved. Greater men than he had tried, they'd all failed. He would be no different. The second bracer fell away and Naruto felt an immediate, burning pulse of red chakra shoot through his body, burning his insides in fire as the seal allowed more and more chakra out. Kyuubi howled in rage, he could hear the fox pounding and pounding away at his subconscious, trying to rein back in the power that Naruto had stolen control of. But the seal was different now, and the control Kyuubi held over the chakra within him was nigh non-existent. So here it was, this was the end. No matter what, the moment he'd removed the second bracer, he'd sealed his fate. He was going to die now, no matter how short or how long this fight went on. That only meant one thing to him now. He didn't need to hold back anything. He looked at the Rinnegan, the weariness momentarily repelled from his body, his stiff muscles loosening, the tiredness burning away to nothing for this short time. He held up a finger. "1. He said simply. "Survive this last attack, Pain, and you win." But Pain would not give him that luxury. No boast like that, from a man like him, could be ignored, not even by a god. He rushed forward, and there Naruto took him. The shroud of the Kyuubi, uncontrollable and wild, parted like a body of water before Pain, spreading out like a blossoming flower before it resealed itself around them like a flytrap plant. And Pain found himself frozen. It would not hold him for long. The exercise to solidify pure, raw chakra like this at a distance of 3 meters would have probably killed a dozen Chunin outright from the obscene amount it required. As it was, his 5-tail reserve, normally inexhaustible, was draining rapidly. But pacing oneself means little when the next attack is truly final. He formed his seals, and Pain began to pull himself free, his own monstrous reserves combating the Jinchuriki's chakra-formed shroud. The haze of red chakra swallowed him up like a flame, rising high into the air. It surpassed the height of the 2-story house behind him. Naruto's eyes burned red beneath his tattered hood. Pain's eyes met his without flinching as his dark purple chakra started to crack through the Kyuubi's like some creature prying itself free of an eggshell. The Rinnegan user once more had full control of his limbs. He broke free. Too soon, much too soon, and they both knew it. Naruto moved to finish his seals, but he knew he'd be too late. Pain closed the distance with lightning speed, his sword rising for a single thrust that would end this here and now. The blade descended, and red-hot blood fountained over both combatants. Pain did not hear his victim's words. But Naruto did. Staring at the dim, clouded Sharingan eye of Hatake Kakashi as the man coughed. "I hope this is enough of an apology." He laughed once, his humor is lost to Naruto. Then he slumps, and the blonde pays it no further thought as the man falls over dead. His fist descends, the extra seconds allowing him the time to finish. Kuro no Kinfuinjutsu, Heichiganai in Metsu no Kama. Akina screamed. No. Truly, it could not be called a scream. She shrieked, howled, wailed like a madwoman. The sound ripped straight out of her chest as though she were undergoing some horrific torture. She clutched at herself, her arms wrapping around her body as every muscle went taut and rigid. Her throat bled with the sound, her vocal cords quite literally ripping themselves apart as blood dripped from her eyes, her fingers clawing at her stomach and ribs as she writhed on the floor. And though she was right next to her, Hanabi did not have the mind to help her. Her wide, Byakugan eyes were fixated on the village, opened in what could only be described as pure, unbridled horror. It was a sight ripped from the landscapes of hell itself. The entire world swallowed by red, the silhouettes of buildings and what few people could be seen, moving or otherwise, slowly disintegrating before their eyes. their flesh burning off their bones, their screams swallowed by an unholy shriek of the very fabric of the world coming apart as the sky above them turned red, then purple, then black as night, the midday sun fleeing this place. The ground shook beneath their feet, so violently the sands were rent apart with deep, long fissures, the entire desert seemed as though it was being ripped and shredded. Rocks and spikes of jagged sandstone rose where valleys and dips had existed, dunes became flat, then hollowed out and became sinkholes. Within the storm, Pain tried to hold on, his chakra, all of his power being brought out in an instant, his defenses unable to absorb any of the toxic, demonic energy, lest it kill him anyway. Dark power cackled and clashed against the impossibility it now contended against. The man once known as Nagato felt his mind straining, like an impossibly tense limb attempting to hold back an irresistible force. Something gave. Like a flash flood of water finding the fatal flaw in the dam, this warped, evil power ripped through his defense. And Pain for the second time in his life, felt weak, like a mote of dust, struggling against a hurricane. The pain was immediate, blinding, and overwhelming. His skin was torn off, the muscles beneath cooking, the nerves beneath that flooding every signal and message with agony, he screamed, and swallowed fire, his fingernails melted, his bones snapped, his blood boiled. And as his eyes began to cloud, dimming with an agonizingly quick yet eternally slow death, Pain remembered. He remembered a girl with blue hair and the sunny smile for the rainy days. She sits at the tree, tired and sore. She's breathing heavily from the training, and he wants nothing more than to apologize to her. For this, for every unfair cruelty they've suffered. The clouds rumble overhead, and the light drizzle now turns into real rain. He walks over. She looks up to him. Nagato? I promise. He says before thinking. I'll get stronger, Conan. Strong enough so that we can live in a world where you don't have to fight. He feels foolish for saying it. If anyone would get that strong, it'd be Yahiko. But still, her smile lights up his world and he doesn't feel a fool anymore. He'd do it for her. He'd do anything for her if she'd just smile at him like this again. Really? They were so young back then. The promises of a stupid, weak boy to the girl he loved. But even so, I tried so hard. And so the god, Pain, dies with the regrets of a boy named Nagato. And within the center, Naruto screams, roaring up at the sky as his body is burned alive. His chakra coils are seared from within, his every organ slowly shutting down as the chakra necessary for any living thing to survive is denied them. The lone drop of rain is cold on his head. Too cold. It trails down his face, over his cheek until it finally vanishes against his mask. It feels like ice. Like the caress of her hand? And he knows. This rain was not brought by Pain. Dry your eyes, Yoshino, dry your eyes, no more tears for me. Do not cry anymore. No more sorrow. It is over. The fighting is over. My war is done. No more sorrow. She must live, in a world with no more sorrow. Chapter 117, Epilogue. He is sitting. He is sitting, and these people sit around him. He sees no friends here. No familiar faces, no allies. He is sitting in a room full of people around him. And he has never felt more alone. Enemies, former enemies, strangers, he can feel the knives at his back that he can't fully determine if they're just his imagination or if they're really there. Poised to strike. Gaara knows it should not be like this. He should be dead. They should all be dead. Or, perhaps conversely. He should be here with his friends. With his brother. But instead he has this. Trapped halfway to neither side. And he doesn't know what to do. None of them know what to do anymore. Their world lies in ruins. Shattered into so many shards of glass that it makes him feel as if a century would not be enough to gather up the pieces. Thousands had come here. Thousands. Tens of thousands, and now their collective number barely scratches the surface of a single 100 uninjured shinobi. Some might still be out there, in the dunes, away from this place, lost to the arid sea. But with each day fewer and fewer would be found. Only a single column, of all the civilians that had managed to escape through the caves, was making their way here now. Surrounded by all that was left of his military force. And he was walking them straight here. Here, a place where all he could see were the faces of enemies, former enemies, and strangers. They each only know one thing, and that, more than almost anything else, is what binds them together. They do not want to fight. They want to live. To go home. To go home with whatever ruins remain to them, and take shelter there, lick their wounds. That is it. That is everything. A simple sentiment that holds them all here. From Somber to Shiro and Toyohisa, to Jiraiya of the Sannin, whose features have thinned, withered, aged. None of them looked their age. None of them could truly remember their age probably. They all felt so much older. Jiraiya is the one who stands, grunting. His movements are slow with pain. And this one is from age and stiff bones after an eternity spent sitting here, staring at each other's faces. Let's get on with this. He says, cutting straight to the point. He's dead, let's discuss terms. Hanabi knew what she would do when Temari finally woke. At least, she knew what she had to do. She was discovering rather quickly, however, that knowing what one has to do, and how to go about it, are largely different things. But she didn't flinch when someone came for her. When the flap to her tent opened and she was told that the Suna princess was waking up, she had made her way there, ignoring her heart hammering in her chest and the nervous anxiety that made her palms sweat. When she finally saw the Suna princess, her entire shoulder and arm bandaged tightly from wrist to the nape of her neck, the bones having been set and knit together by Med Ninja, she felt herself swallow, and Temari looked at her with a face, carefully devoid of expression or feeling. They waited, or perhaps, she waited really, until the doctors vacated, until the nurse left, until they were alone before she said anything. Suna is destroyed. It was blunt. Probably the most blunt thing she'd ever said to anyone, ever. She winced at her own callousness. She averted her eyes, looking away from Temari's smoked gray, though she saw the woman's features tighten, her face crumple in grief. And even when she looked down she could see Temari's hands fist the sheets. That wasn't what she wanted to say, she wanted to say something else. She was sick, she didn't want to tell her about all the others that died. She didn't have to hear that yet. Especially not from her. You've been asleep for 3 days. She spoke again. Her mouth moving, the words tumbling out, all a mess. She was rambling. Why was she rambling? You're gonna feel weak, the doctors say you haven't been able to keep food down. They think it might be a reaction to the pain herbs. You dash. Hanabi. She stopped, the words choking her throat. Hanabi felt as though all her courage was abandoning her. Like she was standing in front of Hinata again when her sister was disappointed. She felt as though she had done something wrong. She hadn't. He died. He wasn't supposed to die. He was the Demon King. She should never have to be standing here for this. It wasn't her fault, it wasn't. She choked, and was startled to feel the tears stinging her eyes, her breath strangled in the back of her mouth. Hanabi. She heard Temari's voice. She didn't notice the Suna woman's own voice betrayed her, that her tears were mirrored in those colored eyes. He told me to take you, she said, her mouth opening again, the words tumbling out like before. But she was shouting now. Shouting. Not rambling. He told me to take you, she repeated. And didn't notice that the kunoichi was standing, her knees shaking, her legs weak after 3 days bedridden and half-starved. Her bandaged arm barely supporting her weight as she made her way closer. Emotion tightened Hanabi's chest. Strangled her. Suffocated her. Emotions kept at bay for the last 3 days were ambushing her, taking hold with a ferocity that terrified her as everything came back. The battle, the smell, the blood, the death. Yoshihiro, Shino, Kisame, pain, Naruto. He told her to leave. He told her. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't her fault. But she should have never listened. Not after he spoke to her, not after he told her to carry his message, asking her to deliver it to this woman. She knew he was going to die. She knew it. But he told me to leave. She sobbed. Barely hearing Temari's startled shout of her name as her legs abandoned her, hardly feeling the woman's touch on her arm as she brought them both tumbling down. All she knew was that she was there. She wasn't dying, she wasn't leaving. She was there, and as pathetic and sad as it may sound, she's the only thing she has left from before this. Before Suna. And she clings to her. Tells her it's not her fault. Wants to know that she knows. That someone knows. She grips her and knows she's shouting, hears her speak, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, and it's not enough. She holds her tighter, holds her so tightly she knows hurting her. Knows that this woman needs her rest, that she's the one that's going to get the shock of waking up 3 days later. That she's the one that's going to need to be held, not the one doing the holding, as she realizes that more than just her brother are dead. But she doesn't care. And so she holds on, and Temari, this Suna princess. Half an enemy, half a friend, and half God knows what holds her just as tight. There was something he wanted me to tell you. And that's what she wants to say. That's what she wants to say, but she doesn't at the same time. Because repeating it, to say his words, to speak that message that he wanted Temari to hear would just make it real, make it more tangible, more horrid. Because then she'll know that he shouldn't have died. He should have lived to tell her himself. Because she deserved to hear it from him. And he deserved to say it to her. She doesn't want to speak. But it's what she wants to say. Her mouth opens and the words come tumbling out. Before another word can be said, someone steps in, one of his men. Sir, she's awake. And he doesn't care how rude it is, how weak it may seem. He stands up and turns his back on these enemies, these former enemies, these strangers, and leaves, caring not for protocol or respect. They like him no more than he likes them. The meeting has waited for 3 days. It will wait another if it has to. And he walks, cutting his way through the camp, whose residents part like schools of fish before the larger one, stepping aside and bowing their heads. It didn't matter who they were, or what village they belonged to. No one wanted to fight. Their heads didn't bow to him. They were always bowed now, like animals whipped until they learned to fear the lash. They didn't want to fight. And so he makes it to the tent, unimpeded, uninterrupted. He opens the curtain and she's there, sitting at the foot of her bed on the floor, and he sees Hanabi's dark head of raven hair on her lap, her fingers running through the tresses. Then she turns her eyes to him. And he sees it there, plain as day. There was sorrow there, sorrow and pain, like a raw deep knife wound. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. And he wants to pretend. He wants to pretend so badly that those tears aren't for the person he knows they're for. He wants to pretend they're for Kankuro. For Chuji, for everyone else that they've lost. All their friends. He wants to pretend. So he does. It's cowardly, running from a truth he knows to exist won't change it, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care because it's easier. Because he's earned the right to be selfish. Because this is his sister and he wants to hug her like he did before. Like they're 12 again, and he trusts her, and she trusts him, and there are no secrets, no half-truths, no shames. And if he has to pretend, if he has to make believe there is nothing here, nothing between them. That no betrayal or differences hang in the air that separate them, in order to make his embrace easier, then he will. Because she's his sister, and despite everything, what may or may not be. Whatever he's ignoring, or pretending doesn't exist, he's still relieved to have her here. To feel her in his embrace. To feel her hand snake around his shoulders and hold on to his robe. And he hears her say his name, half a whisper, half a sob, the muscles in her shoulders growing rigid, taut, shaking as she tries to hold back her tears, burying her face in his chest as he kisses the top of her head. Because she is his sister, and she's back, and she's safe. And he doesn't know what will happen, where things will go from here or what he'll do. But they will get through this. He won't let it be otherwise. The tent flap parts, and closes, he feels someone else behind him. Out. He orders. The meeting can wait. But the person doesn't move. So he pulls away, reluctantly letting his sister go and standing to his full height before turning around. And stops. Because she's standing there. Filthy, covered in heavy clothes that are half sand bleached by now, looking absurdly small in direct comparison to the massive sword on her back, covered in white cloth from hilt to tip, which bear the markings of recent containment seals and chakra-suppressant kanji. You're back. And he's somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to see her. Because she'd gone back. Back into that pit that was now a small part of whatever hell had swallowed the demon king that had remained behind, over the ruins of what was once Suna. No one else could get close. Not even him. Perhaps she was the only one. Wanderers and scouts that ventured too close to what had once been his home had quickly grown ill, racked with pain, poisoned with chakra, burned by seemingly nothing but thin air. The men were already claiming it a natural disaster. But they were wrong. Nature brought ruin, devastation. But nature always recovered, the earth always healed. This place would scar. This place would fester. A fitting tomb. She nods at him. I was looking for something, and thinking. And what's that? He asks, and can feel his sister watching, feel her curiosity. Akina doesn't answer, she sweeps her eyes over them, watching them, and he's not sure what she'd looking for, but when her eyes turn back to him she does speak. Just before he died, when he was pulling the demon from me, when he was drawing the final seals, he told me something. He hears his sister suck in a breath, and forces it not to distract him, not to dismay him. Though it still does, even more than the sudden worry he has staring at the woman in front of him. And what's that? His voice is cold, edged. Why should he care what that thing had said? Why should anyone care? Why the hell did they? He told me something that I have to do, that we all have to do. Her voice is soft. Like a bell at the edge of hearing. We don't have to do anything, he says. He thinks, but holds his tongue. He said, that, we have to make a new world. And he barely chokes down the bile in his throat. Barely reins in his fury, a roiling hatred seethes through him so deep it's a palpable thing. He's never known he could hate so fiercely. Make a new world. Make a new world with what? Dust? Ashes and echoes? That's all that's left. But she meets his eyes, and he knows she can see his hatred, his revulsion. She holds his gaze steadily, hesitating only for a moment on her next words. A new world. She breathes. Where a person like him cannot be born. And he hears his sister gasp, a whimper of a half-choked cry, so small he barely hears it at all. And his fury bleeds out, replaced by a listless, numb feeling that drops onto his chest like a lead weight. He turns away from them, making his way deeper into the tent before he decides to sit down on the bed. He finds his face in his hands, his body slouched. He should sit up straighter, he knows. It's unbecoming for a Kage to be seen like this. But he neither has the strength, nor the will to do so. Make a new world. He repeats. Yes. He hears her by the entrance, she hasn't moved, and he's grateful for that. She's not him, but she's a reminder. One of many, but probably the most vivid really. And he doesn't want her anywhere near him at the moment. Perhaps it's wrong. It's a fault at the very least. And how exactly do you propose we do that? The only way you know how. She answers, her voice is soft, and she startles both herself and Akina by the entryway. She stands, pulling herself free of Hanabi, who remains on the ground, curled with despondent tears still leaking from her eyes. Perhaps it's shame that keeps her so still. Perhaps it's shock, hysteria. Perhaps something else. When she rises, she turns to face her brother, who looks at her through the very corner of his eye, the green barely catching the dimmed light in this place. She walks around the bed to stand in front of him. There are tear marks on her face, her eyes are puffy, she feels weak and isn't rightly sure how the hell she's standing right now, but she manages. She looks down where he sits staring back up at her. As best you can. And he looks down, the muscles of his face tight with some emotion she can't name. The corner of his jaw twitching beneath his skin. What makes you think I can even do what you want? She doesn't know if he can. She doesn't know if anyone could. If anyone could rightfully bear the weight of the whole world on his shoulders. Furthermore, she doesn't want him to. She wants him to be her brother again. For things to be simple and easy again. For the world to still spin in that old way it once did, knowing that the sun will rise in the east and set in the west. Where things were still as they should be. Where a person like him cannot be born. But more than anything else, because she doesn't want that. Most will disagree with her, most will hate him, already hate him. That a world without him is brighter. Maybe they're right. Maybe she's just a stupid woman. But she loves him. And she knows, gods above, she knows that there was something good inside of him. Some small pearl of light trapped in that shell of ice. And maybe to others, the evil that he was would never be outweighed by what little was good. But to her that one thing. Even if it was just love for her and no one else, is worth it. It was worth him being here. Even after all this. And she misses him. He hasn't been gone from her life for more than an hour as far as she knows, but she already misses him. And she knows her grief will be greater soon. When Hanabi's confession sinks in. When she hears everything else that she hasn't heard. But even now just the knowledge that he is not coming back feels as though someone is picking at a wound over her heart, picking and picking and picking so the injury grows and the flesh stays raw. But her grief doesn't matter. Not now, because her brother is here, staring up at her with those green eyes, begging an answer to his question without asking it. And her voice chokes at the familiarity of that. At the fact that she can read his eyes and the lines of his face as easily as she did Naruto's. She doesn't know what to answer him, what she can say. So she settles for the closest thing to the truth that she can bear to give him. Because you're a good man. And his head falls, bowed, his eyes obscured from her as he sighs. I suppose, that makes things simple then. And he stands. She doesn't stop him as he leaves, forcing herself to take those last few steps to sit beside Hanabi. And as Temari cradles her head again, running her fingers through the Hyuga's dark tresses. She rocks her as best she can. She starts to sing to keep her weary sleep away. There's not a rose where'er I seek. As comely as my baby's cheek. There's not a comb of honey bee. So full of sweets as babe to me. She follows after Gaara, leaving the two women. If she's honest with herself, perhaps she'll admit one day that it was not so much to follow Gaara as to not be alone with them. Or more specifically with Temari. People talk, and rumors travel faster than sound. Even before she'd left, 2 days ago people were speaking, a whispered conversation here, a hushed story there. Perhaps they were true. And perhaps one day she'd have the courage to ask, to discover more than what she knew. To hear it direct from the person he was closest to as to who exactly her brother was. And perhaps ease her anxiety pertaining to the question of who he was not. Rumors of secret affection were not the only kind that men whispered. Too few had seemed overly incredulous at the notion of force. Not even her, and she prayed to any god out there that still cared enough to listen to a stupid little girl's hopes. She felt a quiver at her back, and wondered for half a moment if that was her before she remembered what exactly she had over her shoulder. Samahita was both more and less than what it had been before. The seals painted on the cloth she'd wrapped around it were not for simple show. It was the only thing that had survived Suna. This time she did shiver. It would be a long time before she forgot what it looked like within the heart of that nightmare landscape again. Gaara stopped, she did too. Tell me? He said without turning to look at her. Is that all he said to you? She thought back. She stood in that place again, remembering herself answering his question, remembering him answering hers. And all the things that were said and unsaid as he climbed back onto that throne atop his mountain of skulls to fade away forever. Sometimes, secrets were better than truths. Yes. She wasn't sure if he believed her. Because even now, as much as was said and unsaid between her and her brother, just as much remained between herself and this man. Maybe he just didn't care anymore. He started walking again, and she followed. She counted it as a victory that he did not object. They made their way to the largest tent of this camp, 2 guards posted at the entrance. She wasn't sure who they belonged to, didn't matter much. They entered, and as her eyes took a moment to adjust to the dark, shadowed interior, she noticed someone's eyes flicker to her. By his appearance, she recognized him easily as Jiraiya. He recognized her as well, his shoulders tensed, the sorrow on his face being purged by steel. He was angry, or at least wary. She had to wonder if she was the source of this, or perhaps the easiest recipient. The men stood, bowing in greeting. Gaara returned the gesture. They were all tense. She made her way around, staying away. Their eyes followed her in curiosity for a moment but soon returned to Gaara when she found a spot she liked and kept still. They finally sat, and Jiraiya spoke. His voice was tight, just the barest hints of impatience held in its inflection. "Are you prepared to discuss terms now, Kazekage?" And she could almost hear it, the whisper at the back of her mind, almost see herself standing in that place again, before the throne atop the skulls, standing in salt water, hear his voice on her mind. Challenging her, taunting her, maybe even encouraging her. "Do it," he would say, laughing in that mocking way of his. "Do what I could not, succeed where I failed. Do you have the strength, sister? To bear this world, one without me, atop your shoulders?" And perhaps she's just being that stupid little girl again. But she wonders if Gaara hears the same, wonders if her brother's specter haunts him as much as it haunts her. Like embers stoked back into a fire, she sees that determination burn behind his eyes, sees him square his shoulders, the lines of his face vanish as he tightens his expression. And there's his strength, and there's the faith placed on him. The weight settles on his shoulders and she doesn't know if he can do it, doesn't know if he's ready. But he's willing to try, and that will be enough for now. "Yes, I am prepared," he answers. And she hears his voice again, wonders if she's going insane. But she can conjure his tone in her thoughts as though he were right here next to her. And she wishes she could answer, wishes he was here so she can say that she'll try, that she'll do it. But he's dead, and she can't answer, so all she can do for now is keep an eye on the man who can help her. "Make a world where I cannot exist."